Yo guys, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Just give me a second to set up the stream here. So we're going to be doing the Christian dilemma again today. Hopefully we can actually get Christians to come up and defend their religion, unlike Life yesterday, who decided to run as soon as it came to discussing the Christian dilemma, even though he promised to stay for it. You know, this guy went from, selling drugs on the street to now selling Islamophobia online. Bakhair, inshallah. Let's put the link up here. All right. Part 2 is going to be out tomorrow, inshallah. But you guys need to like and share these videos, because what these guys do is they come on Muslim panels, they speak on Islam, like what he did yesterday. Says he will speak on Christianity, but then runs away, grabs the content, mashes it up together, omits parts he doesn't like, calls it waffle, and then uploads it on his channel. So what we're gonna do is, inshallah, is we're gonna put the link up here first. Dean, can you join Nick's stream and embarrass him? If I'm gonna go up to someone else's stream, I would preferably want to show my camera. Can't do it right now. All right, there we go. The message is pinned there. Let me just let everyone know I'm live. But yeah, guys, you got to make sure when these videos are uploaded, when there's discussions between Muslims and Christians, you guys got to make sure you like, and you guys got to make sure you share, because we will always upload the full convo. They are not going to upload the full convo, as you're going to see. Actually, before we get to getting people on, what we're going to do is we're going to go through his video and show how much he actually omitted. Let's do that first. Okay. All right. We'll start the live this way, and then we will get some people up, inshallah. Let's see. Post on Twitter. Live right now. I promise you, life won't come up to keep his promise the same way Apis ran when it came to speaking about Christianity. I mean, this is how insecure and pathetic they are, bro. Like, they absolutely fear the idea of having to defend their religion. Yeah, you see what I mean? Someone just told me that Avery was posting the convo in his posts to do damage control. Um, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let me look through the comments and then we'll get the video up, okay? Yeah, of course, of course. We're used to this. Apos did the same thing. These guys absolutely fear the idea of defending their religion, unlike us. Alhamdulillah. Akhi, you need to hold them to it instead of playing their rhetoric. Make them answer your topic first. Look, if that happens, Akhi, they're never gonna even give the convo. It's good enough for me that we discussed his topic. He promised to discuss mine, and he didn't do it. And then now I can hold this against him for like the next couple months. You know. Hey, I'm Christian. Oh, do you condemn life for not keeping his word? Speaking 1 hour on my topic and then promising to speak on speak on his topic. Then he promised to speak on mine, but then, you know, he ran away. You know, I wasn't even looking to speak to him that long on my topic. I told him 15 minutes. And even that idea just I don't know, just makes him shiver, I guess. I know, Akhi. We're gonna go through what he posted because he omitted a bunch of stuff. He was, oh yeah, this is a bunch of waffle. Here we go. Do you think Christians are doing it for? Of course, bro. Of course, bro. So many indications of that. This is just one. Nah, it's all good, actually. It's all good. They don't get to me, but it's just we need to highlight this. We need to use this. We need to mention it. You know, obviously we got the Christians in the comments like this, just ignoring it. But there's going to be sincere Christians out there that are going to see life's cowardice, and this will be a means of them actually leaving Christianity. Yeah, to be just quite frank, their apologists don't want to defend Christianity. Yeah, but it wasn't even half the time. Every time I dropped him, it was because he was interrupting like crazy. Everyone can see it. All right, let's bring this up. Let's look how much this guy omits and distorts. And look how he shifts his position as well. Let's bring this up full screen.
Dean for about an hour and 5 minutes. You guys can go check the full out so you can get more context to the story. But right now, I believe I just ended this man's career. Is Jesus metaphorically the begotten son of Allah, bro?
Biblical sense of servitude, yes, that's fine.
Yes, no, Quranically.
Yes.
So yes,
Yes,
Quranically.
Quran, brother, what do you mean by begotten son of God when you say it?
Wow, Quranically, Jesus is the begotten, metaphorically the begotten son
Yeah,
of God.
the same way that David's the begotten son of God in the metaphorical way, yeah.
He said some very damaging things about Islam.
Wow. Right. This guy thinks the most damaging thing I said was you can say Jesus is the metaphorical son of God if you mean it in the same sense of David in this biblical framework. Wow. Yeah, that's the biggest concession this guy gets out of me. Beautiful. Any Muslim with half a brain will tell you that that's not a concession.
In this conversation, and we are going to go over it. I asked him about the Quran saying Zechariah couldn't speak for 3 nights, and the Bible saying Zechariah could not speak for the entire term of the pregnancy. And I wanted to know, how does he assume that that's a conscious edit? We go down this waffle fest. You guys can check that out on the full video, but we somehow get to him trying to.
So it's a waffle fest to try. Look how disingenuous this dog is, bro. We talked for about 20 minutes on that point. Me showing how it's intentional. Me showing how the author of the Quran's consciously editing here. And he said, "Oh yeah, that's waffle." No, it's not, dude. What are you talking about? This is like literally the essence of the discussion. Is he intentionally editing a story to suit his theological needs, the author of the Quran, that is, or is he just haphazardly getting it wrong? And he's like, "Oh yeah, that's waffle." Dude, it might be a waffle for you. Someone with half a brain can't track this the simplest of things. He was stupid not to admit that part. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would expect them to admit that part. Wait, this guy's too slow to even recognize that he literally brought the context onto his video. If he didn't, I would have brought it up and be like, "Look how disingenuous this guy is." But regardless, both ways he's cooked. Like, he got cooked on the live already. There's no way for him to frame it other than him looking deceptive or just it not looking bad at all. He doesn't know we've been saying that you could have called Jesus the metaphorical son of God. Yeah, so he's just trying to get a clip at the end. You could tell. He kept baiting and switching. Oh, could you say he's the metaphorical begotten son of God? And then he switched to, oh no, but you could say he's the begotten son of God in the way that John uses it in this ontological way. So yeah, he just kept baiting and switching to try to get a clip. He failed.
Explain how the Quran is more historical than the Bible. And he uses Q. And towards the end of the conversation, he literally commits shirk. I mean, we're going to have to start calling this guy Shirk Responds after this.
There's a more miraculous case with Mary, with her birth, and I think John the Baptist's mother, I think maybe Hannah or something.
How does this prove that your narrative of 3 nights
It's more
is
historical.
more
I'll get there. I'll get there. Because it's
It
more
seems like
historical.
you're going to bring up you seem like you're going to bring up passages other than...
I'm not.
All right, I didn't even put that clip for that. Okay. Point being, no Muslim would ever say, I committed shirk in that life. The most a Muslim would say is, hey, I don't believe it's possible in the past to use metaphorical son of God, which is fine. You can hold that view. That's valid. However, there's another valid scholarly view that is prominent, that it was possible that Jesus ﷺ did use the term son of God, possibly so within the biblical framework, right?
I just want to establish this point that he's more denigrated in the Gospel of Luke in this nativity narrative than in the Quran. The Quran actually gets this more right, because look at this. In this academic source, Marcus T. Wald, a commentary on Q. Just let me finish. Brother, let me finish.
Look how much he's manifesting like a little coward, bro. Like, seriously. Imagine someone's trying to pull up a source. Compare this to when he brought up a scholarly source and he was reading about Q. I didn't say anything. I was like, all right, bring your source. This guy, when I'm bringing my source, he's like,
really need me to, brother, I'm going to drop you until you finish this. You're breaking my flow. You're breaking my flow.
Dean, the nativity has nothing to do...
Okay, so that's the first time I dropped him. Second time I dropped him, similar scenario. Kept interrupting me. I'm like, bro, like, what do you want me to do? I'm not gonna keep you on the panel and you just keep interrupting. We're trying to have a dialogue. I speak, you speak. I speak, you speak. So here he spoke, and I want to speak. I'm giving my source. Doesn't let me speak. At the end, he spoke, made his point, and then I wanted to speak. And he kept interrupting before. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna drop you for a second. I'm gonna bring you back up. So he can't use the excuse of that I dropped him. Therefore, we're not gonna speak about the Christian dilemma.
Gosh,
okay, at this point, I get dropped and he's trying to waffle. He's actually going off topic. He's
trying to... What an idiot. I'm trying to waffle. Bro, wallahi, uqsam billah. This is the literal essence of my point. The essence of my point was to read the academic source and to make the point. And this guy's like, oh, he's just saying a bunch of waffle, and he skips over it. See how disingenuous these dogs are? Anyone watching, even if you disagree with my point, that's fine. Anyone watching, whether it be Christian or Muslim, will tell you that Deen really wanted to emphasize that point. That's even why he dropped you, you dirty dog. The reason why I dropped you is because I really wanted to emphasize that point. You were breaking my flow. I was trying to make the point. And he says, oh, it's just a bunch of waffle. Oh my days. And he skips over it, command as well.
About the nativity, which has nothing to do with Zechariah having a baby with Elizabeth, and Muhammad saying Zechariah couldn't speak for 3 nights, and the Bible, Luke 1, saying that he couldn't speak for the entire term of the pregnancy. So I'm prompting him to stay on topic, but he wants to go off topic, derail, and go to Q. So when I get back on stage, this is what I ask him.
The earliest source.
Okay, so he skips over me reading from Q, making my point. Also, what he does is he says, "Oh, this doesn't have anything to do with the 9 months versus 3 days." Luke says 9 months. He was silent. The Quran says 3 days. Oh, yes, it does. First of all, I gave him a reason. First of all, I gave a reason why it's 3 days instead of 9 months. It was to elevate the status of John the Baptist and Zechariah. That's the first thing. Okay. That was the first thing, and he omitted that from the video. And he says, oh, it's a bunch of waffle. He omitted this part where I mentioned the reason why it's 3 days instead of 9 months. It was 3 days in the Quran because Zechariah was made to be silent until at the sign that his wife was impregnated and not barren anymore is that he'll be unsilenced, right? So he's going to be silent for 3 days. During this period, he's going to try to impregnate his wife. Then after the 3rd day, he won't be mute anymore. I said this before to him. He even understood it. He mentioned it in the video. You guys can go watch it. You guys can go watch it in my my recent post. So that's the thing. The first point was 3 days or 9 months. I gave him the reason behind the conscious edit. There's a reason behind it. There's a motive. It's not just random. He's just getting it wrong. That's the first thing. Okay. Second thing, what's the relevancy of Q? Can anyone in the comments that watched it, look, I don't even have to say it. Anyone who watched the video or the live, what was the reason why I brought up Q? How is it relevant to this context of Luke giving a story about Zechariah? If Q elevates the status of John the Baptist, saying he's more than a prophet and doesn't denigrate him, how is that relevant? I'll wait for the comments to come in. So how is that relevant if Q doesn't denigrate John the Baptist and elevates him, while Luke does? Luke does denigrate him and portrays him in a lesser sense. So I'll let you guys answer that. In the meantime, I'm going to read this. Isn't this the guy that put Chris's bloody face on his Patreon to promote it? Can't believe people take... Yeah, he's obviously doing it for the money. Because the Quran gets it historically correct. Yeah. So here we go. Point being, Q depicts John the Baptist in an elevated light, in a good light. Luke depicts him in a bad light. So what justification do we have now? The justification is we can say that Luke was taking from a story about Zechariah and was doing propaganda. Okay? Propaganda against John the Baptist to lower his status while Jesus is being elevated. Okay? So now we have justification to say that the story that Luke has is distorted because it's distorting the earliest version we have, which is Q, where John the Baptist isn't denigrated and his family isn't denigrated. Therefore, we have justification to say Luke is distorting the narrative. Okay? So let me go through the comments here. Akhi, stop using Q. John the Baptist says Jesus is the judge in the day of judgment. Show me. Show me where he says he's the ultimate judge in the day of judgment. You guys don't know what you're talking about. We can only genuinely no. There's nothing in there that contradicts, dude. I assure you, you haven't even tried to reconcile anything. Okay, so let's continue here.
Jesus' sayings. Now, John the Baptist's life in Q, dated around 50 AD by scholars. John the Baptist isn't denigrated. The Quran's conception is there, showing that this is a proof for Islam now. Thank you. You just showed us that the Quran gets John the Baptist and Jesus better.
Okay. I got 2 questions. What is Q?
Q is the earliest gospel of the common material that's between Luke and Matthew. The majority of scholars agree today it existed.
Does it exist?
Yeah, majority of scholars agree it existed.
Physically, does it exist?
Does your conspiracy oral tradition physically exist?
I'm asking a very simple question, D.
Yo, he what an idiot. Oh, Q being a hypothetical means it doesn't exist. Okay, so your conspiracy oral tradition where Zechariah was mute for 3 days, that's because that's a hypothetical that you're positing, therefore it doesn't exist. Okay. That's obviously not the case. Look, it's possible that conspiracy tradition exists. That's possible. Yeah? That is possible. However, same thing with Q. Q is possible. Okay. Hypotheses can be possible. Okay. Then we look at the data to see how likely they are, you idiot, you imbecile. So what's the evidence this conspiracy oral tradition exists? Nada. Nothing. What's the evidence that Q exists? The way that Luke and Matthew connect each other with their material. You imbecile, you idiot. And the fact that we know Matthew and Luke already copy from a source, copying from Mark. The way that they copy from Mark shows us that they're likely also copying from Q, as scholars have posited. Let's see here. Let's continue.
Physically, does Q exist?
Yeah, it exists within Matthew and Luke. Yeah,
okay, so is it a hypothetical theory?
It's a hypothetical document posited out of necessity.
I didn't ask you that.
As said by John Clopin.
I didn't ask you that. Do the scholars agree that it's a hypothetical theory?
It's a hypothetical theory that's needed for it to make sense between all the data of the Gospels, yeah.
Okay, so Q is a hypothetical theory. Therefore, how could it exist
physically? That's needed. A hypothetical theory that's needed.
How could this hypothetical theory exist physically?
Because to best...
How could a hypothetical theory exist physically? Oh my God. My brain, wallah. How could a hypothetical theory exist physically? Okay. Well, if I have a hypothetical theory that, let's make it so simple. We have a crime scene. Okay. I see that someone's head was jabbed in from the back. Okay. And it seems like this was done with a weapon. I could say, look, I have a theory that someone used a hammer to hit this guy at the back of the head and murder him. Okay? In my hypothesis, in my theory, there is a theoretical hammer. Okay? Just because I'm positing a theory with a hammer, it doesn't mean that hammer doesn't exist. You absolutely, bro, this guy's mentic, bro. He's like literally like brain dead as hell.
Explain the data between Matthew and Luke. Q is posited. It makes the best sense of it.
Yes, because it's a hypothetical theory, which means that it's
created
to justify.
Brother, can you say it's a hypothetical theory that's needed according to these scholars?
No. It's a hypothetical theory, which means that it hasn't been proven to be true. That's why it's theoretical. Do you know what theoretical means?
Oh my
do you know
God,
what something being theoretical? Dean, do you know what it means to be theoretical? Do we have to pull up the definition right now?
Yeah, just because something's a theory, it doesn't mean that it isn't proven. For example, do you believe in gravity?
Brother, if it's a
it's a hypothetical theory.
Theory.
Gravity's a theory. You know that, right?
It's a hypothetical theory. Do you agree?
Yeah.
It's a hypothetical theory, right, Dean?
Okay, I'm going to repeat it for the third time.
Which means
it's
that the gospel
it's a
of Q
hypothetical. But you asked me a
does not
question.
exist.
It's no. It's hypothetical,
Alright, bro.
posited out of necessity.
Okay.
The scholars say it's posited out of necessity to make best sense of Matthew and Luke. Okay, if Q doesn't exist, how do you explain the common material? Go ahead.
Okay, let me read this to you, and then we can go back because you're running away from the conscious edit.
I just proved to you it's more historical. I'm not running, bro. Bro, don't shift the narrative. I just gave you a historical account.
Dean, you talked about a depiction of John, not whether the story of Zechariah being able to speak for 3 nights compared to the entire term of the pregnancy being his.
Sorry, guys. Someone was calling me. I'm gonna have to actually repeat this because I wasn't listening.
It's a hypothetical theory, right, Dean?
Okay, I'm going to repeat it for the third time.
Which means that the gospel
it's a
of Q
hypothetical. But you asked me a
does not
question.
exist.
It's no. It's hypothetical,
Alright, bro.
posited out of necessity.
Okay.
The scholars say it's posited out of necessity to make best sense of Matthew and Luke. Okay, if Q doesn't exist, how do you explain the common material? Go ahead.
Okay, let me read this to you, and then we can go back because you're running away from the conscious edit.
I just proved to you it's more historical. I'm not running, bro. Bro, don't shift the narrative. I just gave you a historical account.
Dean, you talked about a depiction of John, not whether the story of Zechariah being able to speak for 3 nights compared to the entire term of the pregnancy being historical. You went and showed how there's some sort of talks about John elsewhere compared to the Quran.
1 second, guys. 1 second. Sorry, guys. I just had to help my parents with something. Let's go back. Sorry, guys. One more time. We're gonna have to go back because I had to go help my parents with something.
Story of Zechariah being able to speak for 3 nights compared to the entire term of the pregnancy being historical. You went and showed how there's some sort of talks about John elsewhere compared to the Quran. That did not clear up Zechariah not being able to speak for 3 nights in your Quran being more historical. You jumped to something completely different. Now, let me read this to you. The Gospel of Q is not.
Okay, you see how he made his point, and I let him read his source as well. I didn't say anything. Let him speak. I'll take my turn. I'm telling you. If we're on their panels, we would like have to struggle to get our points across. And guys, if anyone has any questions, just come up on the StreamYard. I'm not taking questions from comments right now.
Not a physical document that was discovered. So let me hear you say it's a physical document again.
It is a document that.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Again, the same example with the hammer. Someone gets murdered in a crime scene with a hammer, likely because that's what it seems like to be the case. I hypothesize, yeah, because what it looks like from the back of his head, he's hit by someone with a weapon. It seems like potentially it was done with a hammer. Just because I hypothesize a hammer, that doesn't make the hammer only a theory that doesn't exist in reality, possibly. Like what? And the more evidence we have for a hammer being used boosts the chances of the hypothetical being real. You idiot.
We know exists because of the common material between Matthew and Luke. However, we don't have a physical copy today.
The existence is theoretical.
Correct. Do majority of scholars accept it?
I don't care about that. The existence, the existence is theoretical. Correct?
But I know the evidence. Okay, give me evidence why it doesn't exist.
Apparently, Dean does not understand that a hypothetical theory about a document that has never been found and does not exist and has never been found to exist, somehow that means that it did exist and there's no evidence for me to prove that it doesn't exist. Let's go ahead and do a thought experiment. And since we're on this level of conversation.
Okay. Bro, what the heck did I even just hear? Point being, there's evidence. Obviously, there's evidence for existing. I'm not going to go into detail here. Look, guys, I'll make a video. Yeah, exactly, Hassouni, exactly. So, point being, if we go back to this, yeah. Look, I could make a video on Q's existence. That could be a whole 10, 15-minute video on its own, right? I'm not going to spend a lot of time here doing that because he didn't give an argument against Q for me to even do that, right? I told him, look, either Matthew copied from Luke, Luke copied from Matthew, or they both copied from a common source. Tell me which option. He didn't give me one, right? Because he's an idiot. He didn't even know these scholars existed that say Q doesn't exist or whatever, right? You're gonna find scholars disputing anything, right? What matters is the evidence they bring, and I'm telling you, he doesn't know that these scholars say that it existed. Sorry, that it existed with evidence. Obviously, he doesn't know the evidence that they bring. Give me a short answer. If I say a Gospel of Tevin existed in the 3rd century, but it's a hypothetical theory, does the Gospel of Tevin exist? Oh my God. Oh my God. There's no evidence for the Gospel of Tevin existing, Yahmar, you donkey. You absolute buffoon. You idiot. You imbecile. Oh my days. This guy's not real. How can you compare a made-up gospel you made on the spot to all the data we have about Q, where the majority of scholars accept it exists? What an idiot. Guys, this isn't even the live discussion I had with him when he was saying hypotheticals don't mean it exists. Hypotheticals, actually no, he said more than that. Hypotheticals doesn't necessarily mean it exists. Okay, that's granted. Hypotheticals means it doesn't exist physically. What? What are you talking about? Now look, if I say out of nowhere, oh, the gospel of blah blah blah, I hypothesize it exists. That's different to me saying the gospel of Q exists, because the gospel of Q has evidence existing between the verbatim material that Matthew and Luke has. And I don't posit random material. I posit the common material that Matthew and Luke has that they don't have with Mark. That common material we're going to call Q, because there's verbatim overlaps between them. If there's verbatim overlaps, it's very likely someone's copying. So either Matthew copied from Luke, Luke copied from Matthew, or they both copied from a common source. I can give you arguments that they copied from a common source and not from each other. But you won't even concede to begin with that they copied, which is ridiculous. It's apologetic bullcrap. Seriously.
Conversation with Dean, let's go ahead and talk to ChatGPT, our good friend. Give me a short answer. If I say a Gospel of Tevin existed in the 3rd century, but it's a hypothetical theory, does the Gospel of Tevin exist? No. If it's hypothetical, then the Gospel of Tevin doesn't actually exist. It's just an idea, not a real text.
You guys want to test this? Look, here. Is there a Christian in the comments? I'll let a Christian steelman him. Exactly, Abdullah. He's so dumb. He's actually giving me like just beautiful content right here, like just to highlight how dumb these guys are. Here, let's look at it. Is there a Christian in the comments that can steelman life? Any Christians here that could steelman him? Any Christians here? If not, we're just gonna have to go to a consensus of the viewers and myself. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, what are we gonna ask ChatGPT? We're gonna ask ChatGPT the same way that he asked ChatGPT. Okay, here we go. I haven't written anything yet here. Okay. Don't give me a biased response based on my previous questions. Okay, so let's start with that. In case they say, oh, yeah, he made sure that blah, 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 blah. Okay, he made sure that he gives the answer he wants. Okay, look. So what we're going to say is, if scholars say that Q exists as a hypothetical, does that then mean that, oh, let's not even say it exists. Just say Q as Q is a hypothetical that they believe Q doesn't exist. Does that mean you're misrepresenting him? I want to make sure I steelman him. That's what he's saying, right? If scholars say that Q exists, as a hypothetical, does that then mean that they believe Q doesn't exist? Or we can say, look, we can just say is a hypothetical. Yeah, sorry, that's what I was meant to put. If scholars say that Q is a hypothetical, does that then mean that they believe Q doesn't exist? Am I strawmanning him here? This is your opportunity now to say. Okay. Does it look like I'm strawmanning? Is a hypothetical theory? Okay, I'll add that here. Let's make sure that we get exactly what he's trying to say from ChatGPT, because he wants to use ChatGPT, right? Okay. Let's see what ChatGPT has to do about this. Okay. Anything else? Is this steelmanning him? Yep. Okay. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT now. No, calling Q a hypothetical theory does not mean scholars believe it doesn't exist. It means something more precise. What hypothetical actually means. In academic fields, especially biblical studies, hypothetical means hasn't been directly discovered. It is inferred from evidence, not invented arbitrarily. Okay, so let's ask it. Okay, don't worry about why scholars. We'll get to that in the future. I don't want to waste time on that. Okay, here we go. So, appealing to AI doesn't do much because he just cooked himself. Now, I'm going to ask it, if I posit a random gospel existing in the 3rd century with zero data to support its existence, is this analogous to Q? Because that's what he did, right? If I posit a random gospel existing in the 3rd century with zero data to support its existence, let's just do that. Is this analogous to Q? Short answer, no. That wouldn't be analogous. What makes Q different is that it's not a random guess. It's an inference from specific textual data. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks for bringing up AI into the equation, Life.
Text. This is what I'm simply arguing to Dean. The scholars say it doesn't exist. I just read it to you.
Which one?
Where?
What
do you mean? It's a
just because it's hypothetical, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
Dean, please do not be dishonest with your audience, bro.
Life. Just because something's hypothetical doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Dude, it's a consensus that the Gospel of Q is a hypothetical theory amongst scholarly research. Now let's go back to Luke and Zechariah in your Quran, and which one of the stories is actually more historical instead of dealing with a physical document that was never found, as we literally just talked about.
No, the scholars believe it exists. You're equivocating. Just because they say it's hypothetical doesn't mean they don't believe it exists.
You claimed it was a physical document, but I just showed you that no physical document of Q was
You
ever
don't have
discovered.
to find it to know.
Oh my day, bro. Wallahi, this is giving me a headache, guys. Oh my god. Can't believe I have to deal with these guys, man. It's such a waste of time. Should be working on my book right now. Scholars say it doesn't exist. Life talking about the gospel of Q. Yeah. The same he's listen, guys. He's trying to say that those scholars that call it hypothetical, okay? Those scholars that call it a hypothetical don't believe it actually really exists. How stupid is that? All right, let's just rewind this a bit here.
No, the scholars believe it exists. You're equivocating. Just because they say it's hypothetical doesn't mean they don't believe it exists.
You claimed it was a physical document, but I just showed you that no physical
Yeah, these scholars also say it's a physical document. They don't say it's just oral.
document of Q was
You don't have
discovered.
to find it to know. Okay, let me put it this way, yeah?
Now, before he waffles anymore, we're going to get two scholars here that literally agree with my position. Okay, so the first scholar is going to be Thomas Edgar. Some scholars assume that this document must have existed in one form or another. For example, G.N. Stanton says that we can be reasonably certain that Q existed as a written document, 650. Yet scholars such as Thomas Edgar vehemently deny its existence. Edgar states that Q has never been seen, nor is there any evidence that such a document ever existed. That is my position. That's what I'm telling Dean. For some reason, he has a problem with that. Let's keep going. Let's get one more scholar, Mark Goodacre, and it says 10 reasons to question Q. No one has ever seen Q. Current literature on Q abounds with editions of Q, investigations into its studies on the communities that were behind it, and analysis of their theology. In such circumstances, it is worth allowing ourselves the sober reminder that there is no manuscript of Q in existence. No one has yet found even a fragment of Q. His point number 2, no one has ever heard of Q. No ancient author appears to have been aware of the existence of Q. And he gives 8 more reasons. The link to these documents will be in the description.
If you have a crime.
Okay. Do you guys know what he just did there? How he baited and switched? I'm gonna let you guys answer that. Okay. All right. Let me just do this here. All right. If someone's if you're not engaging in the topic, I'm just gonna ban you guys. Okay. Okay. So, look, guys. Do you guys know what he did right here when he brought up the scholars that don't believe in the Q hypothesis? Did you guys notice what he did here? I'll give you guys a sec because I want to make sure everyone's understanding what's happening here. Yeah, it's not just me like gaslighting you guys here. I just want you guys to understand what he's done. You guys have your own minds to critically think. Okay? So, what did he do here once he brought up scholars that say that Q doesn't exist? Okay? So, we're discussing Q. And then now he's bringing up scholars that say it doesn't exist. Okay, they don't believe it was a written document, which wasn't his point earlier. He picked biased sources, minority opinion. True. I'm looking for something more specific here. The more specific point is, okay, let's see here. Yes, exactly what I was looking for. The context of the convo was there are scholars that accept the Q hypothesis, not that we're talking about scholars that don't accept the hypothesis. Exactly. That's exactly what I was looking for. The context of the convo when I was speaking to him was Q is a hypothesis, it's a hypothetical document, therefore it doesn't exist. He's trying to say that all these scholars that I mentioned that will say it's a hypothesis, will say it's a hypothetical document, he was trying to say that means it doesn't exist. That's not what those scholars say. Then he shifted to now, hey, there are scholars that believe this hypothetical document doesn't exist. That's not the context of the convo, Habibi. The context of the convo life was, we're talking about scholars that believe it's a logical necessity. And the context to show you that's what we're talking about is that I bring up a scholarly source that says it's a logical necessity, and yet he still says that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that scholar believes it exists. What an idiot! Honestly, honest to God. Here we go. He's appealing to scholars who question Q's existence. So let's read it one more time because there's no document available. Instead of using scholars who critique Q doesn't exist as a theory that's necessary. Yeah, exactly. So, as you're going to see, the context of the convo was never some scholars say it doesn't exist. Granted, some scholars say that. Give me the arguments that it doesn't exist. Don't just appeal to scholarship. He never did that, obviously. He doesn't know Jack. He didn't even know Mark Goodacre existed until after probably someone gave him a source. Or probably he just searched on Google or whatever.
Crime scene, and you hypothesize in this hypothetical scenario. When I see this crime scene, what's actually happened here is this guy's grabbed a hammer and hit him on the back of the head. That's a hypothetical situation that's occurred. Now we can't see that tangibly. That doesn't mean that it didn't. That doesn't mean that it didn't really happen.
Yeah,
now, if someone comes up, wait, let me finish.
You're taking the position.
So it's the same. So it's the same way Just because you can't see it tangibly, it doesn't mean that that didn't really happen. In the same way, just because you can't see tangibly Q, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Now, John Kloppenberg, in his work, Q, the Earliest Gospel, he says that Q is posited out of logical necessity. Do you agree with John Kloppenberg when he says Q is posited out of logical necessity?
Okay, thank you. So if Q is posited out of logical necessity and you're willing to use Q, then I am positing out of logical necessity that Muhammad heard the wrong story and retold it.
Where's your evidence? My evidence of Q existing is the common material.
Thank you. Now evidence.
What's your evidence?
Hold on. Now all of a sudden evidence matters. So when I'm asking you for evidence,
okay,
hold on. So notice how when I'm
I can give you evidence why Q exists.
Notice how when I'm asking you for evidence of Q, right?
Yeah.
You're not able to give it to me because the people who coined it, the scholars who coined it, it literally admits that it's a hypothetical theory, and they.
Okay, you see that? I told him, what was the context, guys? The context was John Kloppenberg says it's positive out of logical necessity, and we can't even get to the point about showing evidence Q exists because of the fact that this guy can't get it through his thick skull that saying something's a hypothetical doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily exist, right? So he can't say the context of the convo was, oh, we're talking about Mark Goodacre and all these other scholars that say he doesn't exist. No, we're talking about John Kloppenberg who says it's positive out of logical necessity. So don't run from that. Don't shift the goalpost. You see how badly they shift the goalposts and they bait and switch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Conspiracy narration is not logical necessity. Exactly. We could have went to the I even give him a bit of the evidence, and he runs away. Either Matthew copied from Luke copied from Matthew, or they both copied a common source because there's verbatim material between them. He doesn't want to engage. Obviously, he doesn't know jack about it. That's why.
Out of necessity,
they
reconstructed
it for answers that they are looking for. Now, the problem that you're having, Dean, is that you are being, what's it called, a hypocrite when you're wanting to use Q and saying that it's a logical necessity, but then when I use my theory as a logical necessity, you're saying, oh, no, this doesn't work.
The difference is your one isn't actually out of necessity because you don't have good reasons to believe it.
What is illogical about this?
He just cut out my response. Beautiful.
My argument is that Muhammad must have heard these stories from somewhere. If it's possible for him to hear the wrong story and retell that wrong story, and he thinks that he's telling the right story, what is illogical about that? And he says, we don't really have evidence for my claim. Yes, I do. The fact that the wrong story is in the Quran and the right story is in Luke 1. If he retells this story that is found in Luke 1 that predates him by hundreds of years, then that means that my evidence is actually more stronger because I actually have
more stronger. Wow. Thanks, bro. More stronger, yeah. All right. Anyways, so he's conflating two things here. He's conflating that the author of the Quran is making up, or he's confirming conspiracy oral traditions. Yeah. So that's one, right? He's conflating that with the historicity of what the Quran is saying. He's conflating the two. They're not the same thing, and he's mixing them together. That's why I kept trying to show him that. That's why I kept trying to show him that these are two different things. Whether he heard a conspiracy oral tradition or he's consciously editing Luke is a different question to its historicity, and he's mixing them again, the idiot. Regardless, so the first point is, look, guys, think from an atheist or Christian point of view. What is more likely? The author of the Quran is hearing or he knows of a tradition from Luke and he's editing it to make the prophets look better, like Zechariah and John the Baptist. Or he's hearing a conspiracy oral tradition that we have zero evidence for, zero manuscripts for, zero citations for. The only evidence is it's in the Quran. But not everything in the Quran has a precedent for it in the previous texts or previous traditions. So this is positing a conspiracy oral tradition, right? So he's saying, the author of the Quran, I have to say he's taking from a conspiracy oral tradition. I'm saying no, from an external perspective, it's more likely that he's consciously editing Luke, right? Obviously, even from an atheist or non-Muslim perspective, whatever it might be, that's more likely than the conspiracy oral tradition. He's just saying the conspiracy oral tradition because he doesn't want to admit conscious edits. Exactly. It's not even plausible. There's zero evidence of it. No evidence. We have countless traditions about John the Baptist and Zechariah. None of them has Zechariah being silent for 3 days. None of them.
evidence that a story that is very similar to what's being told in Luke 1 came out of his mouth, but it's different. What Dean doesn't understand is that he doesn't get to say, because I don't know who exactly Muhammad heard these stories from, therefore I get to just jump and say that it is from God. It doesn't work like that. If you're sick and tired,
I never said that, you idiots. Oh my days. Guys, who watched the live and knew the third? I literally told him it's a false dichotomy. Do you guys remember what I said? He's trying to look, he literally thinks in his stupid, small peanut brain, he thinks that the only two possible routes is either it's a Muslim has to say it's from God, or it's the case that he heard a conspiracy oral tradition. No. From an external perspective, non-Muslims can believe he's not hearing a conspiracy oral tradition, he's not getting it from God, but hey, he's consciously editing Luke. That's a third viable option, okay? So this is a false dichotomy. And I never said it's because it's from God, therefore. I said it's more likely the author of the Quran, without even positing it's God, it's more likely he's just consciously editing Luke rather than hearing a conspiracy oral tradition. So like, holy straw, man, dude. This is crazy.
all of these waffles Dean is making, let's go ahead and show him why it's not smart for him to use Q at all.
Okay, you quoted a scholar, I'm gonna quote a scholar here. Scholars did not invent Q out of a fascination for mysterious or lost documents.
Oh my
Q is
gosh.
posited from logical necessity. So
Congratulations.
So what the point is that scholars posit this because it best explains the data, nothing else explains it better. So which hypothesis explains the data better between Matthew and Luke, the common material, rather than Q? What better explains it? Go ahead.
Brother, I'm not here to talk about a hypothetical theory. How many times do I have
You
to
have to,
explain that
you have
to
to, because I'm saying it's historical. And if it's
Brother,
historical, then I have justification.
I'm not about to go back and forth about someone else's hypothetical theory that you wouldn't even accept in accordance with Islam. If I go into Q right
What do you
now, I could use Q to debunk Islam as well. And then you're just going to say he's consciously editing Q as well too. The problem that you're having is that you don't really...
Nothing in Q contradicts with Islam.
Sure.
Anyway,
Okay. So when Jesus is referred to as the Son of God and refers to the Father, I guess that doesn't.
that's fine.
I guess that
That's
doesn't.
fine.
Okay, so
where,
call Allah your father.
where in the Quran
Okay,
hadith?
call Allah your Father and call Jesus the Son of God right now.
Where in the Quran or the hadith
Call
says
Allah your
that,
Father and call Jesus
no,
the Son of God.
because
Right
you're
now.
showing my position. My position is that in the past it was allowed, possibly, for prophets to call Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Father. There's no evidence in the Quran and Sunnah to conflict with that. Can you give me a source that conflicts with that from the Quran and Sunnah?
Yeah, nowhere does it ever say that your God allowed Jesus to ever be called the Son of Him.
Nowhere does it contradict it either.
It
So it's
does,
possible.
because it does. He
Where?
says that he has no
Where?
sons.
Show me.
Your Quran says that he has no
Show me.
sons.
Show
Bro.
me.
What do you
Show
mean?
me. Show me.
Brother Dean,
I'll
stop
wait.
wasting my time.
I'll wait.
Man. I'm
I want to see the
I'm not
source.
gonna play games with
You
bro.
made a claim. I want to see the source. Where does he say you can't call Allah your Father or Allah can't call you His Son in any context where
No,
it's
I'm asking
metaphorical?
you, does Allah have a son named Jesus?
It's possible in the past
Does
that
it? No,
he was
according
termed
to the Quran.
the Son of God. In the same,
According to the Quran, does Allah have a
let
father?
me finish
Does
my
Allah have a
answer.
son named Jesus?
Life. There is nothing in the Quran and Sunnah that contradicts the idea that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala
Bro, you about to
called
make me
Jesus the
waste
Son
my
of God
time. You about to make me
in
waste my
the
time
same
to get a
sense.
Quran verse,
Let me
bro.
finish, brother. Let me finish.
Once again, here's a Muslim wasting time knowing what his Quran says, but trying to make something fit that just simply does not. Let's check these verses out real quick. And to warn those who say Allah has taken a son.
That's in the context. Bro, he's literally going to make my point for me. All of these verses, and that's why I told him to get the verse. All of these verses are talking about an ontological son. All of them. All of them. Literally. Look.
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish.
Once again, here's a Muslim wasting time knowing what his Quran says, but trying to make something fit that just simply does not. Let's check these verses out real quick. And to warn...
Okay, to warn those who say Allah has a son, okay? Just, bro, it's so simple. For all of these, we're going to go to the tafsir, okay? Let's have a look. All right. And to warn those, this is from Ibn Kathir, yeah? To warn those who say Allah has begotten the child. Ibn Ishaq said, these are the pagan Arabs who said, we worship the angels who are the daughters of Allah. So is that literal begottenness or is that metaphorical? Is that literal, guys, or is that metaphorical? What's being condemned here? A literal child or a metaphorical child? Obviously, it's literal. That's what's being condemned. Yo, Dean, say it here on air. Jesus, the begotten Son of Allah. Okay, we don't use these terms. But if you mean begotten Son of Allah, in the sense that Psalm 2:7 says that David is the begotten Son of God, then sure, brother, sure, buddy. By that meaning, if Jesus is the Davidic king and he's begotten by God in that sense, then that meaning is completely fine. We don't use these terms. If you're using those biblical terms to describe Jesus, this is perfectly fine. So I have you saying that David's the begotten Son of God and Jesus is the begotten Son of God. There you go. Yep. Hopefully that helps you, John, buddy.
On those who say Allah has taken a son. And they said the most
All right, here's another one. Surah Al-Anbiya, verse 39. Let's look at that. Twenty-one, 26. Here we go. And they say the most let's see. Okay, so and they say the most compassionate has an offspring. Glory be to him. In fact, those angels are only his honored servants. So again, this is ontological. Yeah, we can even go to the tafsir here. Did I miss it? Here we go. Yep. Some of the Arabs believe that the angels are the daughters of Allah. Okay. What does that mean? Is that metaphorical or ontological? Yeah, Gabi. We're gonna go through all of them are literally literal daughters, literal sons.
efficient has taken himself a son. Holy is he, nay, they are honored bondsmen. He beget none, nor was he begotten.
All right. Let's go to that again. I'm not sure if the tafsir will actually lay it out explicitly for Surah Al-Ikhlas, but let's have a look. Let's see. But again, this obviously will be interpreted as ontological. There we go. Yeah. Okay. He begets not, nor was he begotten, and there's none comparable to him. Meaning he does not have any child, parent, or spouse. Mujahid said, and there's none comparable to him. This means he doesn't have a spouse. This is Allah says. He's the originator of the heavens and the earth. How can he have children when he has no wife? He created all things. He owns everything and he created everything. So how can he have a peer among his creatures who can be equal to him, or a relative who can resemble him? Okay. Here's another one. And they say Ar-Rahman has begotten son, etc., etc. Right? So this is Surah Maryam as well as in the context of Christians saying, Jesus is the Son of God. Obviously, they mean it in a literal sense. Yeah. So yeah, that's the point there. Yeah. Okay. So obviously, when it says there's no one who can be equal to him, this is in the case of ontology. He's sharing his nature with someone. Obviously, again, this is ontological. This is not metaphorical. All right. See the next one. Literally, all these examples will be.
Allah has not taken any child for himself.
Yeah. Okay. 2391. I mean, I guess maybe the context even shows. Allah has not taken any child for himself, and nor is there any God along with him. If it were so, each God would have taken. This is in the context of there being other gods. Like, obviously, this is ontological. But anyways, I'll show you all these tafsir say it's ontological, like daughters, literal sons, being made equal with God. Obviously, Jesus and David being called the begotten son of God, right? In the context of being the Davidic Messiah, is not making them equal with God. And in that sense, that's what we're saying in meaning was possibly said in that sort of wording, but we don't use that wording today. So let's just bring up this. Let's see, 2391. Let's go down here. Yeah, meaning if it were decreed that there would be plurality of deities, each of them would have exclusive control over each other, right? Then it says, moreover, if there were a number of gods, etc., etc. Yeah, so obviously this is the context of taking gods other than Allah by saying he has a child. You know, obviously, you're not making partners with Allah when you say that David is the begotten son. Okay?
And nor is there any other God along with him.
In the same sense, in Psalm 2:7, where David is called the son of God as the Davidic messianic king. In that sense, there's nothing that contradicts Islam with that, no.
Does Allah have a son named Jesus? Is what I'm asking.
In a metaphorical sense, it's possible that he was turned down.
I didn't ask you if it's possible. Does he?
And the meaning of son, as in servant, in this metaphorical way, yes.
Okay. Very clearly. If you mean it in that way, then that's a fine meaning, but we don't use that term today. It's very clear.
Okay. So, Al-Baqarah 116 says, they say Allah has taken a son. Exalted is he, rather to him belongs whatever is in the heavens and the earth. All are devoutly obedient to him.
Okay. So
does this, so what is it? So is he not saying in that verse that he doesn't have a son?
Okay. They say Allah has offspring. Who's they?
Brother, it doesn't matter. Does Allah have a son?
Yes, it does matter.
Does your God have a son named? Does your God
Obviously, they are the Christians or the pagans, like we just read so many times.
Have a son named Jesus?
We'll use Ibn Kathir here. I'll help you out here. Ibn Kathir can help you out. Okay. They say Allah has offspring. Indeed, you have brought forth a terrible evil thing, whereby the heavens and earth are the most torn, that they ascribe a son to the most gracious, but not suitable for him, that Allah should beget a son. There is none in the heavens and earth, but comes unto the most gracious as a servant. Verily, he knows each one of them and has consulted the full count.
But it is not suitable. It is not suitable that the most gracious that he should beget a son.
Yes.
So does he have a son, a begotten son named Jesus?
We're gonna get there.
Does he have a begotten son named Jesus? According to the biblical
authors,
he does.
We're getting there. We need to read. I'm giving you the context before I give you the response. The context for this verse, as reported from this hadith, the son of Adam has denied me. That is not his right. He has insulted me, and that is not his right. As for the denial of me, he claimed that I'm unable to bring him back as he used to be. As for insulting me, he claimed that I have a son. All praise is due to me. It is unbefitting that I should have a wife or a son. Is this in the sense of a?
Doesn't matter in a sense.
Yes, it does matter.
Okay,
because
so you see how it says wife or son. That's obviously in the context of having a literal child, not metaphorical.
Okay, so is Jesus metaphorically the son of God?
Yes, I'm going to get to now.
No, according to Islam, is Jesus metaphorically the son of Allah?
Yes, brother.
No, not in the past. It doesn't just stop.
In the meaning of son of God, if you mean in the servant sense, yes, that's fine.
Is Jesus metaphorically the begotten son of Allah, bro?
In this metaphorical sense of servitude, yes, that's fine.
Yes, no, Quranically.
Yes.
So yes,
yes, Quran, brother. What do you mean by begotten son of God when you say it?
Wow, Quranically, Jesus is the begotten, metaphorically the begotten son of Allah.
The same way that David is the begotten son of God in the metaphorical way. Yeah.
Allah. I'm talking about Allah. We're not talking about the Bible right now. Quranic theology.
God. Yeah, Quranically, there's no issue in saying that Allah has a metaphorical son.
No, I don't care about. There's no issue with saying is he, because the Bible says clearly he is.
What do you mean by begotten?
I mean what you mean, metaphorically begotten.
Servitude, yes.
Okay, guys, I want you to remember this. I mean what you mean, metaphorically begotten. What did I say metaphorically is begotten here? It means being the Davidic king, right? Like I showed here. Okay? He's trying so hard here to bait and switch and try to clip me when it's just not happening. We can affirm a term being used in the past, right? And still affirm that term's meaning today without affirming the term today. And that's exactly what I'm telling him. So remember, he said, I'm saying metaphorical in the same way you are. Okay? So bear that in mind. He's saying metaphorical in the same way I am. And look how he just keeps trying to bait and switch.
Servitude, that's fine.
Not servitude, metaphorically begotten son.
Yeah.
You see how you don't know? So let's stop
Brother,
playing around with you.
You're doing this game of no.
Let's stop
Brother,
playing with you. Let's stop playing with you because you don't even agree with you.
Life, you're doing this game.
You don't even agree with you.
Life, you're doing this game of bait and switch. I told you from the beginning, servitude.
You wanted to talk about
then you ignore the fact that I said servitude. Then you said, oh, yeah,
you know I'm not talking about servitude.
No,
I'm talking about him being his actual son.
That's what I was asking you.
I'm talking about him being his actual son.
Okay, I'm talking about him being his actual son. Didn't you just say I mean in the same way you mean? Am I tripping, guys? Didn't he just say I mean metaphorical in the same way you mean? What a disingenuous kalb. Seriously. So he went from exactly, he just said I mean what you mean, and now he's saying, oh, you know what I bro, come on, dude. Like, bro. He's literally such an idiot.
Okay. Is other people besides Jesus called the begotten Son of God?
That's irrelevant to the point.
Yes, because that shows that you can be begotten in a metaphorical way.
Stop trying to.
You see how look at how many times he's interrupting me here, baiting and switching, just not making any sense, not being consistent, not making a consistent point, trying to clip me, baiting and switching. I'm still engaging with him, and look, I still give him the grace to even speak, right? When he does interrupt. Now, obviously, I'm justified in dropping him down here because he just does not stop interrupting and trying to bait and switch disingenuously.
No, stop trying to run off. According to the Bible,
I'm not trying to run off. When you say begotten son, that's ambiguous.
Stop trying to run
because
off.
Other people in the Bible besides Jesus are called the begotten Son of God.
Stop trying to run off. You know the
Look how many times he's interrupting, dude.
Bible teaches that Jesus is the only begotten Son. Stop running.
Second
Second
of
of
all,
all, your God
doesn't
have a metaphorically begotten son named Jesus. So the fact that you even said that is insane, and your viewers should be fearing you right now.
No, there's no issue. There's no issue if you mean in terms of servitude. There's no issue.
Well, this will.
And by the way, only begotten sons in John. It's not in Q, anyways. That's in John. His only begotten son, right? Obviously, that's not right because David's also called the begotten son.
Be up and we'll see if there's no issue later. Luke is okay, so let's go back to
the same way people in the Bible are called the begotten Son of God. It's metaphorical. Yeah.
Sure, Dean. Sure. So we just found out you really don't actually respect Q. You just want to use it at your leisure. When Q cooks you, you don't want to use it, and you have to justify and
almost all the scholars.
You gotta rub shoulders.
Life. Ibn Taymiyyah, Imam al-Ghazali, Imam al-Tufi, Ibn Kathir. They all agree with me that it was possible in the past to be used.
Am I asking you about something that was possibly able to be used in the past?
I'm telling you the meaning. I'm telling you the meaning matches.
How many times did I tell him it was the term was possibly used in the past, but the meaning is fine to affirm today, meaning the Davidic king. How many times I got to say to this guy? This guy's an idiot.
Am I asking you about something that was possibly able to be used in the past, or am I asking does your God have?
If your term means what I'm saying,
no, he isn't just metaphorically. I'm giving your position, what you're trying to do. He isn't metaphorically the begotten son of Allah,
literal, then no,
and then no longer metaphorically the begotten son of Allah anymore.
Say one more time.
He doesn't stop being, even from your terms, metaphorically the begotten son of Allah. He doesn't stop being that.
No, agreed. It just the title stopped being used.
So is Jesus okay? So is Jesus still the metaphorical begotten son of Allah?
Oh my God. I just told them that we don't use the title. We just affirm the meaning, you idiot.
What do you mean by that?
All right, Dean. All right, so Luke was ready.
You see how he doesn't want to answer what he means by that. He keeps baiting and switching like a dirty kalb that he is. Look, everyone heard at the beginning he said, I mean what you mean. Then he says, oh, we know what it means based on John, where he says he's the only begotten son. And then when I asked him metaphorically, what does it mean when you say it? He says, oh, blah, blah. He doesn't want to explain it.
No, you can say that for a second. I'm going to give you a Bible verse right now.
Bro, yeah. All right, I'm gone, bro.
Yeah, within 3 seconds, he leaves.
There you have it. He kicked me. So if y'all want to watch that full video, bro.
There you go. He kicked me. Yeah, dude. The same way I kicked you last time when you kept interrupting, and you kept interrupting here as well.
The link will be in the description and in the comments, but I kid you not, these Muslims will twist, turn, bend, fold, crumple up, and fit Islam in wherever it can fit just so that religion can be true. They don't want to let Muhammad be a false prophet, so they make up everything. Now, all of a sudden, Jesus can be the metaphorical begotten son of Allah. And then when you start to question him on that, what happened? He started to play games. He started to forget about what he's saying. He started to not know what he meant when he said what he said. He started to...
What? That was you, bro. What a gaslighter. What? I'm literally fact-checking you on your meanings. Keep baiting and switching. What a gaslighter, dude. What a gaslighter.
Switching all these hurdles. You see, he was throwing stuff out there, then pulling it back. Throwing it out there, then pulling it back. I couldn't get anywhere real with the conversation because...
Dude, Dude, all my days. All my days. Literally, let's rewatch this. I want to rewatch this. I want to see how many. Look, we will literally even go on paint. Here, let's get the. This is worth doing, actually. Let me share my screen. Yeah, I know we can see it, but I need to show this for any Christians that are watching that maybe they just take his word for it. I know we can see it. We just got to repeat it here. Here we go. All right. We're going to document my points, and we're going to see if it's consistent, okay? And we're going to document Life's point, okay? So first, let's see who made the first point here, and then we'll document it, okay? So let's go back here. We're going to see who was being inconsistent. And we're going to speed it up a lot, okay? Don't want to spend too much time here.
Use Q to debunk Islam as well. And you're just going to say he's consciously adding Q as well too. The problem that you're having is that you
Nothing in contradicts with
Sure.
Islam.
Okay. So when Jesus refers to the Son of God, he refers to the Father. I guess
That's fine.
that's
That's fine.
Call Allah your Father, call Jesus the Son of God right now.
Where in the Quran
Call Allah your Father and call Jesus the Son of God.
my position is that in the past it was allowed possibly for prophets to call Allah Father. There's no conflict with that. Can you give me a source conflict with that?
Okay. Here we go. So I make the first claim. What's the first claim? The first claim is that, let's pull this up. Here we go. Let's put out the text. Okay, so let me put this up. Okay, so Dean says it's possible the word was used in the past. We only now affirm the meaning, not that wording being used. Okay? So it's possible the words, we could say, the words begotten Son of God. Okay, so what we're going to do here, guys, is anytime I change what I say, I'm going to add a new point. Okay? If I ever change from this point, just let me know. Okay? And then we're going to do the same with Life. If he changes his point, then we're going to add a new point. Okay? And anytime I repeat my point, I'm going to put like a number, okay, next to it. All right? So we've said this one time so far. Okay, let's see what he says next. So this is the position I've laid out. Here we go. Yeah, that's what the Bible says, bro. The Bible literally says David is the begotten Son of God. Right there. Psalm 2:7. I will declare the decree. The Lord has said to me, you are my son. Today I have begotten you. This is David speaking. The point is, begotten Son of God in that context can mean the Davidic king. That's the point. Anyways, let's continue here.
Yeah, nowhere does it ever say that your God allowed Jesus to ever be called the son of him.
No, it doesn't contradict either.
It does, because it does. He says that he has no sons.
Show me,
Your Quran says that he has no sons. What do you mean? Brother, you stop wasting my time.
I want to see the source. You made it clear. I want to see the source. Where does it say you can't call Allah your father, or Allah can't call you his son? In any context,
Does Allah have a son named Jesus?
There's possible in the past. You said the son of God. Life. There's nothing in the Quran that contradicts the idea that Allah called Jesus the son of God. In the same sense,
Once again, here's a Muslim wasting time knowing what his Quran says, but trying to make something fit that just simply does not. Let's check these verses out real quick. And to warn those who say Allah has taken a son. And they said, the most efficient has taken himself a son.
Okay, so remember that what I wrote in Paint just now. I was using Paint. Yeah. So what I wrote in Paint right now is not contradictory to what he's saying now from all these verses, because all these verses are about literal sonship. Okay, so let's continue.
Holy is he, nay, they are honored bondsmen. He beget none, nor was he begotten. Allah has not taken any child for himself, and nor is there any other God along with him.
In the same sense, in Psalm 2:7, where David is called the son of God as the Messianic king. In that sense, it doesn't contradict the son of God. No.
Okay, so again, I give the example where it's metaphorical. Okay, so I'm going to add a point here. So I've emphasized twice now. My point is metaphorical. Okay, let's put it here. So we're going to put in brackets 2 times. Okay. Let's see how many times I repeat myself here.
Does Allah have a son named Jesus?
In a metaphorical sense, it's possible that you turn
It's possible. Does he?
Okay, it's possible that Jesus was termed that in a metaphorical sense. Okay, so I'm making it very clear what I mean by it in the metaphorical sense. Okay, so that's 3 times now.
And the meaning of son as in servant in this metaphorical way, yes.
Okay, 4th time now. Let's see. Now this is great, man. 4 times.
So, Al-Baqarah 116 says, they say Allah has taken a son. Exalted is he, rather to him belongs whatever is in the heavens and the earth. All are devoutly obedient to him.
So
is he not saying in that verse that he doesn't have a son?
They say Allah has offspring specifically.
But it doesn't matter. Does Allah
So
have a
it
son?
does matter.
They are the Christians, and this is ontological. So this still does not contradict what I said 4 times.
Does your God have a son named Jesus?
What you're saying here, they say Allah's offspring. Indeed, you have brought forth there, the heavens and earth was born. That they ascribe the son to the most gracious, not suitable for him, but Allah speaks of the son. There's none in heavens and earth that comes into the most gracious. Each one of them has
it's not suitable. It's not suitable that the most gracious that he should beget his son.
Yes.
So does he have a son, a begotten son named Jesus?
We're gonna get there.
Does he have a begotten son named Jesus? According to the law,
we're getting there. I'm giving you the context before I give you the response. The context of this verse, as reported from the hadith, the son of God is might be, but the son is right. He has insulted me, and the son is right. As for the no, he could not make me back as he used to be. As for insulting me, he could not have a son. All praise is due to me. It's not that I have a wife or a son. Is this in the sense of a? Yes,
So again, I'm making a distinction between the senses. All right. Okay. I told him how many times in a metaphorical sense. That's fine to affirm. Okay. I'm not going to even add that as a point. I'm going to be even gracious to him. I'm not going to add this one.
Is Jesus metaphorically the son of God?
Yes, I'm
No, according to Islam. Is Jesus metaphorically the son of God?
All right. 5th time. That's the 5th time now. Let's document that. Metaphorical sense as in servant. I keep repeating it, right? Okay, so let's see who's actually shifting here.
In the meaning of son of God, if you mean in the servant sense, yes, that's fine.
Is Jesus metaphorically begotten son of Allah?
All right, that's 6 times. Can anyone comprehend that speed? Yeah, I can, yeah. All right, 6 times now.
In this metaphorical sense of servitude, yes, that's fine.
Yes, no, correct.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, 7 times. Dang, bro. I thought I was shifting on what I meant by Son of God, and I was forgetting.
What do you mean by begotten son of God when you say
Wow,
that?
canonically, Jesus is metaphorically begotten
Yes,
son
the
of
same way that David is begotten son of God metaphorically, yeah.
Allah. Allah.
Here we go. Again, metaphorically, and I bring up Psalm 2:7. Brought it up twice now. Here we go. 8 times. See that? 8 times now.
We're not talking about
Quranically, there's no issue in saying that Allah has a metaphorical son.
No, I don't care about what you're saying.
Okay. Metaphorical sense. Again, I'm highlighting. I mean it in the metaphorical sense, as in servitude, as in the Psalm 2:7, right? So that's 9 times now. Okay. Let's keep going.
Is he? Because the Bible says clearly he is. I
What do you mean by begotten?
I mean what you mean. Metaphorically begotten.
Servitude, yes. Servitude.
I mean what you mean. Okay. Please, everyone that's been listening, he just said, I mean what you mean. Life says, I mean what you mean by begotten. Okay? And what do I mean by begotten? Okay. What I mean by begotten was in the use in the past, now we form the meaning. Okay. What was the meaning that I said? That it was either meaning of servant slash Davidic king in Psalm 2:7. I mentioned that a couple times. Okay. All right. So Dean says it's possible the words begotten Son of God was used in the past. We only affirm in the meaning of servant slash Davidic king in Psalm 2:7, not that the wording can be used. It's better say this. Can be used today. Okay. Life says, so let's put this in red just to highlight this fact. Life says, I mean what you mean by begotten. Oh, sorry guys, I'm not even sharing it. My bad. Okay. So life says, I mean what you mean by begotten. We even put the timestamp for Christians to look at it in the video. Okay. Timestamp was 1840. There you go. Yeah. So if he means what I mean, then he means it as servant or Davidic king, right? He doesn't mean it as in ontological, if he means what I mean. Okay. All right. So I'm glad we've established that. Okay. So let's see who changed their position. I repeated this 9 times. He said this 1 time. I mean, what you mean by begotten. Okay. So we've established that. Let's continue.
Servitude, metaphorically begotten son.
Yeah.
You see how you don't know? So that's
Okay. Let me just put this slower because we're getting it to the end here.
I don't care about there's no issue with saying is he, because the Bible says clearly he is. I don't
What do you mean by begotten?
I mean what you mean. Metaphorically begotten.
Servitude, yes. Servitude, that's fine.
Not servitude.
Okay. That's 10 times now, by the way. We're going to get this live edited, actually. This is going to be crazy. Live says, I mean what you mean by begotten. Okay. Now he shifted, if you guys noticed. So actually, let's put this as 1. That's his first point. Okay. His first point was, I mean what you mean at 1840. Okay. All right. But then he says here
that Allah has a metaphorical son.
No, I don't care about there's no issue with saying is he, because the Bible says clearly he is. I don't.
What do you mean by begotten?
I mean what you mean. Metaphorically begotten.
Servitude, yes.
I mean what you mean, 1840. And within 3 seconds, he contradicts himself.
Servitude, that's fine.
Not servitude. Metaphorically begotten son.
Metaphorically begotten son. Okay. But I told him what I meant. And he said, yeah, I mean what you mean. No, brother, he didn't engage with it. And he said he was going to engage in it. He's a disingenuous clown. Here we go. Okay. Life says, I mean what you mean by begotten. And then, what does he do here? He then says he doesn't agree with it meaning servitude. So within 3 seconds, he shifted. Within like 4 minutes or 5-10 minutes, whatever it was, I said it 10 times, dude. I said 10 times what I meant. And within, here, let's make this a different color. What should we use? Orange. Let's do orange. Okay. Life says, I mean what you mean. And within 3 seconds, he contradicts what I mean. What an idiot. And then he has the nerve to gaslight his audience that I shifted. Can you give me the link for the video? Just watch the recent video I have on the channel. All right. And wait for tomorrow, inshallah. We're going to post the second part. We split it into 2 parts because it was very long.
Yeah.
You see how you don't know? So let's stop
Brother,
playing around with you.
You're doing.
So servitude is. I don't.
What do you mean by begotten?
I mean what you mean. Metaphorically begotten.
Servitude. Yeah.
I mean what you mean, like I wrote before.
Servitude. That's fine.
Not servitude.
Okay, so I'm saying servitude. So you mean what I mean?
Servitude, metaphorically begotten.
Oh, not servitude, metaphorically begotten. What the heck do you mean by metaphorically begotten? I just said it 10 times to you. It means the Davidic king, or it means servitude. And you said you agree with my meaning, you idiot. So if now you're saying you don't agree with my meaning, what meaning do you agree with then, Ya Rabbi?
Son.
Yeah.
You see how you don't know? So let's stop
brother,
playing around with you.
You're
Okay. So he means metaphorically begotten son. Okay, so the third time now, he doesn't even define it. So we have, life says, I mean what you mean. He then says he doesn't agree with the meaning of servitude. Okay. And then now, he doesn't even define it for me when I ask him. Here we go. He doesn't even define it for me when I notice he's not being consistent. All right.
You're doing
let's-
this
let's-
game of
let's-
no,
Let's stop
brother.
playing
You're
with
doing
Q. Let's stop playing with Q because you don't even agree with Q.
Life. You're doing this game.
You don't even
of-
agree with Q.
Life. You're doing this game of bait and switch. I told you from the beginning. Servitude,
bait and
servitude,
switch?
servitude, servitude.
You wanted to talk
then,
about
then
Q.
you ignore the fact that I said servitude, and you said, "Oh, yeah, begotten."
You know I'm not talking about servitude.
You know I'm not talking about servitude. Okay. So if I know you're not talking about servitude, okay, define to me what you mean then. Because you said you agree with what I mean. In this timestamp, in 1840, you said, I mean what you mean. Okay, so if you mean what I mean, then you mean metaphorical in a way where it means the Davidic king or servitude, right? But then you say you don't agree with my meaning. He says, you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean when you say metaphorical son. If you don't mean it in the way I mean, then you would have to mean it's ontological, which I'm not saying, obviously. So what do you mean by metaphorical son?
Oh, what?
Talking about him being his
That's
actual
what I was
son.
asking you.
I'm talking
Oh my
about him
God.
being his actual son.
Okay.
Oh, so now he's saying ontological. If it's his actual son, you idiot, then that means it's ontological. It's not metaphorical. Yeah. Oh my God, bro. What an idiot. So I'm glad we've tracked all this together now to show who was actually confused. He said he agrees with my meaning, but now he's showing he doesn't agree with my meaning because he's saying actual son. And he's showing he doesn't mean metaphorical.
Is other people besides Jesus called the begotten son of
That's
God? Yes or no?
irrelevant to the point.
Yes, because that shows
Does
that you can be
Allah-
begotten
Stop
in a
trying to
metaphorical
run-
way.
Stop trying to run. No,
What?
stop trying to run off. According to the Bible,
I'm not trying to run off.
Stop-
When you
stop-
say begotten son, that's ambiguous.
Stop trying to run
because
off.
other people
Jesus
in
is
the Bible
the-
besides Jesus
Stop
are
trying to
called
run
the
off.
begotten son of
Stop
God.
trying to run off. You know the Bible teaches that Jesus is the only begotten son. Stop running.
If
Second
you
of all,
mean it
your
in
God.
your- if
Second
you
of all,
mean it in
your
your
God
Christian
doesn't have.
Trinitarian way,
Second of
no.
all, your God does not have a metaphorically begotten son named Jesus. So the fact that you even said that is insane, and your viewers should be fearing you right now.
No, there's no issue. There's no issue
let's
if you
go
mean it in
back.
terms of servitude. There's no issue.
Well, this will be up, and we'll see if there's no issue later. Luke,
course
it's
there's none.
okay. So let's go back to
The same way people in the Bible are called the begotten Son of God, and it's metaphorical. Yeah.
Sure,
Go ahead.
sure, Dean, sure. So we just found out you really don't actually respect Q. You just want to use it at your leisure. When Q cooks you, you don't want to use it.
Yeah, and by the way, begotten Son of God isn't even in Q. Anyways, I'm glad we did that because we showed who's actually confused there. He went for I was consistent the whole time. 10 times I said this. Same thing. Metaphorical as in servant or Davidic Messiah. Life says, I mean what you mean. Okay. So you mean what I mean by Davidic king or servant? He then says he doesn't agree with me. Okay, so what do you mean by metaphorical son? And then he says, oh, you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean. What the hell? And this will make a good video for later. Clip this up, inshallah. We won't even omit anything. We'll literally just put him saying I was confused and then really showing that he was confused, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth between meanings. So yeah, anyways, let me get some guests up. Okay. Isaac.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam
Hello,
wa rahmatullah. What's going on?
How are you doing? That was a really nice video. Like that guy, he was just saying a lot of random things. I don't know. Bro, life is so low tier. Anyway, I wanted to ask you about something. Did you hear about the paper that got published? It's about Dhul Qarnayn being Solomon or something. It's a good paper if you want to check it out. I think some people are talking about it on Twitter.
Yeah, no, I've seen it ages ago. Yeah, a while back.
No, it was published 2 days ago. Like this.
Oh, I saw the hypothesis before, but
Yeah,
I
I know the
So-
old hypothesis. No, this one, I don't know. It brings more things, but I don't know. I think it's worth checking out if you want to check it out.
What's the best link to say it's Sunni, man?
It has a lot of intertexts with, I don't know. In short, I didn't read it all. I'm on page it has 66 pages. I'm on page, I think 24.
Does anyone from the classical tafsir say that?
That he's Solomon? No.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the Salaf kind of established that his identity is
Is unknown, yeah. So no, yeah, that's fair, yeah.
Yeah, this is not really leaving orthodoxy.
No, I'm not saying that. I was just asking.
Yeah, no. But I don't know. In short, it just kind of shows. I don't know how to explain it, but it just shows a lot of intertext. You can check it out and give us your thoughts. I guess maybe another time, but I'm not here for that. Just wanted to ask you. What is it? Oh my god, I forgot the question. Oh my god. Yeah. I think it's about the same point about the Son of God thing. Now, do we call this a way of naming that was abrogated, or what do we specifically call it?
Yeah. We say it's possible it was used, but now it's not used anymore. So it was
Yeah, I know.
possibly it was possibly abrogated, or we just don't use it because it's not within our legislation. So to say it's been abrogated or not needs evidence. Needs positive evidence of its abrogation.
I mean, the possibility of its existing does not negate our point, though. So, like, this is what we need to argue, right? That if he was called the Son of God, that it can be in the metaphorical sense, which it does not go against the Quran. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we say. Yep.
What about the name Yahweh, for example, or the other?
Possible.
That names of Allah have been abrogated. I think.
No, not abrogated. No. It's possible that it was used, but abrogation, like I said before, it needs positive evidence. It needs positive evidence of abrogation. So look, you could say it's possible it was abrogated in the sense of father, but with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's names, his actual proper names, if this is a proper name, his proper
Yeah.
names don't get abrogated.
Yeah, proper names. Well, what I know is that it can be a name that is once used, but we just how to
Don't
say
use it anymore, yeah.
we just
It's
don't
not, it
use
hasn't been legislated.
There,
Yeah.
there's the one. What is it? I think it's Hadith in Musnad Imam Ahmad. I think it's a dua from the Prophet himself.
It's like call you by the names that we know and we don't know, yeah.
Yeah, the names we know and we don't know. Yeah. So we just say it's a name that is probably not in use, but we don't say it was abrogated because no, the names of Allah.
Let's just
don't get
yeah, we don't need to delve into whether it's abrogated or not. The point is that it was possible it was used.
Yeah. Okay. This is good enough evidence. By the way, what is it? Yeah, your point about Isaiah 42. I want to talk to them. I don't know. We're still kind of in consideration. I'm still like I still think your evidence are, more good than the I guess the evidence that they cited. I guess
Evidence for what?
The Son of Man and the connection.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I also like went to check on Matthew 22 and for Ezra, like I just wanted to make I wanted to make sure to not give you false information. And the part where it says look proud from to the people coming from the east, which is it's probably a reference to the people of the east, and in Jeremiah the people of the east are Kedar. Yeah, it's like it's authentic to the original, like say, material that was I think it was wrote around the same time that the Gospel of John was wrote, I think, or something like that. So I think that's I think we should start using that as I guess to connect the dots, I guess, with Matthew 22, because Matthew 22 is a great prophecy. What do you think, Dean?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I guess I was yapping for a long time. Yeah, I guess I'll go back now. I mean, I'll leave. Sorry. Thank you for having me.
Take care. Salam.
Assalamu
Yo, Chesapeake, just get up here, bro. Just get up here and ask your questions. I can show you evidence that the Prophet ﷺ did miracles. You come up here and I'll show you. Yo, Extra.
Oh, Dean, what's up, bro?
What's up, man? Are you Christian?
Yeah, you remember me? I came on the live.
You DM'd me on TikTok?
Yeah, that was me, and we had a conversation. I was under this name too.
Yeah, I remember. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. How are you?
Doing good, alhamdulillah. Did you see that that whole disingenuous debacle between myself and Life?
Honestly, like I didn't get too much into the weeds of it, just because I'm trying to more focus on specific things than like overwhelm myself with a bunch of different things. But
Sure, yeah. But you saw the part where he said he was going to stay for the Christian dilemma, but he didn't stay for that, right?
I mean, I know that he left. I know that, and you guys.
We told each other before, Life, I'm going to discuss with you your topic.
Yeah.
As long as we discuss my topic, and he said sure. Okay. Then I spoke with him on his topic for an hour. He was interrupting me a ton, so I dropped him for 1 second. It was 3 seconds, and he left straight away. After we discussed my topic, his topic for an hour, and when he came to mine, he immediately left.
Was that like right when you guys started talking about it? Is that what happened? Or
so we were just about to transition. I said, look, we're gonna talk about because we already talked for an hour for his topic, right? And at that point, as soon as for 3 seconds I dropped him because he kept interrupting, he dipped without discussing the topic that he promised to discuss.
Yeah.
Even in between, I even told him, look, we'll discuss your topic for 15 minutes and we will continue to discuss your topic afterwards, but I just need to go pray. I even gave him the grace of telling him I will go pray for 10 minutes, come back, I'll extend the live for you
Mhm.
as long as we discuss my topic after. And he said, sure.
Yeah, I remember I was on the live because I was gonna join that one, but once I saw life up there, I'm like, yeah, they're gonna be talking for a while. So I just didn't even join the StreamYard. Wait, but
Sure,
what do you-
sure.
we don't
Yeah.
have to get into this. I'm just curious. I don't know why. What
Yeah.
what is the Christian dilemma? Like I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, so what we try to do is we show them that they think the Islamic dilemma is actually not a dilemma,
Mhm.
but what we're trying to show them is, look, by that standards, you can make a billion dilemmas like with Christianity. So, for example, they think that when we say that the Quran's confirming the Torah and the Gospel, a general confirmation is like, it's not tenable, it's ad hoc or whatever. We say,
Yeah.
okay, then when Jesus says do everything the Pharisees teach, it says everything. So how can you make exceptions when he says everything? You get me? So yeah.
Is that
So
what-
we say that, for example, or for example, we may say, oh, when Jesus says he doesn't know the hour, your guys' interpretation is way more unlikely than what we're just trying to posit here. By it's so simple.
Mhm.
The Quran is talking about a general confirmation. That's very simple. The explanations they give for like Jesus still being God and all this stuff,
Mhm.
it requires so many more assumptions than what we're saying. That's so simple, which is just that it's a general confirmation.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not like one thing. It's like multiple different things.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically showing that using your standard of trying to argue the Islamic dilemma, if we
Mhm.
even do an ounce of that with Christianity, it's going to be false. That's the point.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. It's good to know. But yeah. So the main reason why I came back today is just because like I feel like if we can talk regularly, that's better than just like kind of going ghost for a while. So I wanted to talk and just let you know that like since our last conversation, I definitely feel like I took like a bigger step towards Islam just in general. And this time I wouldn't say it's like emotional or like irrational or just like fast. Like I really feel like it's rational. And I feel like our conversation definitely was one of the bigger parts in that. But I remember I was watching a live stream that Libiano was doing, and one of the things that he said was that there's some scholars in the Islamic tradition that say like all it should take for someone who's really seeking the truth is just one proof, just one thing. And obviously, like I've been looking into Islam for a while, I've been seeing the arguments for it, but obviously, like I wouldn't say that whatever it may be, I don't know what's causing it, but there's something kind of holding me back or just something that's I'm not fully there. So I'm just like I want to be sincere and I don't think I would be here in this point, being Christian for 18 years and going to a Christian university and my whole family's Christian. Like I don't think I would be here if I wasn't seeking the truth, you know? But I don't want to be 99% seeking the truth. I want to be 100%. But for some reason, I just feel like I'm not convinced fully yet. But I took a bigger step, but I don't know if that's good enough, you know?
Right.
So that's
So
kinda
what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks of you, bro, is sincere. So it's a combination of two things:
Yeah.
sincerity and application. Okay. So are you applying yourself every day in the pursuit of truth? And are you sincere in that even if something that looks like something that's hard to accept, and you're ready to accept it because it's true, not because some emotional attachment. If that's the case, that you're ready to accept something, even though it might seem something that's gonna harm your financial situation or your ties, familial ties, or otherwise, and you're still willing to accept that, that proves sincerity. That proves sincerity.
Yeah.
And application is putting the time and effort into searching, not just being lazy, essentially, right? If you're
Correct.
doing those two things, right, and you're in that trajectory, you're gonna eventually become Muslim, like inshallah, right? We
Right.
pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guides you towards Islam.
Yeah.
I mean, so look, if there's anything that's like doubts that you're thinking about, we can discuss it first.
Mhm.
Then if you want to continue on to proofs for Islam, or maybe like you think some proofs for Islam are a bit, maybe you have some questions about it that are giving you this little percentage of, doubt, you don't have the 100% certainty, we can discuss that, sure. So what's on your mind?
But yeah. So just a quick follow up on what you just said there. So I was on the Muslim Lanterns live stream like a while ago, and I was reading through the comments, and like, bro, there were some people that were like, "Oh, this dude is not seeking the truth. Like why is he wasting
About
his
you?
time?" Yeah, about me.
Yeah, you gotta you gotta ignore the Muslim comment sections.
Yeah, I know, but there was a lot of people that were like, "Oh, may Allah guide him. He's so sincere." Blah blah blah. So I just I just thought that was funny. But one of the comments basically said that like as long as you don't lose interest in the search and you keep praying and like you said, keep you're not being lazy, but actually being actively trying to find the truth, like Allah's not going to give up. Like and as long as I don't give up, right? Because I just don't want this to take like forever, you know what I mean? But is it fine if it takes time? Because I know that when I talked to Libiano, like he almost made it seem like not that he wasn't forcing me or anything, but he was like, "Hey, like time is ticking, bro. Like you know what I mean? Like you kind of need to." It kind of seemed like he was saying like you need to hurry it up almost. But because at the end of the day, like I don't know when I'm gonna die, right?
That's true.
I don't know, like, what do you think about that comment? That because that seems like that's in accordance with what you were saying. Like, as long as I'm continuing in my search and not losing interest and things like that, like I'll eventually get there. Because I just don't want it to take forever and for me to make excuses like, you know, being lazy and just being like, oh, I'm so researching. You feel me? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so you know the best, and the fact you know the best whether this approach is you're delaying it or not. You know the best. The fact that you're self-reflecting right now and you're worrying about it, right? There's a narration where some companion asked, you know, am I one of those hypocrites? Right? When there was a discussion about hypocrites,
Yeah.
and the sign of this companion not being a hypocrite is what? The fact that he suspected himself, right? So the fact that he said, "Oh, you know," he's fact checking himself. He's like, "Okay, well, am I really truly sincere? Am I a hypocrite or not?" That is the fact that you're self-reflecting and you're not being arrogant about it, or you're just not even entertaining the possibility of you not being so. That shows humility and that shows that you're sincere. Okay, so that's the first thing.
Okay.
Second thing I would say is both things can be true. What Libiano said and what we're saying. Firstly, in the aspect of you can be sincerely in pursuit of truth, and you can be active, but when you're at the stage where you should accept it, which I don't know if you feel like you're in that stage yet, you know best, and you're delaying it. So I suspect Libiano saw that you are at that stage where you should be accepting, right?
Okay.
From his conversation they had with you. So that would be my suspicion. That's why he said that, because then, yeah, it seems like you're at the stage where you should accept, but you're delaying it for insufficient reasons, right? Now, you know really well if that's true or not. And that's why the Libiano would say to you, know, it's up to you at the end of the day. As long as you're not kidding yourself and you're trying your best in the pursuit of truth, then that's what matters. So, yeah, man, if there's anything that you feel like that would help in your pursuit, that you can ask me right now, that will help turn that 99% or 90, whatever it is, to 100%. Then definitely let's do it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, bet. So thank you. I think the first thing that comes to mind is like, bro, it's kind of funny, like how the tables have turned, bro. Because I used to be watching, like when I was in high school, like I used to be watching videos of like Logic, like what, like it might even been when Logic was like first getting popular, and like David Wood and stuff and Testify. I used to watch their videos, and like I was, you know, I was a Christian. I was like wanting them to be right. And I remember, bro, you were the first person that like with polemics, I think the first Muslim that like I watched. This was like way back then. And I don't know, you were like refuting Testify. So, but at first, like I was like not on your side. You know what I mean? I was like on Testify's side. So I think what I'm getting at is like I still have a bias towards these people that I used to look up to. And I'm like, there's something in me that's like, I can't accept that they're wrong. You know what I mean? Because I've been looking up to them. And I feel like I still have like this Christian bias in me. So
sure,
I feel like I need help kind of desensitizing myself to that. and actually being like, okay, who is actually telling the truth here?
Okay. So the way to do that is, bro, don't think about personalities, don't think about tradition, don't think about what you were born with. Just think about what makes the most sense, okay?
Okay.
And then whenever you have these sort of maybe some doubts or some basically it's just some doubts in what's going on, you can say, oh, maybe they're right, or I'm inclined to think they're right. Always just come back to these fundamental questions, fundamental points, okay? So two fundamental points. First fundamental point is biblical preservation, okay? They claim biblical preservation on a point where it doesn't make any sense, where there's eyewitness accounts, where there's preservation, there's no, significant additions. Not true, right? So that's one. Two, Jesus' divinity. That's another great one.
Yeah.
They hold to untenable positions on these points that can never be true, right? So you just got to think in the context of, okay, I know these guys are wrong because I definitely know this is not what these verses mean, or I definitely know that this isn't historical, or the evidence is overwhelming that this is not authentic, okay?
Yeah.
So I would take it back to these two fundamental points: preservation, and also on the point of whether Jesus is divine or not. That will show you that these guys are holding to untenable positions, right?
Okay.
They're holding to positions that are impossible. While in contrast with Islam, preservation is accounted for with the Quran. Same thing with preservation of the hadith as well. We have the isnads, right?
Yeah.
And we don't claim the hadiths are preserved verbatim. We claim it's preserved in meaning. The Quran, we claim it's preserved verbatim, and that we can show from the manuscripts. There's no verses added, unlike what we have with the Bible. Same thing with who God is. They can't establish who God is. They can't establish who God is clearly from their books. The Quran is very clear on who Allah is. So without even going to the evidences for the religions, the mere fact that one is clear on who God is and has preservation, the other one is not clear who God is, they struggle to prove it, and there's negations of their God being God, which is crazy, and the fact that there's lack of preservation. Okay, so I'll take it back to these fundamental points, and then just think: have I ever gotten that sufficient response to these points? If not, then it's just west, bro. Just whispers of the shaitan, because there's no logical reason to think that you should prefer their points here, because you haven't seen anything that convinces you. Unless have you seen a point that convinces you on these points of Jesus' divinity, him claiming divinity, him claiming to be Yahweh, or that the Gospels are preserved by eyewitness accounts? Have you seen any evidence supporting these claims?
I used to be a lot more into like biblical preservation, but I feel like the biggest one that caused me to doubt was definitely the divinity of Jesus and like the Trinity. Like I guess you could say for the verses like Mark 13:32 or Mark 10:18, things like that. Like I don't think I've gotten a sufficient answer, but what I have heard that makes me wonder is they say, okay, people like Dean, why should all of the gospels be fit into this one verse versus when we have a bunch of other verses like in John that people will cite like Jesus does all the same things that the Father does or something like that. Like we have, instead of just taking one verse, we take the whole of the gospels.
Okay, that's why I mentioned them in conjunction, because that's assuming univocality. You know what univocality is, right?
Yeah.
So that's assuming univocality, and to assume univocality, you need to actually prove preservation. Do you understand?
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So it's kind of begging the question there.
Yeah, no, that is true. What do they say? What's like the main argument? I guess it kind of depends on which denomination you subscribe to. But like, what's the main argument for like why the Bible is univocal? I guess
they're gonna try to say that they're all saying the same thing because they're written by witnesses, and then they're gonna try to say that maybe tradition tells us they're written by witnesses, but the evidence for that tradition or isn't supplied, especially when you look at the text themselves. Like, why is Matthew copying from Mark if Matthew's the eyewitness?
Yeah.
Or for example, you have cases where or even on the point here, look, this is the best. Okay, I gave you the point they'll make. They'll say, look, tradition tells us that they're rated by the same, and they're going to try to argue that they say the same thing in Christology, and they're going to like jump through hoops here. They're going to try to say verses where it's very ambiguous in the Gospels line up with what John says, but it doesn't. So that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to do two things: appeal to tradition and try to use the text and jump through hoops to derive interpretations that aren't tenable. Now, the response to that is two things. One, these names come in late from tradition, more than 100 years after. That's
Irenaeus.
one. Yeah, with Irenaeus. So it's too late to claim that they're written by witnesses. And the text themselves, we can show Matthew doesn't believe Mark is inspired, dude. We can literally show that. Matthew takes stuff out from Mark, where he's copying verbatim. Okay. Actually, before we get to that, do you know why we believe that these gospel authors copied from each other?
Yeah, because there's, because like the Q hypothesis, and that there's stuff that's verbatim.
Exactly. But why is that? If it's verbatim, why isn't it just, there's verbatim alignment because they all saw the same thing? That's what they're going to say. Why can't it be that?
I don't know.
Okay. This is very important. Why it can't be that is, look, I'll give you a perfect analogy. Okay. Let's say, me and you go to college, right?
Yep.
Okay. So let's say you're doing a test and your colleague is also doing the same test. And your professor says, okay, I want you in this test to write an essay about Alexander the Great. Okay.
Okay.
And the way that you describe Alexander the Great for just one paragraph is almost verbatim the same as your colleague. What's your professor going to think?
That you guys plagiarized or like cheated?
They're going to either think one copied from the other, or they both copied from one source, which maybe from the internet or whatever. Right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So the point there is without assuming Christianity, this is so clearly the case that they're copying. You can only address this if you assume Christianity to be true. Oh yeah, they're inspired. That's why they're written the same. Oh, you have to literally appeal to a miracle, dude. You have to appeal to a miracle to say that they're saying the same thing. That's why they're verbatim the same. You have to appeal to miraculous inspiration. Like, do you think people are going to take that serious?
I mean, I have the Craig Blomberg book about the historical reliability of the Gospels, and I feel like when I read that, it was a bit ago, but I don't remember him saying just appealing to inspiration. I feel like he said like it's actually not. You could correct me on this because maybe you've read it, but I feel like the normal response that I've heard is that it's not an issue, and that it's not just like it's inspired or something like that, or
no. I know they give independent reasons. They give independent reasons, think it's reliable generally, but on this particular point, dude, the particular point of why are they verbatim aligning, the only way they can address that without the logical conclusion that we just arrived at is by saying, they're verbatim the same because they were inspired. Okay, because think about it. If you have two, I'll give you another analogy with the eyewitness accounts.
Yeah.
If we have apparently eyewitness accounts of something happening where, for example, you have you witness a car crash, right? You witness a car crash.
Mm-hmm.
We go to court and we give our testimonies. Even if a couple of sentences that we say is verbatim the same, only a couple sentences, they're gonna think that we're colluding here, are they not?
Yeah, they're gonna think that. Yeah,
exactly, because we're both witnesses looking from different perspectives. Therefore, you wouldn't expect verbatim alignment like that. So if they were eyewitnesses, then we would expect not verbatim alignment. Do you understand?
Okay. Do you think are you making like a truth claim like this is the case, or do you think it's just more likely than them? Because I'm also in a theology class about like Christian tradition, and one of the things that the professor said was, what did he say? Hold up, I'm blanking now. That like they could be just taking from even though Matthew was an eyewitness, he could just be taking from a different source, maybe just for whatever reason. Like
from Mark? So other than Mark?
No, from Mark. Like, do you think that's
dude, think about it. Why would an eyewitness take from someone that isn't an eyewitness? Why wouldn't he just give his own account? That's just you're merely giving a possible reason. Not
Yeah,
You're not
yeah,
even a
that's what,
reason. It's just saying it's possible. Like you're not even saying why.
yeah, that's
Why
what
would
I'm
that be?
saying. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying that what you're saying is just the most plausible explanation, not that it's like
Exactly,
it has to be the
dude.
case.
With history, you can never say it's 100% the case, right?
Okay.
But
Yeah.
we're just trying to derive at what is the most plausible thing without begging the question.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you're saying that just like that takes a shot on like traditional authorship and that these are eyewitnesses and it just kind of hurts that claim.
Yeah, so that's one aspect, right? The second aspect is that Matthew, he literally does not like stuff that that the authors say. He literally just does not like what Mark says. I'll give you an example. Why is the Son of Man Lord of the Sabbath in Mark?
Hold up, one sec.
Take your time.
Sorry, one sec.
That's all good.
All right, okay, keep going. My bad.
That's all good. So, look, going back to this. Yeah. Okay. So what's the reason why the Son of Man is Lord over the Sabbath?
I don't know.
Yeah. So the reason why in Mark is because Sabbath was made for man, not man for Sabbath. Right? You remember this or no?
Yeah, the Sabbath is made for man, not man for the Sabbath.
Exactly. Therefore, the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath. Okay. And the whole context is Jesus is in the grain fields with his disciples on the Sabbath day, and they're picking up grains because they're hungry. And the Jews say, "Why do you do what's not lawful on the Sabbath?" He said to them, "Have you never read that David did something similar? When he was hungry, he ate from bread that's usually not allowed for people like David to eat. It's only for priests to eat." Okay.
Okay.
And he gave it to his companions. And he said to them, "The Sabbath is made for man, not man for Sabbath. Therefore, the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath." So the reason why the Son of Man, humanity, is Lord over the Sabbath is because the Sabbath is made for man, not man for Sabbath. Okay?
Okay.
And the whole context talk about humanity because it's talking about David and the disciples, similar to Jesus and his disciples. It's not just talking about Jesus here. You understand?
Wait, go over that last point. That last point you just said. Say that again.
So we know it's talking about humanity because the relevancy is right before where he says the Sabbath was made for man, not man for Sabbath. What man here was discussed in the context of David and his companions, and Jesus and his companions. So it's not just talking about Jesus being Lord over the Sabbath. It's talking about humanity in general being Lord of the Sabbath because these laws are made for humanity. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah, I get your point. What about
Okay.
isn't in Mark one of the main things Jesus? Yeah, in Mark Jesus calls himself the Son of Man. So like, why would it switch like that?
Yeah. So there's times where Son of Man means humanity in certain contexts, and there's times where he means it as in the suffering Son of Man, and there's times where he means the future Son of Man. Okay, so it just depends on the context, right?
And
Now,
the suffering Son of Man is that humanity? Is that what you're saying?
no, they're all different. So suffering Son of Man is that Jesus is going to suffer and resurrect in 3 days. He's going to die and resurrect in 3 days. That's
Right.
one type of Son of Man.
Okay.
Then you have humanity Son of Man, which Son of Man just means humanity. And that's
Right.
obviously what's being said here in Mark 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Then we have Son of Man as in the future apocalyptic figure from Daniel 7. Okay.
Okay. Do you believe I thought you believed that the Son of Man in Daniel 7 is like the kingdom of God, not like a figure.
It's also a future figure.
Okay, so you're saying it has two meanings, like it could be, or is it could be either one?
Yeah, let me make my point and we'll get back to that. I promise. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to make sure you're absorbing Mark 2 with what Matthew says. I'm trying to show you that Matthew doesn't agree with what Mark says.
Okay.
Right. So it was Matthew 11. No, I think maybe Matthew 9. Matthew 12, sorry. Yeah, okay. So At that time, Jesus went to the grain fields on the Sabbath, and his disciples were hungry and began to pluck heads of grain and to eat. Now, when the Pharisees saw it, they said to him, "You look, your disciples are doing what is unlawful to do on the Sabbath." But he said to them, "Have you never read what David did when he was hungry, and he and who were with him, and he entered the house of God and ate from the bread?" All this is the same. But now this is where it gets different. "Or have you not read in the law that on the Sabbath the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath and are blameless?" That's not a mark.
Right.
"Yet I say to you that in this place there is one greater than the temple. But if you had known that what this means, I desire mercy, not sacrifice, you would not have condemned the guiltless. For the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath." So here, the reason why Jesus himself is Lord over the Sabbath, it's only talking about Jesus here. How do we know this? Because Matthew omits in Mark where it says, "The Sabbath was made for man, not man for Sabbath. Therefore, the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath." So he takes that out, that whole point about the laws being made for humanity, to make it emphasize more that it's talking about just Jesus. Okay, so he omits something. He doesn't just omit something, he adds something. He says, "I say to you, there's someone greater than the temple here." Who's that? It's Jesus. So the reason why Jesus is Lord over the Sabbath is because he's greater than the temple. Is that what Mark was saying?
No. He
Right.
consciously
So
edits.
he literally consciously edits Mark. Yeah. Yeah. Literally.
Wait, so what does Jesus mean then? Like, because you think that the Gospels don't portray Jesus as God. What is he saying then when he says he's calling himself greater than the temple? Like, what does he mean?
Yeah. So he means like the Messiah, because the Messiah is so great, he's greater than the temple. Therefore, he's Lord over the Sabbath. That's still not necessarily like he's greater than the priests and he's greater than the temple. And yeah, we affirm that in Islam, right? That's not something that's too divine for us or something like that. Now, the point is just that the context shift, the reasons shift as to why the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath, and even who the Son of Man shifts here. Before it was talking about humanity, now it's talking about, just Jesus himself. Yeah.
Okay, would you say then that these two are conflicting in a way that it shows Matthew doesn't agree, or he's just adding his own meaning?
Yeah,
Because
it shows that Matthew doesn't agree because it's either Jesus' point was, because I'm greater than the temple, that's why I'm Lord of the Sabbath, or because the laws are made for humanity, therefore humanity can have exceptions to the laws. They're completely diametrically opposed.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, look, I'll give you another example. What does it mean for blasphemy against us? Actually, no, I'll give you a better example. What did Jesus say? No sign will be given to the people, or that the sign of Jonah will be given, or like you tell me, when he's talking to the Jews, what does he mean by no sign will be given, and what does he mean by in the other passage where it says no sign will be given but the sign of Jonah?
Man, I should know this. Well, he's talking about like the resurrection, right? Or the his crucifixion and resurrection.
Yeah, I'm going to show you how that. Okay, this is too many. All right.
Or are you saying that's not what it is?
Look, that's what one of them says. Yeah. So what I'm trying to test here is look at how, because you have that Christian lens, you're going to read the Gospels like that, but in reality, that's not what it's saying in interpolation, right? So remind me, guys, where's the one where in Mark it says no sign will be given? Mark, no sign. Someone know in the comments?
I could try to look it up. So if no one's looking it up.
Let's see.
8:12.
Mark 8. Okay. Mark 8:12. Yeah. All right. Appreciate it. All right. So here we go. Then the Pharisees came out and began to dispute with him, seeking from him a sign from heaven, testing him. But he sighed deeply in his spirit and said, "Why does this generation seek a sign? Assuredly, I say to you, no sign shall be given to this generation." So what does that mean?
I'm not sure.
Right. So it's very similar to what the Quran says. Like the Christians try to say, "Oh, the Prophet says no sign will be given in the Quran." Allah says no sign will be given to the Prophet. But really, obviously, Jesus did signs. He did miracles. But what the point is, they're trying to test him. Very similar to the Quran. They were trying to test the Prophet with miracles, asking for it. And the point is that my preachings to you are sufficient. You don't need a sign to believe. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Because
Right.
Muhammad, yeah, he says that in the Quran too.
Yeah.
Similar.
So yeah, this is all similar. So this is what it's saying here. Now the evidence for this is Luke. Actually, Luke preserves. This isn't Luke and in Matthew. Basically, the Q version has this as well. So if we just
Wait, just so I know, like what point you're landing. What's the main point of this? You showing me this
the,
one?
the main point is that Matthew has additions that come later. So I showed you that Matthew consciously edits Mark, but now I'm going to show you that Matthew also he has additions by scribes that we can detect. Okay.
Okay, and you're saying that these edits they are not compatible with what Mark said.
Yes, they're saying completely different things. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So here's Luke's. Okay, so remember Mark's version is no sign will be given, and all that means is no sign will be given because you guys want a miracle, but you're disingenuous. My preachings is enough to sift through you guys. Yeah. Basically, that's what it's saying. Now,
Okay.
that's similar to what I was saying in the Quran as well, to when they asked the Prophet for a sign. Now, Luke says the similar thing, and this is found in Q, by the way. And while the crowds were thickly gathered together, he began to say, "This is an evil generation. It seeks a sign, and no sign will be given to it except the sign of Jonah." What's the sign of Jonah? Like you said before.
Crucifixion and resurrection.
Luke doesn't say that. For as Jonah became a sign to the Ninevites, so also the Son of Man will be to this generation. The queen of the south will rise up in the judgment with the men of this generation and condemn them, for she came from the ends of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon, and inside a great temples here. The men of Nineveh, so the men of Jonah, will rise up in the judgment with this generation and condemn it, for they repented at the preaching of Jonah, and indeed a greater than Jonah is here. So what's he saying? He's saying the same thing as Mark, isn't he now? No sign will be given besides my preachings to you, and that's the sign of Jonah. Jonah, the people of Jonah repented just from the preachings of Jonah, not from the miracle of the whale. Before they even knew about the miracle of the whale, they repented. You understand?
Okay. So what you're saying is that Luke is not referring to the resurrection here, but he's talking
Luke's not
about.
referring to the resurrection, and he's conforming well to Mark. Okay.
Okay, are you about to show Matthew? Is that what you're about to do?
Now I'm going to show Matthew. Yeah. So this, by the way, this is in Q. By the way. This.
Okay.
Now this isn't in Q. This is a later Matthean redaction. Okay, let's fix that. Dang. All right. Just get it up here. Then some of the Pharisees and teachers of the law said to him, "Teacher, we want to see a sign from you." He answered, "A wicked and adulterous generation asks for a sign, but none will be given to it except the sign of prophet Jonah. For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the huge fish, so the Son of Man will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart." Does that not conflict with what Mark's whole point was and Luke's whole point was?
Yeah, that they repented before this even happened, right?
Exactly. It's not that the sign of Jonah to you is that I'm going to be dead and resurrect. The point was my preachings is sufficient. No sign will be given. It doesn't need to be given to you guys. You guys are like evil. Secondly, Jonah, the same thing happened. Jonah, his preachings was sufficient for them to, remember and to repent. Okay. Now, the point here would be that this is a later Matthean redaction based on a interpretive gloss that was added in. Okay. We don't have many manuscripts of Matthew in the 2nd and 3rd century. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Most of Matthew actually we get from the Codex Sinaiticus, which is 4th century. All right.
Yeah.
We have, and by the way, yeah, Matthew does have the sign of Jonah being this, saying the men of Nineveh will stand at the judgment and condemn it, for they repented at the preaching of Jonah. So he still has it. That's why he's in Q. Yeah. But what's happened here is that some idiot scribe, added this in the middle without noticing it completely conflicts with Luke, completely conflicts with Mark, and completely conflicts with 41. He's just trying to force this sign of Jonah meaning this. You understand?
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah.
Couldn't they? Because I know I'm guessing that people will say that's not like that is actually what Matthew wrote, but like couldn't scholars just do like some sort of syntactical like analysis to be like, okay, this is not the same author? Couldn't they do that, or is that not a big enough like?
It's not a big enough chunk, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But look, there is, however, scholars have said what I'm saying right now, that this is a later redaction based on this here. So you know Justin Martyr, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, we have internal reasons to think it's a later edition. It makes no sense. It's not in Q. It's not in Mark. Matthew comes up with this nonsense that like isn't well, it's not well attested. It doesn't make sense in the context. It doesn't conform well with what the other gospels are saying. Now look at this. We actually have Justin Martyr in the 2nd century citing the sign of Jonah, and he cites it as though the sign of Jonah with the belly of the whale is not in his gospel. Okay? Look what he says. And that he would rise again on the 3rd day after the crucifixion. It is written in the memoirs, the gospels, that some of your nation questioning him said, show us a sign. And he replied to them, an evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and no sign shall be given to them save the sign of Jonah. Okay. And since he spoke this obscurely, it was to be understood by the audience that after his crucifixion, he would rise again on the 3rd day. So he doesn't quote the belly of the whale. And he says, you're meant to understand it from this. It's ambiguous, but you're meant to understand from the sign of Jonah that it means that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So he doesn't. So you're saying that like he could have just quoted that part and that would have supported
exactly. And let's say he didn't quote that part. That part exists. Why are you saying obscurely? He didn't say obscurely. It's clear. He literally says belly of the whale for 3 days and 3 nights. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Is this also what scholars quote to be like, yeah?
Yes. Yes. I actually got this from a scholar that I read. This whole argument.
Sorry, I'm getting spam text messages. Just mute.
It's all good.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, so I'll give you 2 points here. So one, to show that obviously this whole narrative that they're all saying the same thing doesn't make sense, because Matthew doesn't like stuff that Mark has. He's literally consciously editing it, like you said. Secondly, sign of Jonah, again, what's happening? So this isn't the author Matthew now, sorry. This is now scribes of Matthew adding stuff. So this casts a doubt on the preservation of these gospels, because these scribes can freely add stuff, freely add interpretive glosses, freely subtract stuff. So that's the point, right? So it casts doubt on reliability, and it casts doubt on the fact that they're univocal, because they didn't even believe that that's univocal. These authors themselves didn't treat each other as univocal.
Okay. Yeah, I get your point.
Okay. So do you want to speak about the Daniel 7 thing, or it's not really important?
I mean,
it's just a quick response. So I'll respond to what you said before.
Yeah.
Just a quick one. If you do want to talk, if Daniel is something that's inclining towards Islam, we can speak about it. So is it inclining you towards accepting it?
I mean, I would say, are you talking about the one with like the Son of Man, or like the
both,
the successive armies? You knew what I was about to say.
Yeah.
I would say probably the more successive armies one, but I mean, I don't know if I've really heard the case for the Son of Man being
yeah. So Daniel 7 is basically just a repeat of Daniel 2, but just in different imagery.
Okay. Do you think the Son of Man is Muhammad?
Yeah.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because I thought you guys hold to that it's the kingdom of God, and that it could be Muhammad.
Who told you? So who told you it just means the kingdom?
No, it wasn't. I think it was a debate with Libiano and IP. I think it was Libiano that said it, though. He said that like it refers to the kingdom, but if it needs to refer to one person, it's Muhammad. That's what he said. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So it refers to the kingdom and to the Prophet ﷺ. And the reason why is, look, the 4 beasts in there represent 4 kings, as the interpretation says here. You see?
Yeah.
Okay. But the 4 beasts also represent nations, not just 1 king, right?
Right.
Okay. So in the same manner,
the Son of Man represents the people of the Most High, but in the same fashion, there's a king that's represented in that as well. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. So your point is that I see your point now. So it's basically the same argument for Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, but it's just that if it needs to refer to one person, it's just Muhammad is the king of the kingdom of God, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would say the Daniel 2 and 7 arguments; those are definitely kind of like shocked me at first. Like I was like, wow, like, and we talked about it last time. And also like the divinity of Christ. I would say those are probably like the two biggest ones. But the Daniel 2 and 7 one, that one's a lot newer to me. But the divinity of Christ, like that one has been one I've been thinking about for like a really long time. So yeah. I mean, last time we talked about Mark 13:32, and I think we went over Mark 10:18. But I don't know if there's any more you would want to go over that show Jesus isn't God.
I think that's sufficient. There's no need to overdo it. Look, I think what's better is because you said before, oh, but these apologists are going to say all these other things. They're going to make up all these other words. They're going to say, no, you're just cherry picking. Look at the holistic case. Okay.
Yeah.
Without begging the question, because like I told you before, univocality is begging the question. Without some univocality, let's take what each gospel author is saying. What Mark is saying about Jesus, take it wholesale. We can assume univocality within Mark, that Mark is saying the same thing throughout. I don't believe Mark depicts Jesus as God or as too divine, as like a type of lesser God that pre-exists or whatever. So within Mark, where we have Mark 10:18 and Mark 13:32, what verse actually proves the Christian case that he's Yahweh, and that these verses, when now taking in a holistic sense, don't mean what I'm saying in Mark?
Okay, so let me just make sure I get what you're saying. So you're saying let's just focus just on Mark, because Mark is the one that has the 10:18 and 13:32, and we can assume univocality in there. So let's try to make the best case from Mark, not worry about
exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And then what was your question? Oh, you said what would they appeal to?
Yes. So now we need so the same way I gave you a clear passages, Mark 13:32 and Mark 10:18, in the context that they're in, that they're showing he's not God. Show me something as equal or even better than to try and counter what I've said.
I guess two that would come to my mind is the beginning of Mark, like what Coley said I think when he debated you, how like prepare the way for the Lord.
Prepare the way for the Lord, yeah. Okay. So when you say the Lord, can it be used as agency?
I mean, I would assume so. Yeah.
Right. So you make the way for God in this agent sense. Jesus is the representative of God. You're making the way for him, you're making the way for God. So simple, right?
Yeah, I get that point. What would they like say then? Because that's what I thought. Like, isn't that just agency? But like, what are they?
They'll just emphasize with rhetoric, like, but it says Yahweh. It says Yahweh. That's all they're gonna say. Yeah.
Okay.
So look. Here's another thing. There's cases where, look, Jesus is being prepared the way for, therefore Yahweh is prepared for the way for. So, for example, in Isaiah, as you may have already heard, Emmanuel means God with us. Does that mean that baby in Isaiah's time is literally God with us? Obviously, it doesn't.
I wouldn't say necessity.
So you gotta be careful when there's these terms like God is with us or prayerful the way for the Lord. Does that mean that person is identical to him? No.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know.
What other else from Mark? By the way, I would say, look, just taking that verse alone by itself, you can't really say one way or the other, because it could be he's actually Yahweh, or it could be its agency, but we don't know yet. Well, how is Jesus? Is he a subordinate being? Is he contained on earth? Is he deficient in knowledge? Is he, not the one true good God?
these comes after now actually what's happening is they're isolating, not me. Because once you take it holistically, like, okay, that's obviously agency.
Okay, with how Mark treats Jesus and like the rest of it. That's what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess another thing that they would say is when he heals the man.
How does that prove he's God?
Um, I mean, I guess because they say who can forgive what is it? Who can forgive sins except God? Is that what it is?
Yep. And then Jesus says, "Why do you think this in your hearts?" Did you read that part?
Yeah. How does he know what's in their hearts?
Yeah. So prophetic knowledge of knowing the hearts of people is fine. Like that's something that's even we have commentaries that make mention of this, Christian commentaries actually, that say that we have prophets knowing what people say and whisper in their rooms, right? Thus knowing what's in their hearts, their thoughts, basically.
But
Yeah. So
what about within like the earliest, like the Gospels, or because you're talking about commentaries, like anybody can write a commentary. How do we know that that's like actually what Mark meant? You know what I
no,
mean?
no, not talking about Mark. I'm talking about commentaries on the Old Testament of prophets knowing. Christian commentaries concede that prophets knowing the thoughts of someone in their rooms is the whole knowing something in someone's hearts. Basically, they basically say this is similar to that. Yeah.
Okay, is this like a accepted traditional belief that prophets, just mere prophets, can do that, and it's not just like some
Yeah, it's something that's a likely reading of the text. So if you go here, like, look,
because I mean,
what's
I
the
don't,
difference? But what's the difference between knowing what's in someone's heart and basically and what they're thinking, and just reading somebody's mind? How does telepathy prove that he's gone?
are you saying that like he's just like making like an educated guess?
Well, he could even be inspired by God to know what they're saying in their hearts. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah. So look, I'm gonna give you a text as well, beside because that's just like the theological thing. It's like there's nothing theologically wrong with that. But furthermore, there's actually a passage from the Old Testament. I'll get it up for you. Where this is clearly the case that even Christians admit that knowing the hearts. Oh, by the way, there is a pre-Christian text as well, a pre-Christian Jewish text called the Psalms of Solomon, where the Jews expected that the Messiah was going to condemn people by their hearts
You
as
said
well.
the Psalms of Solomon.
Yeah, it's not canonical, but it represents the Jewish beliefs prior to Jesus' time, where they expected the Messiah to come and condemn people by their hearts, basically reading their hearts.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me just get that up for you here. There we go. Sorry, bro. This reference is kind of hard to find here.
No, you're fine. While you find that, I'm gonna be back in like a minute. I just gotta run and do something. While you find it.
So good.
Get back.
All right, guys. In the meantime, just make sure you like the live while I'm pulling up this reference. And inshallah, yeah, like as you guys can see, even with all the efforts of propaganda and what they try to do with, lying, not defending Christianity, the sincere people out there that are watching the content and are benefiting, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is guiding them despite all the lies and propaganda and all the efforts of these Christian liars and deceivers. Alhamdulillah, there's sincere people out there that are trying to decipher for themselves what's true.
back.
All right, bet. So let's bring it up here. So I mentioned it in this video, so let's just bring this up. Here we go. So let me just put the reference.
Was this you responding to like his most recent
IP,
one?
yeah. None of us, my lord the king, said one of his officers, but Elisha, the prophet who's in Israel, tells the king of Israel the very words you speak in your bedroom. Doesn't that sound? He's not obviously speaking in his bedroom. He's thinking to himself. You understand?
Wait, none of us tells the king. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's saying Elisha. Yeah.
And then here's his Christian commentaries. The secret place of the bedchamber. How the Syrian Lord knew this, or whether he merely made a shrewd guess, we cannot say. Elisha's miraculous gifts had no doubt become widely known to the Syrians through the cure of Thingy's leprosy. And the Lord, who may possibly have been Naaman himself, concluded that a man who could cure a leper could also read a king's secret thoughts without difficulty. What's the difference between this and reading the hearts? There's another one.
Yeah,
From whence he concluded that he who had the thoughts of men revealed to him had knowledge of their words. Like, what's the difference between that and what we were saying before?
Yeah. I mean,
And also this is the text as well. Yeah, so in the Psalms of Solomon. And to put sinners to shame by the word of their heart. So by the thoughts of their hearts. Okay.
who is that talking about? The
Messiah.
Oh, the Messiah. Okay.
That's in the Psalms of Solomon. It's not canonical, but it tells you what Jews were believing. So obviously Jews before Jesus didn't believe the Messiah is God.
Yeah.
All right. So
Okay.
let's go back to Mark 2. So what's the point of Mark 2? The point is they say, why? So Jesus tells them, why do you think this? Why do you think that only God can forgive sins? I'm doing this to show you that the Son of Man can forgive sins. So he actually answers their question. Who can forgive sins but God alone? He tells them the Son of Man can. Yeah.
And that's because he has like authority given to him.
Exactly, because authority is given to him. And we can say that this is the same type of forgiving sins that is talked about in John as well. John says, doesn't John say that
disciples
can forgive sins?
Yeah.
All right.
I know that's somewhere.
Right. So does that prove that the disciples are God?
No.
Okay, so how does this prove that he's God?
Yeah, I've always like wondered like why people say that Jesus forgiving sins.
So as soon as what are they going to say? They're going to say, but it's different. Prove that it's different. There's no reason to think otherwise. What? And also, another thing. They might say like, oh no, but it says it says that he forgave his sins. Okay, John says, whoever you forgive will be forgiven. Whoever you don't forgive won't be forgiven. Same thing. And then there's also, and obviously they're just going to say this is the announcement of forgiveness of sin. Okay, so we can say Jesus is just announcing the forgiveness of sins. And also another thing, the Son of Man idea. Okay, look, is God ever given authority?
No.
Okay, the Son of Man in Daniel 7 that Jesus is saying he is given authority. Therefore, this actually proves he's not God. If he's saying he's the Son of Man, then he's proving that he's not God.
Yeah, well, what do they say? Because like that would be before he's incarnate, right? So
exactly, yeah.
Because like I know
look, it's very convoluted. I could steel man it. What they're gonna say is, look, Jesus eternally was given authority by God. He was eternally in the subordinate status. Okay, so yeah, that's what they're gonna say. So Jesus he forever took on the humble station as a servant, right? And the reason why they're forced to say this as well is because even if it was the case that this isn't like before, this is like only when he's a human. That doesn't matter because isn't the Holy Spirit God to them as well? And in the Paraclete sayings, where they believe that's about the Holy Spirit, it says he will only speak what he is told to speak. Isn't that a dynamic where the Father like is giving him the authority to speak? He will only speak what he is told to speak. It's not independent.
Yeah.
Right. So basically the point is God ever dependent? No, like it's obviously intuitively not. Is God ever given authority or told what to say? No, obviously not. But there's this dynamic with the Holy Spirit, and there's a dynamic with Jesus. So if they even if they say this is the human nature, that doesn't work in its totality because they can't say the Holy Spirit has a human nature. They're gonna have to say this convoluted nonsense that the texts don't say, which is they're given authority because for all eternity they took on this subordinate role as being part of the Trinity. But that's not what the texts say.
Yeah.
It's a lot more. It's a lot more intuitive and natural to just read it as he's given authority because he's not God.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like thinking about it, like it seems just like, I guess, like ad hoc. It's just coming up with an explanation that it's possible. Like, I guess it's possible. It's not like contradictory, right? But
of course, yeah, you're getting it, man.
Yeah. I guess then, can you give me like a few words of advice, like what because bro, like I really think that I'm on the path to Islam, to accepting it, and like if I could just accept it like wholeheartedly right now, I'd do it. But I want to get to that point, right? So can you give me a few words of advice, like what lens should I be reading things in? Like how should I go about my situation right now? Is there certain things that I should read? Is there a certain way that I should read it? Like for example, like reading Muhammad's like biography or things like that. Just what should I do from here? Like and how can I steel man Islam like as best as I can, just so I can actually accept it? Because I feel like I'm kind of skeptical, So.
All right. So have you read the Quran?
Yeah, I mean I have it, but I haven't read it fully. But I'm on. I've just recently. I'm reading chapter 40 right now. I've read all the way up until chapter 40, but I've just only recently started reading it with the tafsir though, with Ibn Kathir. So it's been taking me a lot longer, but that's fine because like it's actually helping me understand it better. Because I feel like I kind of just read it just to be like, okay, just to feel better. That I'm like, okay, I'm reading and I'm searching, but like now I feel like I'm actually understanding it. But yeah.
Right. So yeah, you would read the Quran. Anytime you get confused, you can read through Tafsir ibn Kathir, and also read through the biography as well. Biography of the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam. Sealed Nectar is okay as well to read. But yeah, bro, I think you're ready to accept Islam, man. I think you're ready to accept Islam if you think that there's sufficient evidence, as I've proven, and as the Biyana I showed you, and I showed you last time as well, that Jesus isn't God, and that these Gospels aren't saying the same thing, and they're not holistically reliable. And you believe that Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, that's a robust prophecy, and you believe the Prophet Muhammad salam, his honesty and his truthfulness and his message seems to resonate with you. I think you should take your Shahada.
Yeah, for sure.
You want to take it?
I mean, I was going to tell you, like, I feel like I want to, because I'm on spring break right now, so I have a lot of time to kind of sit with this.
But it's like what Libiano said to you, like, look, is there anything right now that's like showing you Islam is false? Like, Islam is false, I can't accept it. Or it might be false, I can't accept it. Like, what's lingering here?
Dude, I feel like there's just something like, if I took my Shahada right now, I don't know if I could actually affirm it. And I don't know why, but because there obviously needs to be that sincerity, right? So maybe it's less of like, why is Christianity like not true? But maybe it's more for me that I need to open my mind up to more is why is like the positive case for Islam, not like
right. So with Daniel, okay, look, if Jesus didn't claim to be God, then Islam fulfills all the Gentile mission prophecies in the Old Testament and New Testament. Okay. So when Jesus speaks about the kingdom of God in Matthew 21, Matthew 22, or when he speaks about the Son of Man and all these things, and then Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Isaiah 40, all of this is fulfilled through the Prophet ﷺ, right? So that's the first point. That's a positive case for Islam. Secondly, what we have is
you have the Prophet ﷺ's prophecies of the future, right? He spoke about the future. The Quran has prophecies, the Hadith has prophecies that have been fulfilled. None of them are like false prophecies or anything. Then what we have is, yeah, go on.
Why does the why does the Hadith have like way more prophecies than the Quran? Because I know the Quran has some, right? Like about Rome, but like almost all of them are from the Hadith, right? So like, why is that?
Yeah, because the prophecies come with the prophet as per their speech usually. The Quran being the word of God, if it's just full of prophecies, you know, its main purpose is guidance, and prophecies doesn't necessarily convince everyone, right? So the Quran is a mix between a bunch of stuff. It's not just okay, it's just a book full of prophecies and you're gonna find all these different prophecies. Sure, it's gonna have, and obviously there's probably some that you're not even aware of. There's the Surah Al-Rum, there's the one in Surah Al-Qamar, there's a one in about the companions ruling over the earth. There's multiple others. Abu Lahab's disbelief and so on. So there's multiple in there. But yeah, most of them will come through the Prophet because he's the messenger, right? And he's going to come through his speech. He's going to prophesy the future. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala still prophesies the future. However, the Quran is a book of guidance, not just a book of prophecy. So it's going to include a multitude of other stuff as well. But yeah, the point would be that we have prophecies. We have also prophecy being fulfilled in continuity. And we have the positive case that, well, we could just say this. Look, we can link the fact that we just proved that Jesus ﷺ didn't claim to be God. We can say, look, how is it that this Arab Bedouin in the 7th century, ﷺ, how is he getting the historical Jesus so right on so many levels? He didn't claim to be God. He confirmed the Torah, didn't do away with the Torah. He didn't teach the Trinity. He didn't teach his death as being like a type of thing that's going to be part of his mission and resurrect. His death and resurrection wasn't part of it. How does he get the historical Jesus so right on so many levels here, while still not receiving revelation? So that would be the point, Yeah. So we could even link that to what we were just saying before. And this is part of the historical miracles, you could say. So there's historical miracles, there's prophecies, there's preservation, there's all these aspects that prove Islam to be true, independent from Christianity being false. We have many of these evidences. So what convinces you the most from what I've listed?
I mean, I would say, like we talked about, like Jesus's divinity. But I know that's, you were kind of saying that, like, if Jesus didn't claim to be God, then, Islam. You said, what else did you talk about? The prophecies, Muhammad's prophecies, the prophecies about Islam in the Gospels. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much the prophecies like have been convincing, because I've read a book, like a short book that Libiana recommended, and I don't know. I feel like it kind of like I had a lot of skepticism. Like, okay, like how do you know that? Because there is prophecies that people claim that were only fulfilled as of recently, like the tall buildings one. But there's also a lot of prophecies that are like, the one where Muhammad was like this disbeliever is gonna die here in battle or something.
Yeah, those ones you can't prove. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when I was reading through those, I was like, yeah, like that's just not convincing. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but that's just not. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Obviously, and just let me explain that point. Just maybe people in the audience don't get what I'm saying. So, point being that because the hadiths are compiled later, you can't verify real and truly that they're on written post after the fact, right?
Right. Yep.
Anyways, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know. I guess when it comes to the hadith, like this is something that I thought about, and I don't know how much I've heard people talk about this. Obviously, like I don't want to be a hadith rejector, right? Because that is so fringe, that's so tiny, and that's like 99% of them like doesn't reject hadith. But anyways, when you look at, this is something I was thinking about in the Quran, it does like, obviously there's nothing that says you must follow the hadith, verbatim like that, right? And there's also in the Gospels you would say, okay, Jesus doesn't claim to be God verbatim, right? But there could be, stuff, whatever, that portrays him as divine in like John or something, right? So if you think you have enough justification to justify the hadith being from God, couldn't Christians be like, we have enough justification for Jesus being God? Because
No, because the concept is clearly in the Quran, while the concept is clearly not in the Gospels, and there's nothing that contradicts the hadith existing in the Quran, while in the Gospels it
true.
contradicts the concept that Jesus is God.
Okay, because when I've heard people talk about like why they follow the hadith, they'll bring up verses like obey Allah and obey the messenger, right? But it's like, you're right, it doesn't like contradict. It's not like obey Allah and like don't listen to the messenger or something. That wouldn't make any sense. But like, you know what I mean? It doesn't say stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like how do you know that, like, because like it's not like that is from God, and how do we, like, I don't know. It just seems like, I don't know. Can you go more on that, I guess?
Yeah. So look, I'll start first from the Quran. So and by the way, I'm gonna have to go pray, so I'm gonna explain this. I'm gonna be back in about 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, no worries.
I'll be back. So here we go. Guys, what's the verse number for the Qibla in Surah Al-Baqarah? Was it chapter 2, verse 1? It's 100 something. Here, I found it, yeah.
How much longer are you going to be streaming for? Because I might have to go too.
When do you have to go?
I guess like kind of soon.
That's fine. Look, I'll just finish praying and then we'll give our concluding remarks, okay?
Bet.
All right, sounds good. So, all right, can we agree that the direction of prayer is something that's legislated by God, right?
I haven't looked in it too much, but I've never really heard
what does it seem like to you? Is it something that you can just, do whatever you want, or you think the Quran would likely mandate what that is by God?
It seems likely. I don't have any reason to not think that.
Yeah, it seems like God would be the one that legislates it, right? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
So it says here in Quran chapter 2, everyone turns to their own direction of prayer, so compete with one another in doing good. Wherever you are, Allah will bring you all together for judgment. Surely Allah is more capable of everything. Wherever you are, O Prophet, turn your face toward the sacred mosque. This is certainly the truth from your Lord. Wherever you are, O Prophet, turn your face towards the sacred mosque, and wherever your believers are, face towards it, so that may have no argument against you, except the wrongdoers among them. Do not fear them, fear me, so that I may continue to perfect my favor upon you, and you may be rightly guided. Sorry. This is actually a continuation. Yeah, this is where I was looking for. So, starting from verse 143. And so we have made you believers in upright communities so that you may be witnesses over humanity and that the messenger may be a witness over you. And we assigned your former direction of prayer. Okay, here we go. So it says here, we assigned your former direction of prayer only to distinguish those who remain faithful. So what's the previous direction of prayer? It's the direction towards Masjid al-Aqsa. It's in Jerusalem, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So at the beginning, the Muslims were praying towards Jerusalem. Then God said, okay, the previous direction of prayer, now I want you to change it. I want you to change it now to facing towards Mecca. Do you understand?
Right. Yep.
Extra. You there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sorry, bro. At the moment, yeah. Sorry, my audio cut out. Sorry, yeah. So did you understand that?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Bet. All right. So from those who will lose faith. Okay. So the previous direction of prayer is to Jerusalem, and God said, we assigned your former direction of prayer. So God assigned the former direction. Where in the Quran does he assign the former direction? He doesn't.
Doesn't it say turn your face to the sacred mosque?
That's the new one. But he says, I legislated your previous one.
Where does he? The former. Okay, my fault.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, that's the Prophet would have told them. Therefore, what the Prophet says, his sunnah is legislation from God. Does that make sense?
We assigned. Say that last point again.
So because the direction of prayer is a legislation that God mandates,
and the Quran says that God mandated it, this proves that the Prophet, when he mandates it to the Muslims, it's legislation from God outside of the Quran. Because there's no Quran verse that says it. There's no Quran verse that says, "Oh, guys, make sure you pray towards Masjid al-Aqsa."
Okay, and that is that in the Hadith that Muhammad is shown?
Yeah. So the point is that it's outside of the Quran, so it'd have to be something the Prophet said.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I guess it's not really my issue of like following stuff outside of the Quran that Muhammad said. It's more
but that's it. Like once you're beyond that point, then there's Hadith rejectors don't accept this. But anyways, yeah, okay.
Oh,
so that's the
okay.
first point. So the first point is establishing that point, which is there's legislation outside of the Quran that Allah mandated, right? And that was the whole point. Because your whole point was textually in the Quran, where is to follow the Sunnah, and I've showed you now in meaning it's there. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, there's also obey Allah, obey the Prophet. There's the Prophet will teach them the book and the wisdom. The book is the teachings. The wisdom is how to apply the teachings. So the wisdom is obviously outside of the Quran, right? So, because the Quran doesn't tell you how to apply the Quran, it just tells you stuff to apply, right? Then, yeah. So, anyways, yeah. So going back to the second point. Second point is reliability. Okay, so we have narrations, isnads of these people's biographies and so on and so forth, and we have hadiths early on, going back to before, around 50 AH, 100 AH. We have these sort of narrations. Now, hadith reliability has been proven time and time again in the context of the fact that we have independent attestation for what the hadith is saying a lot of the time, right? We can show this through even non-Muslim attestation about the Prophet ﷺ. For example, we can bring up the what's the best example I can give you right here? So we have attestation, for example, that Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, mandated according to the law of the Prophet ﷺ that he brought, which is you can't kill babies and children. That's in Bukhari. Okay, we have non-Muslims decades after the time of the Prophet ﷺ, only a couple of decades after, or maybe even a decade after, that mentioned the fact that this is the case. This is the case that Abu Bakr legislated like this. They don't kill babies and all this stuff. This is the legislation that Abu Bakr mandated, right? So that co-aligns with what he was doing. Another example. There's a hadith saying that Heraclius had a dream about about a circumcised kingdom to come. Okay.
Yep.
And this sort of narration is actually found in non-Muslim Roman records, only like a decade or two after Heraclius. Non-Muslim records that talk about this, right? And he assumed that these were probably Jews, but in fact, no, they were Arabs. They were the Arabs, yeah? So we have independent attestation like this that proves time and time again, like these hadiths aren't just all made up, right? The burden's on them to show reasons to think they're made up. You can't just be ultra skeptical and be like, oh yeah, there's no independent. We have independent attestation, like I showed you, from non-Muslims, but to say, oh, every time we need an independent attestation to prove it's authentic, it's being hyper skeptical. Now, there's something called isnad meta analysis. Have you seen it before? Have you heard of it?
Yeah, the metric that Orientalists use.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, they try to find the common link for these narrations. Yeah, and now, so they used to say, "Oh yeah, in the 2nd century, they just all made it up," right? But now they've pushed it back to, "Oh yeah, it's the tabi'in, the so the Muslims that come after the companions, they just made it up," because now they can't say after they made it up because of these common links. Do you understand?
Yep. Yeah.
So really, it's not very unlikely that we can say as Muslims, look, I trust the companions. So if you're a Muslim and you trust the companions, why would you trust the companions, first of all? Because the Quran says generally they promise Jannah and they're great people and they're honest and they fight for the sake of Allah. And they're, you know what I'm saying? So to say first, I accept the companions as being reliable, the transmitters and people that are honest and truthful. that's something that's established. Now, that's obviously a theological claim that comes from first believing in the Quran. That's fine. So you first establish that the companions are trustworthy and they're honest people. Then there's the tabi'in. So all it takes is, do I trust this tabi or not? Do I trust the student of this companion? And if you do, then there you go. You should trust the gist of what he's narrating.
Because is that where they mostly
Yeah, it's mostly where the common links are. Yeah, sometimes it goes back to companions. Sometimes,
okay.
rarely actually goes back to the prophet through common links. But that doesn't matter. Like, we don't need the common link to go back that far. It's unneeded.
Okay. Because so is that like, because I was going to ask you, you don't have to go too much in this, but like, what do non-Muslim scholars say about the Hadith system? And is that and do they use, it's not what is it, meta analysis?
Yeah. So it depends which scholar you're talking about. So if we're talking about, for example, someone who's ultra skeptical, because it's the same thing with the Bible, bro. If you ask a scholar how much do you think is reliable from the Gospels, are you going to get all the same answer? No, you're going to get very different answers. Some will say, yeah, John is all garbage. You can't use any of it. Some will say there could be a gist of truth in there and meaning, actually. Right? He could be using some early traditions like the Paraclete and so on.
Yep.
So it's not, you're not going to find all saying the same thing. It just depends how skeptical they are. Now, obviously you're not going to find non-Muslim scholars saying like, oh yeah, they're all reliable and whatnot. But you're going to have a range where it's like, okay, most of them are fabricated and most of them are just made up later due to theological beliefs and whatever. So there's going to be a group that say that the vast majority are just made up and whatever. That's going to be one group. Then that's the ultra skeptical group. Then you're going to have the group that can say, no, this has historical memory generally of what's true, right? But they still can't, like, there's miracles in the hadiths, you know what I'm saying? There's miracles in the hadiths, and there's stuff that the Prophet ﷺ did and said and performed that only a prophet could do. Therefore, they're going to be skeptical of those narrations. So they can never grant all of the hadiths. Do you understand?
Okay.
Yeah, because they don't believe in Islam. They don't believe that miracles can happen. So that's one limitation. Second limitation is that they obviously don't believe the companions are righteous. They don't believe in the Quran, so they're not going to believe the companions are righteous or that they're honest or that they're promised heaven and that they're fighting for the sake of God and like they have good intentions. They're not going to accept all that. So they're going to be skeptical of the companions. We're not going to be like that. So you see how there's a clash between the two methodologies because we have assumptions because we believe in the Quran,
right,
that they're not going to have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah, I do have to go pray. Actually rambled a bit there, so yeah, it's been a while. I've been delaying it, so let me go ahead and leave, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we can conclude. Okay.
Okay. But sounds good.
Yo, extra.
Yo,
Actually, there.
sorry, I'm talking to my dad. I'll be done in like 30 seconds.
All good. Yo, revert.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum salam. Sorry, barakatuh. Are you on the server?
I don't think so. I don't think so, boss.
Come on the server. You can ask there.
All right, perfect. It is just a real quick question. So, praying with idols in the house because parents come from a Christian background, and my fiance is reverting right now.
We have an ustad that takes those sort of fatwa questions on the server. Okay.
All right.
So his name is David. Okay, Ustad Dawood. He takes the questions on there. Okay. So just what's your Discord name? Just put it in the back chat here.
All right. Let me open Discord real quick.
All right, sorry, I'm back.
It's all good. All right, Reaver, just put it in the back chat. I'll add you and I'll invite you, inshallah. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So extra. Yeah, bro. So look, going back to the point. Yeah, we're just talking about hadiths. Yeah, reliability and so on. Look, bro. My recommendation is, bro, you take shahada now. As you go on, you're gonna be. I'm telling you, the way that you learn will be even quicker. You're gonna not regret taking it because you're immersing yourself in that environment now amongst other Muslims. You're actually practicing it. You're going to be learning 100 times faster. That's been the experience from all the people that have converted, right? Now, also, what we'll do is, inshallah, we will invite you to a server where we have, like I just told the brother now, reverts ask their questions. You can get fatwas. You can get your answers to your fiqh questions, jurisprudential questions. You can get answers from myself or other people on the server with theological questions. So that's what I would recommend, bro. It seems like you've done enough research to accept Islam.
Mm-hmm.
You should accept Islam based on the evidence that's been provided. And as time goes on, you continue learning whilst being Muslim, inshallah. Because even right now, bro, you got no salvation as a Christian. Like, you are in no place of salvation, whether it be Muslim or Christian. It's just which is more true right now. If you think Christianity is just like really unlikely, all this stuff is ad hoc, Jesus being given authority, like all these things we were talking before, Mark 10:18, how the gospel authors consciously edit, so clear. If that's the case, bro, and you don't have these lingering doubts with Islam, I recommend you take a shahada now with me, bro. So what do you say?
Well, like, my brother, he was trying to talk to me when you first said, I heard most of what you said, but just at the beginning you said, I recommend you take shahada now, and then you said something right after that. Can you repeat what you said there? Like the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, I recommend taking your shahada because you don't have salvation right now in Islam or Christianity. If you believe Christianity is very, very unlikely to be true, whilst with Islam, you have this inclination towards it, you want to learn more about it, and you're convinced by it so far, I recommend you take a shahada.
Okay, is being where I'm at, like, because I think Islam is more likely than Christianity, right? But I don't know if that's
do you believe it's true?
Like, this is where, bro, I sit with myself like every day, like beating myself up about this question, because like genuinely I don't know. Like,
Right.
I don't know if it's like, if I'm getting confused, if I'm confusing myself, or if it's Satan, or like, I just don't know.
Why is it I don't know if like you see the evidence, right? Like, for example, look, just think about it this way. From the beginning, how is the Prophet ﷺ getting Jesus so right with the things I told you before, with Jesus not claiming to be God, with the gospel being the gospel preachings that he preached, not his biography, not Paul's letters? How does the Quran get the gospel so right in that it's one singular gospel Jesus preached with his parables and teachings? How does the Quran get that so right with Jesus not claiming to be God, him not claiming to be part of a Trinity, him not saying he's going to die and resurrect, him not saying you're going to have to do away with the Torah? How does the Quran get all of this so right if it's just coming from a 7th century illiterate Arab man?
When if he did hear things, it would have been him hearing like Gnostic bunch of stuff or mainstream Christianity where Jesus dies for your sins and he's God and Trinity, you know. So how is it that the Quran gets all this stuff so right? If it's just a product of the illiterate 7th century man.
Yeah.
Right. So what is the explanation for that? Other than he's getting revelation from God. And then this is minus the Daniel 2 stuff and Daniel 7 stuff. Minus the prophecies about the future, you know? I'm just talking about this specifically. There's no good answer to this.
Yeah. Like what when you're talking about this stuff and you know like you should accept Islam and stuff, like I definitely feel like there's a big part of me that's like, okay, Ben, like you just need to do this, you know. But I don't know why, but like I told you at the beginning, I think that with all of like the bias that I have, or hopefully that I'm getting rid of, you know, and I think today helped, you know, stuff like that. And like maybe this stuff just needs to kind of marinate a little bit, you know, but also like you said, like I just don't want to wait too long because I think that just kind of how I've been, it's always taken.
X-ray, you just need to think now, bro. Just minus all the thoughts and everything. Is there a good and natural explanation for what I just said? Can you actually give an account? How does the prophet get it so right? How does he get Jesus so right in that context that I've just said?
I mean, I can't think of like a good natural explanation other than like what I mean. People would say that he's just hearing stuff, but I don't know if that doesn't seem.
Yeah,
like
but if he's just hearing stuff, who is saying around him in Medina that Jesus is merely a prophet? He preached one gospel, and that Jesus, alayhi salam, go on.
Yeah, no, never mind. The Jews didn't believe in Jesus. So what am I saying?
Yeah, there's no evidence of Jewish Christians being around, and even if that was the case, he was hearing from Jewish Christians, right? Even if that was the case, now he was hearing from them. How is it that the Quran manages to pick, or let's say the prophet, whoever you want to think, say that the Quran was authored by, how is it, if naturalistic explaining it, how is it that the Quran manages to choose the right belief out of anything else that he could have possibly heard? It just so happens to be that he heard the right thing. Like, how does that make any sense? Out of anything else he could have possibly heard, he just so happened to hear the right thing. Right? That's the first thing. Second thing is that, like I was telling Life yesterday, I actually gave an evidence for Islam yesterday when I was speaking to him. He was trying to say, look, the Gospel of Luke is a different account than the Quran. The Quran elevates the status of John the Baptist, right? And it elevates the status of Zechariah, right? So the John the Baptist family is elevated in the Quran, right? Zechariah doesn't commit a sin where he commits kufr, where he commits disbelief, and John the Baptist, he's not denigrated, right? This is more than just like, oh, he heard from Jewish Christians. Which Jewish Christians are saying Zechariah wasn't punished for kufr, or that John the Baptist isn't lesser than Jesus so much like how the Gospels portray? Which Jewish Christians are going around saying that? No one's saying that. And the point is that, look, someone's going to have to posit conspiracy oral traditions. So that's where the prophet's getting it from. That's the point, right? But in reality, what's happening is more likely the Quran, or whoever you want to take the author of the Quran to be, is consciously editing the Gospel of Luke, getting rid of the denigrated depiction of John the Baptist, and is elevating John the Baptist to around the same status as Jesus, showing that, that's not just like John the Baptist is lesser and Jesus is way greater. No. Now, that matches with the historical memory better than the Gospel of Luke. So when Life brought that up to me and he said, look, the Gospel of Luke is different from the Quran, therefore the Quran's false because it's ahistorical. And the fact of the matter is, Luke is likely doing propaganda against John the Baptist and his family, saying Zechariah was punished, because what's the whole mirroring going on here? Mary asks, how could I give birth if I'm a virgin? Is she punished for disbelief in the Gospel of Luke?
No.
She's not, right? Zachariah for asking the same thing. How could it be that my wife's gonna give birth if she's barren? Kufr, disbelief. You be silent, right? So Luke is likely doing propaganda here. It doesn't make any sense. But like, why would it's the same question? So the point is that look, the Quran is doing this thing where it's elevating John the Baptist and his family, and this has nothing to do with like Jewish Christian stuff. Like how does the Quran do this? Like how does it get the historical memory better? Because actually this is risky. If you're changing the narrative from Luke, elevating John the Baptist and his family, that's like risky because the earliest historical memory, as per what Life is saying, is Luke apparently. Now this is what we found out from Q. Okay, so this is the commentary on Q by Marcus Theold. Look what he says. This makes it clear that the beginning with John the Baptist actually is a beginning with Jesus. The Baptist points to Jesus, the coming one. The composition of cycle 1 points to its center, the programmatic address of Jesus. Nevertheless, Q lacks the denigrating depiction of the Baptist as found in later Gospels. So the scholar is saying, yeah, John the Baptist is denigrated and his family is denigrated in the Gospels. In the Quran, is he denigrated?
No. Oh, wait, no.
No, right? He's elevated, right? If anything, the Quran's doing the opposite of what the Gospel is doing. Jesus says, peace be upon me the day I was born, the day I died, and the day I resurrected. God says, peace be upon John the Baptist, the day he was born, the day he dies, the day he resurrects. The Quran says that John the Baptist was given kitab and hikmah, the book and wisdom. Jesus was given kitab and hikmah, the book and wisdom. There's a paralleling here between John the Baptist and Jesus, showing that they're both of kind of the same. Like Jesus is just like some way greater person, and John the Baptist is lesser. The Quran's doing like an equalization here, trying to edit what's going on with Luke, because Luke's giving a false narrative according to the Quran. And now it's proven, actually, it's more likely the Quran is giving a less propaganda. So what's likely happening is Luke taking a story, denigrating John the Baptist and Zechariah in ways that doesn't even make sense, like I showed you with Mary and Zechariah. Like they both asked the same question. And yeah, there's two different outcomes. So Luke is doing this propaganda. He has a narrative he's getting, and he's doing propaganda. And the Quran is reviving the earlier historical memory that we find remnants of in Q, that John the Baptist isn't denigrated. Actually, John the Baptist in Q is depicted as Jesus' teacher, as I'm going to read right now. For example, in the Gospel of Luke, the announcement of God's reign starts only with Jesus and not with John. Okay, so Q, it starts with John, not with Jesus. In Luke, it starts with Jesus, not with John. Yeah. In Surah Maryam, where it talks about the birth narratives, it starts with John the Baptist. It doesn't start with Jesus. Yeah. So that's one point. And for Matthew, John is but a mere precursor, as Matthew 3:11 makes clear. In contrast to these conceptions, in Q, John is more than a prophet. For Q, the turning point of the aeons has already arrived with John announcing his baptism. Accordingly, John and Jesus are both depictions of children of wisdom. Apart from Jesus, the Baptist is the only active character in Q introduced by name. Nevertheless, after cycle 1, John is not mentioned in Q. Here we can see Q's bridging function between the memory of the historical Jesus, who was a disciple of the Baptist, and the Christological centrism of later Gospels. So the later Gospels are making more center on Jesus, while the Quran is deriving this early historical memory where it's Baptist and Jesus, Baptist and Jesus. They both had miraculous feats. You know, Zechariah wasn't punished. They come from noble families. John Baptist doesn't have a father that did kufr, who's a prophet that committed kufr. No, this isn't like what the Quran narrates story as. And this is risky because the Quran is actually contradicting Luke on the story, and yet is giving a better historical memory. You see? Like, how is the author of the Quran supposed to know Q exists with all this, like, with all these details?
Okay, yeah. So you're saying that with modern research and the scholars that they back up what the Quran depicts versus like the Gospels, they have something that seems to be like later, like developments almost.
Yeah, the Quran's filtering through the later developments and giving a more accurate representation of the historical memory, even though the author doesn't have Q. How is he supposed to do this? And also, this conflicts, okay, because before you could say, oh, he's just hearing Jewish Christians, that's why he says Jesus is God, and he denies the Trinity, and so on, right? But this does not account for other stuff as well that he's doing. And also, like I said before, like what's the likelihood he's only hearing the true stuff from Jewish Christians, and he decides to take from these heretical small group of Christians that are Jewish Christians instead of taking from mainstream Christians that seem to have more, like at the time, if you're living in the 7th century, you're going to think the Christians are preserving their history well, right? You're going to think that. So this is very risky business for him to do that. That's one. Two, there's no evidence of Jewish Christians in Medina. No evidence of him interacting with Jewish Christians in Syria or anything like that. That's two. Three, this thing about Jewish Christians or whatever doesn't even account for this edit here, where John the Baptist is elevated and his family is elevated. And we have justification now to say that Luke is denigrating John the Baptist's family as a propaganda to try and lower John the Baptist in contrast to Jesus. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah.
So how's the Quran doing all this? Like how? If he's just hearing stuff, how is he doing this? Like, life didn't give me a response to it. He said, Q is just a hypothetical document. Hypotheticals don't exist. That's all he said. He literally didn't respond to my point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro. So what's the opinion here?
I mean, is there like, I mean, I don't really have an explanation, you know. I don't know like what Christians would say, and I don't know if that would be adequate.
All they would say is just Q doesn't exist, but obviously they don't actually give arguments why that's the case. They just say it because the fact that they say it, like, it shows it's a concession, because it's like a knee-jerk reaction to the fact that it's confirming Islam.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Is there like a way, because this is just how I've been, because like when I've been on calls with, like I went on Testifies Live a while ago, and I basically asked him the same question, but this is when I wasn't as close to Islam. I was just like, yeah, like I'm kind of in between, and he was going through a bunch of evidences for why he believes Christianity is true, and he was going through like miracles, like modern day miracles and stuff. So like, and obviously like I had to sit with it, you know. Is there any way, is there no such thing as like taking your shahada as a way of committing to Islam, but like still being like, okay, I still have to learn, and I still have to, like, I'm not fully like 100% convinced yet? Or
No, you need to have certainty Islam is true.
Oh, bro, yeah.
What's not giving you certainty from the evidences I'm showing you? If there's no other good explanation, look at this book. There's no better explanation to the data I'm giving you, right, other than he's receiving revelation. And therefore, when it comes to these evidences, it should give you certainty, because think about it this way. I have so much evidence. For example, my wife is a loyal partner. Okay. And if I have so much evidence that that's the case, I have no reason to doubt. I should be certain she's loyal. You understand?
Yeah.
Is it 100% she's loyal? No, it could be when I'm not around, she goes and cheats. I would be like, right? That's not law. But the point is that I trust her because of all the evidence I've seen to make a probable case that no, like, I'm gonna trust her because I have these reasons to trust her. Therefore, I'm certain about her loyalty. You know?
Yeah.
So the same way, if you have good probable reasons to believe in Islam, no good probable reasons to doubt, you should take your shahada. You should have certainty.
Yeah. No, dude, I 100% agree. But like for some reason, I wish I could just be a computer and just spit out the what's it called? Like the result of everything that you've been putting in, all the evidence and all that stuff. But I don't know. I can't. I want to do it like I do, but I just don't feel there. I don't know why, and I can't tell you why.
It's all good. Actually, look, I'm gonna get some other people up. I'm gonna give you some time, like you said. Maybe you need time to marinate. Just think about it. Think about
definitely.
Look, bro, do you have Discord?
Yeah.
Okay, so just add me. It's Deenresponds. Okay.
No
spaces.
Okay.
And what I would want you to do is just add me here, and I'll invite you to a Discord server. In that Discord server, We will answer any questions you have as time goes on. And yeah, just just rewatch this live, maybe think about the points. If everything makes sense,
Mhm.
I recommend taking your shahada and just don't listen to these doubts and try to gain certainty.
Yeah. No, you're definitely right, bro. And I really appreciate you taking this time both times. And I'll definitely come back up, and I'll promise you that I will look into this stuff, and I will try to be as open and sincere as possible. And hopefully I can come back and let you know that I've accepted Islam, or even accept Islam with you. But I really wish I could. But yeah, I think I might just need some time. But I'm not gonna try to drag it on though. I need to, so
Sounds good, bro. As long as you're self-aware on that.
yeah, I am. All right, bro. I'll add you on Discord, and then we'll go from here. Appreciate you.
Sounds good. Assalamu alaikum. Oh, sorry, not salam. Take care.
All right, bro. Yes, yeah.
Sorry, treating you
Hey,
like a Muslim already.
almost. All right. Okay, bye.
Take care. Bye bye. Yo, revert, salam.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Did you?
I sent it. It's just rainbow elbow. Like, that's all it is. I sent it in the chat again. Do you see it?
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I see it. Let's see. So. Just let them know that I invited you, and with the because you're gonna have to get verified, and then inshallah you can tag Ustad Dawood. Okay, just ask them for Dawood's username and just tag him on the Muslim Questions channel. Okay.
All right, jazakallah khair.
But yak, take care. Salam. Yo, Basic T.
Hello.
What's going on, man?
So, what's the Christian dilemma?
You Christian?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the Christian dilemma is, if you take the uncharitable approach that Christians have with the Islamic dilemma, you'll be provided with countless Christian dilemmas. Okay, so we're going to start with something that's very analogous to the Islamic dilemma that they try to bring. So here we go.
Okay, so hold on, like before we start, so you know how the Quran, it says hold on, let me find the verse. It says to judge by the Gospels, right? Surah 5:47.
Yeah.
So I don't understand like the argument, because if it's only goes this way, because we don't have anything that says judge by the Quran in the Bible. Like,
yeah, that's not that's not the point. You're missing the point. Look, does the Quran ever say to judge everything that you have in your gospel?
It says judge by the gospel.
Yeah, no, that's not the question, brother. The question is, does the Quran ever say to judge everything, judge by everything? Does it ever say the word everything?
Not to my knowledge.
It doesn't say that. Okay. So does Jesus ever say to do everything that the Pharisees teach?
No.
He does. You haven't read your Gospels, brother. So Matthew 23. Then Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, the teachers of the law and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat.
Oh, sorry.
So
yeah,
you must be
he
careful
does say
to
it. My
do
bad.
everything they tell you. Look, it was a fraudulent slip. That's all good. So
yeah, that's my bad. I'm tired.
That's all
I'm
good.
sorry.
That's all good, bro. That's all good. So look, here, this whole point is basically this. Jesus says do everything the Pharisees teach. Does he mean absolutely everything?
Well, he says keep reading it.
But does he mean absolutely everything here when he says do everything they teach?
Well, keep reading. The verse says, but do not do what they do,
Yeah.
for they do not practice what they preach.
Okay.
So-
Here, beautiful. So do everything that they teach, but don't copy their actions. Okay. Well, how does that address anything I said right now? So again, let's bring it back. Do you do everything that they teach? Is that what he's saying for you guys to do?
He says, do not do what they do, for they do not practice what they preach.
But do everything they teach. Yeah, brother. It's so simple. Hey man,
Yeah.
everything that Muhammad tells you to do it, but don't copy his behavior because he's a hypocrite. That still means do everything that he does. Sorry, do everything that he
Deen.
teaches. Sorry. Do everything he teaches. So just because you don't copy their behavior, it doesn't mean that it conflicts with their teachings. That's my point. So when Jesus says do everything they teach, does he mean absolutely everything they teach?
Well, but I just answered the question, Dean.
No, you
I'm
didn't.
confused.
Okay,
I
here.
s-
I'll help you out here because you guys seem to struggle on this. It's all good.
It says, do not
It's all good.
do what they do before.
Do not do what they do, but do what they teach. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah. So you meant to do everything they teach?
but you just said do not do what they.
Do not do what they do, but do what they teach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're meant to do everything they teach? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Brother, you can't be this slow. Okay, here. Look. Let's do it. Here. 1. Do everything they teach. Okay. 2.
So
Don't do what they do. Okay. Do everything they teach. So all that they teach is good. Don't do what they do because they are hypocrites. Okay. Now do you understand what I'm saying? I'm agreeing with you. Okay. Are you meant to do everything they teach?
You can move on.
You're meant to do everything they teach, yeah?
Yes.
No exceptions.
Dude, just move on, bro.
There's no move on because you're not answering, dude. Are you meant to do absolutely everything they teach?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Did the Pharisees teach that there's no divorce outside of adultery?
Sorry,
No.
can you repeat that?
Did the Pharisees teach there's no divorce outside of adultery?
No.
They didn't, right? So did Jesus teach there's no divorce outside of adultery?
No.
He did. What? Dude, you haven't read your Gospels, man. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Can you repeat the question?
Did Jesus teach there's no divorce outside of adultery?
There's a divorce outside of adultery.
Oh my days. You haven't read your Gospels, man. Why then did Moses command that a man give his wife a certificate of divorce and send her away? This is Matthew 19. Jesus replied, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard, but it was not this way from the beginning. I tell you, anyone who divorces his wife, except for sexual immorality, and marries another one, commits adultery. So there's no divorce outside of adultery. Come on, dude. You haven't read your Gospels, man?
I mean, like, I just came here to discuss to see what the Christian dilemma is. Like,
so this is the Christian dilemma. The Christian dilemma is Jesus says you guys divorce this way because of your hardened hearts. I tell you, anyone that divorces his wife except for sexual immorality marries another woman.
He says except sexual immorality.
That's what I said. That's just what I said.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no divorce except for adultery. That's what I just told you, bro. And you said no. I said no divorce except for adultery. You said no. I showed you there's no divorce except for adultery. So we agree now, yeah?
Yeah, we agree.
Okay, so now we agree. Okay. Did the Pharisees teach there's no divorce outside of adultery?
They taught you could just divorce whenever.
Okay, so when Jesus says do everything the Pharisees teach, he contradicted himself. That's a dilemma.
You said what they preach.
Yeah, what they preach is their teachings.
In the context of that verse, he was talking about the good things.
What's he talking about? He's not talking about the teachings.
Can you pull up the verse again?
Yeah, here you go. Because I asked you so many times, bro. Do everything they teach.
Yeah,
Yes, everything they teach. So now you're going back on it, but it's fine. Let's see what it says. So you must be careful to do everything they tell you in the context of what? What did he say? The teachers of the law and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. What are they doing when they sit on Moses' seat? They're teaching
They're
the law.
teachers. They're
Okay,
teaching the law.
exactly. So you must be careful to do everything they tell you in the context of what? The teachings, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just showed you there's a teaching they have that Jesus conflicts with. So he's
Wait, hold on,
contradicting
pause,
himself
wait.
here now.
Hold on. Wait, no, hold on, pause.
Go on.
He says do everything they tell you.
Yeah, in the context of what?
But what they're doing is that they're divorcing.
Yeah, what they're doing is what?
So I said it says do not do what they do.
Yeah. Do you want to go back to the whole brain dead thing we just did before? Here.
Yeah, sure.
Do everything they teach. Yes. Don't do what they do. Okay, because they're hypocrites.
Go back to risk.
Oh my god, dude. This Christian dilemma guy, you guys are like fumbling, bro. Here.
I mean, hey, I'm just here to learn, bro. I'm not gonna I'm being up for games.
Yes, everything they teach, absolutely everything they teach, you agreed before. Now you say, and you can't do what they do because they're hypocrites. They teach good, they act not good. They're hypocrites.
So, yeah,
I agree with you.
Do everything they tell you to do, but do not practice what they preach. Yeah.
No, don't practice what they do, dude. Like, how are you not seeing that? You always bring back that diagram again?
Bro, it says do not do what they do. Read
it says
verse.
Do not do what they do, not what they preach. You said preach.
Oh, I'm
gonna pull it up for you one more time. Do everything they teach. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Don't do what they do because they're hypocrites. Don't do what they preach. Don't do what they do because they're hypocrites. Okay. So everything they teach includes that you can divorce outside of adultery, right? That there's divorce outside of it.
Pause.
No. Answer this question because you've been wasting time this whole time. You've been going back and forth on this. Do everything they teach. Does that include divorce outside of adultery? They believed you can get divorced outside of adultery, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when Jesus says do everything they teach, he's contradicting himself then.
No, because keep reading. For they preach, but do not practice.
Say it one more time. Say it one more time for me, bro. Say it one more time. You can't be the slow.
For they preach, but do not practice.
No. Quote the verse properly. You're jumbling them up. You're making up a new verse. What are you doing?
Oh,
what did Jesus say?
Okay,
tell me what Jesus said.
Again,
tell me what Jesus said. Tell me what Jesus said, because you're still not getting it. How are you not getting it?
Well, I do get it.
Okay, tell me what he said.
Go back to
tell me what he said. No, tell me what he said, because you do know he said. Okay.
Do you want to pull Matthew 23 or not?
But tell me what Jesus said from memory. Apparently you know. Tell me.
I have it pulled up right now. I just pulled it up, Matthew 23.
Yeah, go on. It's not gonna say don't do what it's not gonna say don't do what they preach, like you just said like 3 times.
I said for they preach, but do not practice. That's the end of verse 3.
Yeah, for they preach and don't practice. So they preach good. That's the point.
No, that's not the point. That's what it says. They preach.
Okay. What they preach is their teachings, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay, and Jesus says, do everything they teach.
Yeah.
Okay, so part of what they teach is stuff that conflicts with what Jesus says, such as no divorce outside of adultery.
Well, they're doing that. They're not teaching that.
They are teaching. They're not teaching. Okay, you told me before they were teaching that. So do you want to take that back? Are they teaching that you can divorce?
I'll take that back.
Oh, you take it back. Okay, I'll prove to you that they are teaching that. Here, Matthew 19. Some Pharisees came to him. They asked him, is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for any and every reason? Haven't you read that at the beginning the Creator made male and female and said for this reason, man will leave his father, be united to one wife, and one become one flesh. So they're no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. Why then, they asked, did Moses command that a man give his wife a certificate of divorce and send her away? So are they saying here, Jesus, what are you saying? In the law, it teaches that you can get a divorce. Correct? Yes?
That's what they're saying.
Okay. So they teach from Moses' law, right? Where did the Pharisees get their teaching? They get it from the law of Moses, right? Yeah? Okay. Look what Jesus says about the law of Moses.
That's their interpretation.
No. That's what Jesus says. Jesus says, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard. So the Torah says you can't divorce your wives because your hearts are hard, correct?
says Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your heart's your heart. Yeah.
Okay. So when the Pharisees teach from the Torah, they're teaching that you can divorce your wives. Correct?
That's what they're okay. I see what you mean now. Okay.
Yeah. So when they teach from the law, they're teaching you can divorce. Jesus says it was not this way from the beginning. Therefore, I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife. So now he's giving an amendment to the law that they're teaching. Don't teach that you can divorce generally. You can only divorce outside of adultery. You can only divorce if adultery. Sorry, you can only divorce if the person does adultery. That's the point. So there's more laws than this. Did the Pharisees teach that the Messiah was supposed to die and resurrect on the third day?
Okay, hold on. So I understand that you're going rapid fire with all these like alleged okay, sure. Like
did the Pharisees teach the Trinity from the Old Testament?
Why does this matter? Can you explain to me?
Because Jesus, okay, I'll tell you why it matters. Jesus says do everything they teach, but their interpretations of, for example, messianic prophecy, or for example, laws, or these things differ. So when Jesus says do everything they teach, he doesn't mean absolutely everything. I will give you grace. Christian scholars say Jesus did not mean absolutely everything because he corrects their teachings elsewhere.
Okay, so how does that prove that?
I'll give you grace. I'll give you grace.
Okay.
So because Jesus consciously edits the Pharisees' teachings, like in Matthew 15 and Mark 7, about the washing of hands, for example, therefore, we take this to be a general confirmation of the Pharisees' teachings. Okay. Same point. The Quran says it confirms. It never says it's confirming everything. Jesus says everything. The Quran doesn't say everything. However, the Quran does conscious edits to the previous scriptures, which gives us justification that the Quran is not confirming everything. The same way Jesus consciously editing gives you justification that he's not confirming everything that the Pharisees teach. Okay? So if you're going to say no, then you're going to just be a hypocrite, because the Quran never uses explicit language like do everything or confirm everything. It just says it's confirming.
So, okay. So when the Quran says to go to the Gospels if I'm in doubt, then like
it doesn't say that. Show me the verse that says that.
Let me pull it up.
Where does it say? Yeah, so make sure you find that it says if you have to go to the Gospel.
Because okay, it says scripture before you.
Yeah. So the word for scripture there is kitab. That word kitab is never used to refer to the gospel in the Quran. So there's no reason for us to think it's talking about the gospel. And the context is talking about the stories of the prophets. Where's the stories of the prophets? That's from the Torah. So you misquoted it. It's not talking about the gospel. But regardless, no problem.
Wait, but where are the scriptures before the Quran?
Yeah, that's talking about the Torah. It's not to say scriptures. It says kitab. It says the book.
Wait,
the book the book is the Torah. But no problem. Okay, let's say it's the Torah. It doesn't matter if it's the Torah or the gospel. It doesn't matter. But I'm just telling you because you misquoted the verse. So
wait, is it the Torah or the gospel?
It's talking about the Torah, like I said 3 times.
How do you know that?
Because oh my god, right? You're like actually getting on my nerves. I just told you. The Quran uses kitab never for the gospel. It does use it for the Torah. And the context is about the stories of the prophets. Therefore, it's more likely it's talking about the Torah.
And the gospel isn't also a story of the prophets?
No, it doesn't have stories of the prophets, no. In the context of Noah, and Moses and so on, no. Because the point is in chapter 1094, before it talks about the story of Noah, the story of Moses, the story of Pharaoh, then it says, if you are in doubt, go and ask those who read the scripture before you. The point is, the Meccans didn't know these things. Okay? The point is that the Meccans didn't know that Moses and Noah and these stories. So the Quran is saying there is precedent for these stories. Go and even ask the people of the book. Right? Now, I'm going to give you other verses, okay? So, yeah, people that read the book before you, yeah.
Who's that?
It could be talking about the Muslims who converted. It's more likely it's talking about that because they're the ones that don't distort according to the Quran. But it could be Jews and Christians, no problem. Even the disbelievers, those that are trustworthy, that can actually transmit what the Torah and God, the Torah specifically here, the Torah is saying. The Torah talks about the stories of the prophets. You can go and check with that by just asking those who read the Torah, did Moses, split the sea? Did Noah do these general things? Therefore, that would give you the fact that independent attestation to say, yeah, this Quran's not coming out of nowhere with these stories. Okay, this doesn't prove that the Quran is saying wholesale that's confirming the stories of the prophets or the Torah. Now, the evidence for this is the Quran uses this phraseology many times to refer to specific things or general themes, not about everything. So, for example, look what it says here. The Quran says in Surah An-Nahl, "We did not send messengers before you, O Prophet, except mere men inspired by us. If you do not know, then ask those who have knowledge of the scriptures." Okay, so is this talking about the whole scriptures being preserved, or that there's something specific you can ask the people of the book about?
Well, if you just do not know this already, then ask those who have knowledge of the scriptures. Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Yeah. Is it talking about something specific you can ask them about, or does it prove that the whole scripture is preserved, or is it talking about something specific?
I mean, it's just asking.
No,
it's just saying
no. It's saying if you don't know this specific thing, what's a specific thing? That men come, not angels. The Meccans, the pagans thought, hey, why isn't an angel coming? Why is it just a human? Oh, you don't know that humans come as prophets? Go even ask the people that read the Bible. They'll tell you. There's precedent for what's happening here in the Quran. That's the point of this verse. And that's the point of the other verse. And that's the point of all these verses that talk about go and ask the people of the scripture. You guys don't know these things because you're pagans. You don't even know basic details. Go and ask them. That's the point.
I mean, but okay, so you said that the word for scripture using the verse that I quoted was what again? And this refers to the Torah?
Yeah, it's referring to it's kitab, and the Quran always doesn't use
Kitab?
kitab for the Injil, so it's more likely it's talking about the Torah.
So how about for this verse? What's the word used here?
It doesn't even talk about it doesn't even say scriptures. It just says the people of the remembrance. Ahl al-dhikr. There. The people of the reminder. The people of the reminder are those that possess the scripture, which is going to be the Torah here.
And that's not the Christians either. Are you sure?
Well, the Christians have the Torah, don't they?
Yeah, but they also have the gospel.
Yeah, that's the point. So the point is that it's stories of the prophets is in the Torah. So here's another one. We did not send messengers before you, O Prophet, except mere men inspired by us. If you don't know this, then ask those who have knowledge of the scriptures. Okay. So again, is this talking about something specific, or is this talking about, you can even say it's the gospel. I don't care. Doesn't matter. It's something specific. I don't even care if you say it's gospel, but I don't think that's what it's talking about. But who cares? I'll grant you it. Point is, it's talking about something specific. 1094 is presented by many apologists to say, this means everything should be in the previous scriptures. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we should use the Bible as a criterion to judge Quran.
No, brother. Just because you go to the Bible as a source to show this precedent in history for what I'm saying, it doesn't mean that it's the criterion. For example, if someone tells you, hey, Jews, if someone tells the Jews, hey, you made up your history, and they say, you don't believe me? Go even look at this independent source. Go and ask the Samaritans. They pretty much have the same Pentateuch. They have the story of Moses, right? Does that mean that the Jew is saying that the Samaritans are an authority now over the Torah?
No, but okay. So here's what
I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that you proved that the scriptures aren't authority over the Quran. Yeah, go ahead,
dude. Hold on. So, do you not believe that the Injil was revealed by Allah?
Yeah, it's revealed by Allah to Jesus. But this is a red herring. Just wait there for a sec. You just brought a red herring. I'm gonna go grab my food. Just 1 second. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, bro. What's your point? What's your red herring, irrelevant point that you want to bring up?
This this is related to the point about the Bible, but no, like the reason why I brought this verse is because my main issue with Islam is that if the Bible has contradictions or whatever, Islam is still false because you believe the Injil to be revealed by God, right? And if his words are corrupted, then it proves Islam to be unreliable.
No, because the same way that you believe the Pharisees' teachings were corrupted. This is why I love the fact that we started with Matthew 23. So Jesus believes the Pharisees' teachings are changed, and yet he still says do everything they teach, but he doesn't mean absolutely everything. So it's the same thing with the Quran. There's distortions. I can still believe there's distortions in the gospel and contradictions and stuff not from God, and still believe that there's enough truth in there that will guide you towards Islam.
So this isn't a one-to-one correlation though, because
you're right, because Matthew 23 is way worse. But anyways, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, because Jesus didn't say that the Torah is corrupted. He was saying the teachings of the Pharisees are corrupted.
That's the point. If he can still say do everything they teach and their teachings are corrupted, that's my point, dog. My point is not that he's saying the Torah is corrupted.
No.
My point is you do a terrible job of tracking. But anyway,
no, do you believe that the Bible's corrupted?
Yeah, the same way that you believe the Pharisees' teachings are corrupted, and Jesus still confirms.
That's their teaching. They're teaching from the Torah, correct?
Doesn't matter. Do you not understand what an analogy is? The analogy is you can still say do everything they teach, even though what they teach is wrong, and yet the Quran can't say confirming and just mean it generally. That's the analogy. I'm not saying he's saying the Torah is corrupted.
So wait, you just said the Bible's corrupted.
I'm not saying that Jesus in Matthew 23 is saying the Torah is corrupted. Right, get that out of here, man. Yo, Muhammad.
My boy, salam alaikum.
Salam.
Yeah, that guy is brain dead, bro. Like, that was crazy. Bro, that's insane. You know,
man, that's what life did, bro. Like, this whole thing, I went through this guy right now, showing how branded he is. That's why life ran yesterday. He ran and left because he doesn't want to deal with these things. He doesn't want.
Bro, we should obviously, bro, may Allah bless you, Deen, but we shouldn't promote like the Christian dilemma as a response to Islamic dilemma, right? I think the Christian dilemma is stand of its own. I think it's much stronger because it literally says follow everything the Pharisees tells you. The Quran never says it. Follow everything in the Bible. So our position is way stronger. So every time they respond their Islamic dilemma, we should easily refute it by the Christian dilemma that is way stronger and has more evidence for it, you know? I don't know what you think about that. Yeah, for sure. Also, I want to talk about this. By the way, Extra, his name was Extra, right? The previous guest. May Allah guide him, bro. I want to just tell him that's from Satan, brother. Being hyper skeptical is from Satan, bro. You're literally a Muslim, bro. Just take it. Don't waste time, inshallah, and come to take your shahada, inshallah, with Deen. And that's the proof of our you guys' job, mashallah, you and all the brothers and sisters. Your job is amazing and is reaching to people. You know what I mean? Alhamdulillah, because a lot of Christians are watching their lives. You know what I mean? And when it comes to this life guy, right? He's now doing damage control. Obviously, he's saying, "Yo, my Patreon was for free," even though we can't really. There's no evidence for that, by the way, right? Let's say if it was actually for free, why would you try to profit out of your own friend in faith misery? And he had blood in his face, all this, horrible situation. You're trying to gain followers and views out of his pain and laughing at him, bro. That's disgusting. You know what I mean?
And also another thing, that doesn't matter. Out of all places, he doesn't want to. It doesn't matter if you do not pay for it. Because out of all places, he puts it on a place where people would go there and be more inclined to
subscribe,
be a member and whatever. Basically, it's publicity for his Patreon. It's
Still.
Yeah, I think he got caught. Even Christians, by the way, yesterday in his live, in his comments was calling him out for it. That's why he's just making the cope now. He's saying, it was actually for free, even though he can't show evidence for that. He just saying that. How I don't believe him.
It doesn't matter. He's telling people to go on a platform where he's giving publicity to his Patreon.
True. Exactly, bro. So shame on him, bro. It's disgusting. And I want to say, when you talk to him, bro, he kept interrupting you like multiple times. You were so patient with him, by the way. You know, he was interrupting you literally every 5 seconds. And he has a shame that, I don't know why would he put the live, bro. He couldn't refute the gospel Q. He couldn't refute it. He just said it's a hypothetical. You know what I mean? He couldn't refute it.
He's stupid,
bro. But by the way, do you think we should make this Christian dilemma more popular, bro? Because we should spam it just like these idiots do, with the Islamic dilemma. Because I think it's held way more values. Maybe you can make a video about it. You know what I mean? I don't know. What do you think about it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. Because I think it held more value. Bro, they just cope with it. There's no evidence. Literally says follow everything they tells you. And as a Christian, when you follow everything the Pharisees do, they contradict your teaching. So that's the Christian. Either way, the Christianity is false. Pretty much, it's very simple. It's very logical. We're just reading your Bible. We're not doing something else. We're just reading your Bible, and it's contradicting itself. Simple as that. That's it, bro. May Allah bless you. You know what I mean, bro? I just want to say, Doc and John, bro, people, the Christian in the comment, just come up the live, bro. Stop crying in the comments. Just join the live, bro. Talk to Dean. Stop with this, call in the comment.
It's unfortunate, bro. When they see Christians get like this guy was so lost. When they see stuff like that happening, it deters people from coming up. They get scared.
Get scared because, bro, the thing is, bro, like people like the previous guy you were just talking to him, like they talk confidently, but they have no clue. They don't read their Bible, bro. And
bro, you should have seen him in the private chat. Look what the other guy that was here. Look what he was saying. He was saying, let's see. He was trying to prove the Trinity. How do you fall for the lies for Islam, brother? Have you read any of the councils? I cannot believe you're making these claims. All here in the back channel.
It's crazy. And bro, when these idiots keep talking about kissing a stone or the Kaaba, even though it's not required to us as Muslims, you guys are refuting your own religion by doing that, because Isaiah 67, Isaiah kissed the stones for his forgiveness or call. So keep talking about it. You're refuting your own religion by saying this stupid shit.
Yep.
Anyway, my love, bless you. Are you going? You still? You gonna go for a while now, or are you gonna end it? Because maybe
I'm just gonna get through all the guests, inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah. Maybe extra will join you, hopefully, inshallah. Then,
inshallah.
May Allah bless you. Keep doing what are you doing, bro?
Salam. A Muslim with a question. You're gonna have to leave and join back, brother. Your mic's not connected. Yo, revert.
Oh, assalamu alaikum. I'm just listening for the backstage boss.
No problem. All good. Salam. Muslim with a question.
Yeah. What's up?
What's up?
I had a couple questions. If there's like a Christian that wants to hop on, I can leave for that.
It's all good.
All right. So I had a couple questions about the hadith. First one, it's about like semen determining the appearance or the gender of a child, and the second one was about how Allah descends in the last 1/3 of the night. I don't know which one you wanted to go over first.
Yeah, just go through the first one and tell me the issue.
So I believe it says this information is coming from Gabriel, and Gabriel has told the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam that whoever discharges first, that's like the gender of the child, or the appearance of the child. And I don't know if this is like scientifically verifiable. It doesn't sound very scientific.
Even if it's not, science changes. But okay, the point is that look, one, science changes. That's one. But two, even if we take today's science, the hadith is actually mistranslated. The hadith is talking about whose sort of DNA. It says liquid, right? Whoever's liquid emits, not in the sense of who emits first, but in the sense of which one dominates over the other. So there's a good video by Muhammad Hijab on that. If you just search it up, Muhammad Hijab, and then you put the hadith, you find it.
All right, so should we go over the second one now?
Yep. By the way, yeah. So sorry. So
yeah.
Just one more thing on that. The point would be that whoever's DNA dominates, the child's going to look like them. And then DNA comes from their liquid, right? From when they ejaculate. So it's just it's talking about the DNA. But obviously, the Prophet ﷺ is not going to be talking with like 21st century lingo back then.
Okay, so with the second one, I was just curious because everyone on Earth is going to experience the last 1/3 of the night. I'm assuming, like consecutively, there's always going to be some place on Earth that's experiencing the last 1/3 of the night. So how would a dissension happen here?
Yeah. So you can there's other narrations that don't mention it. That don't mention that part of the narration. So that's one way to reconcile it. Another way to reconcile it is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is continuously doing the action for everyone, right? And this, in reality, it's happening, but for us, it's relative. You know. So in reality, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is performing this action for those where it's the last third, but in other places where it's not the last third, he's not going to be doing it for them until it's time for them.
So you're saying the people that are praying, God descends for those people?
In the last third of the night, yeah. Those that where it is the last third of the night.
So is there like is God in multiple places? I'm sorry, I'm lost a little bit.
No, why does that have to follow?
Well,
descending just means coming nearer to.
So
it doesn't mean that he leaves his place.
How would he what's descending? What
how does God know all things?
Excuse me, could you repeat that?
Yeah. How does God know all things?
He just does, I guess.
Can you explain it?
It's part of his nature. Yeah.
Are you able to explain it?
I can't really know.
No, we don't explain the how. We can't explain the how. We can't explain what it means.
All right.
All right. Anything else?
I had a couple more questions. Like if you were.
Yeah. Go on.
All right. Let me open the notes. So I had this question about the qira'ats, right? So some would say like the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam saw something or spoke something, and in another it would say like Allah would say something. So do these not contradict?
Sorry, repeat that.
Qira'ats, like alternate readings of the Quran where they say Allah said something or the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said something. Do these not contradict? How can we reconcile these?
Dude, if I say that you said you like ice cream and I said I like ice cream, how's that a contradiction? What the hell?
Well, so
come on, dude. You can't be serious.
I guess. I don't know. It just doesn't seem very like realistic. That seems kind of like ad hoc.
What? It's ad hoc to say that the Prophet, that Allah says worship me, and then the Prophet says worship Allah. to say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spoke the Quran, and the Prophet spoke the Quran, it sounds ad hoc to you. What are you talking about? what are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I got this. This one's my last one. So
No. I want you to tell me how it's ad hoc, because you don't know what ad hoc is. Why is it
yeah,
ad hoc?
ad hoc is like looking back at it from the future and like
No.
reconciling it. Yeah.
No, I'm looking back at the future. It's you have a presupposition and you read it into the text, but that's only for stuff that's not natural. Is it natural to say that someone can say something, someone else can say something without, it being forced? Of course.
I guess, yeah. Like
It
I don't remember.
it happens all the time. Anyways, give the example. Give me the verse. Anyways, you should be giving me the verse, but yeah, give me the verse.
I'm sorry. I had the hadiths, the two hadiths. I had them sourced, but I didn't have this one sourced.
Okay.
So, should I ask my last question?
Look, every time the Quran has, before you ask your next second one, whenever the Quran has these differing recitations, it's always to add layers of meaning to the text. So there's a reason why, and I have to look at the verse to see why, that it would say Allah says something, the Prophet says something, right? So I think you're talking about Ajibta and Ajibtu. You're talking about that's not saying, bro. That's Ajab. Ajab's not saying.
What was that specific verse? Could you remind me?
Quran chapter 37, verse 12, I think.
So, like, what does the verse say?
So one of the recitations says, you are astounded while they mock.
Mm-hmm.
Then the other one is, I was astounded while they mock.
So we would say that both God and the Prophet is astounded.
Yeah. So the way that the Prophet ﷺ is amazed, or whatever else you want to translate ajab, is not the same as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? But that's a different question. So far we're just talking about whether it's contradiction. If I say that the Prophet was amazed, he saw their disbelief and he was like, wow. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, after they disbelieved, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was amazed, not in the sense of deficient knowledge, he didn't know what was going to happen, but in the sense of he saw it and he had the meaning of he was displeased, and he was in this sort of sense, right? There's other meanings. So in Tafsir Baghwi, he gives these other meanings. And there's a context where ajab could mean in the context of you not being deficient with knowledge. Now, in the context of the Prophet, it means, like he didn't know it was going to happen, then it happened. In the context of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it's a case of disappointment, or it's a case of displeasure and so on. So there's also a hadith that talks about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doing this action of ajab. There's a hadith of it that gives this sort of meaning as well. So it's the same thing when I say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has knowledge, I have knowledge. My knowledge begins to increase. Well, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's knowledge, it's not deficient, and then he has to learn. So the same way here, yeah? So I'll give you another example of how this is in contradiction. It's not ad hoc. The Prophet ﷺ, he witnessed the Quraysh's disbelief, and he was displeased with them. Yeah? Okay. Is it a contradiction to then say, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also was displeased with them?
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, but that's the point. So how's that?
Like, I don't know. I guess I was wrong. I was wrong. Yeah.
It's all good.
So can we move forward?
Yeah.
So this one is more of a moral objection, I guess, but it's pretty firm. So in the Bible, there's a story of Lot, and there's like two angels that come as men, and there's like a riot, and they're like, let us, these people, these visitors, and he's like, you can have my daughters. And so I was assuming that the Quran clears this of the Prophet, but I was surprised it says, you can have my daughters. They're purer for you. So how is your interpretation of this?
Take them for marriage. Don't take them and just you have sex with them.
So, how would you interpret the Bible verse?
Yeah, the Bible verses. I guess you could take it as an also marriage. I haven't looked into the context. I know from the Quran. The Quran is saying you don't need to reconcile the Bible as a Muslim, but yeah, from the Quran, it's talking about marriage. He's talking about you guys should be not doing this, become pious, and marry my daughters.
Well, I've seen like a lot of Christians interpret this as, you know, not consensual and stuff, but the wording is very similar. Like it both says, "Have my daughter; they're pure."
Oh, they're saying that a lot from the Bible is saying non-consensually. You have my daughters.
I would have to check, but I remember so. Yes.
Yeah, we don't believe that. There's nothing in the Quran that implies that.
Okay. Yeah. Like we could talk more. I could ask a couple more questions, but that's enough.
No, ask them. I got time. I'm staying live.
So, like over the in the Quran, it condemns the Trinity multiple times, but I've noticed most of the times where it talks about the Trinity, it's not talking about like Orthodox Trinitarianism. It's referring to like a tritheism, where it's saying that Allah from the Quran is the Father. So it's saying like don't make God the third of three, which they don't believe really. They don't think that God is the third of three. So I'm assuming this means Allah
They
is
do.
himself as
He's,
the Father.
he's a third.
What?
He's a third of three of persons. God is third of three. He's a third of three divine persons.
So would they say that God is the third of three in persons?
Yeah, he's one of the three. One of the three persons.
So the persons are Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So which one is God of the persons?
All of them.
So is he the third of the three? He's the third.
Yeah, he's one of the three.
I guess. So
yeah. The Quran encapsulates all different models. It says don't say three, and Allah's the third of three. So all models pretty much have God as one of the three. They sometimes have Mary. They sometimes have the Holy Spirit and Jesus. They sometimes have Holy Spirit, Jesus in modes. Holy Spirit and Jesus in parts. Holy Spirit and Jesus in persons. Holy Spirit and Jesus in three gods even. So the Quran's encapsulating all of them.
So is there any point where the Quran specifically picks out Orthodox Trinitarianism?
It doesn't have to. It's talking about Orthodox Trinitarianism and any type of Trinitarianism circulating. Third of three. They're all encapsulated in that one statement.
So another question I had was how the Quran in verse 4, I believe, says if you fear disobedience, you can as a final resort, you may strike your wives. So my question was for people that don't have access to hadith, maybe could there have been a better way of maybe, like, I don't know if this is even permissible to say, but is there like a better way of writing this, maybe phrasing this?
No, because anyone that look, you can't read the Quran isolated. It's the same thing with chopping the hands of the thief. Chopping the hands of the thief is said in a way where someone could possibly take it as, oh yeah, just chop off the hands of someone that steals $5. That's why with any ruling, you need to ask those who have knowledge. The Quran says many times, ask those who have knowledge, ask those who have knowledge, right? So that's already assumed in the Quranic framework. When you interpret the Quran, you have someone who's knowledgeable, that is well informed, that lets you know what these mean. Now, in the Quranic context, it's very clear already that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala isn't for beating harshly your wives. And the evidence for that is in the story of Ayyub alayhi salam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't say, yeah, just go beat your wife. She's disobedient, go beat her. He says, no, don't beat her harshly.
Yeah, with like a grass, right? Like a pile of grass.
Yeah, so even from the Quran alone, it's already clear that you shouldn't be hitting your wife harshly.
Couldn't have it said like a symbolic tap, or other than like a strike, not like a strike?
a strike encapsulates what is a symbolic tap. And also, it's not exclusive to a symbolic tap. I can grab my wife if I want to.
Yeah, you could.
So it's not exclusive to that. So when you say beat, it's in the context of light beating, but it could be grab her, it could be, like a little push or whatever. That's like, get her to listen to you. But it's like nothing where you actually cause her significant harm. And this is when she's really, really disobedient, and where doing that will actually get her attention more, right? Now, you could also do a symbolic tap that's encapsulated in what it's saying, but it's not exclusive to that. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
people are just so soft thinking that you can't touch your wife.
All right. So, well, what can we say about specific beliefs in Islam that like are questionably traced to Abrahamic religions? So, for example, there would be hell, which is not like a big thing in Judaism in the Old Testament. There would be like jinns, which was a bigger thing with the like the pagans in Mecca and stuff. And like, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, but the Chinvat Bridge, which is like a Zoroastrian thing. Like, would we have to say that all of these can be traced back to?
Yeah. So a lot of these overlap in other traditions. You're just not aware of it. Like the Sirat is in early Christian traditions. It's in Jewish traditions.
Mhm.
It's in so even like the idea of hell and heaven. It's found in the oral traditions of the Jews. It's found in the Gospels. So you still find remnants in there, but the point is just that these traditions are corrupted, so it's not going to give you a full light of everything that the Quran will. Yeah. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
So the Quran never expects you to find in the scriptures that, in the Old Testament or whatever, that's the case, that there's hell and heaven. Yeah, but you can derive it from the oral traditions of the Jews and from what Jesus says in the Gospels. You definitely do find hell and heaven, but maybe not in detail. And then you have also, even the Zoroastrian tradition, even if, I do know other traditions that have the Sirat, but even if that's the case, it's referencing the Zoroastrian tradition. That's fine, because there could have been a prophet from the Zoroastrian tradition.
Yeah. So, specifically for jinn, like, do you have something to say?
Yeah. So there's a scholarly early view that jinns are actually angels, a type of angel, and they become jinns. So that's one view that would like reconcile in the biblical framework.
Mm-hmm.
So in the case of shaitan, he's not like, and the part of the evidence they use is like the Quran says that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells the angels to prostrate. And you find this like in Tafsir al-Tabari, that some people early on were saying that they're a type of angel, jinns. So that's one position. And you do find this in the Jewish Christian traditions. In the Surah Clementine homily, it talks about angels being made out of fire.
Where would they say that the angels are made from fire?
Some Jewish Christian traditions here I can pull up. So,
No, I remember you said like earlier that you don't hold to this position. So like, what would you hold to?
Yeah, just that it doesn't have to be the case that everything is referenced in the previous scriptures, and traditions like we know from like Arabia, they could be true. They had traditions about Abraham that were true, or Ismail. So it's not implausible to say that they also have true traditions regarding jinn.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. So the fall of the angels. But when having assumed these forms and convicted as covetous those who stole them, and showing the possibility of so living, having become in all respects men, they all partook of human lust. Proper nature, their members turned away from their fiery substance. But the fire itself being extinguished by the weight of lust and changed into flesh, They trod the impious path downwards. Here's another one. For being bastards in race of the fire of the angels and blood of women. So it's talking about angels being made out of fire. And these are like fallen angels that were sent down to earth, and they procreated with men, and like going back to Genesis, you know? So that's in the Surah Clementine homilies. So that's one possible explanation as well. But, you know, this is all speculative. Anything else?
We could. There was like this moral objection. So in the Hadith, it says like, well, once your child has reached the age of 10, you may strike them in order to get them to pray. Like, do you have an opinion on that? Like, do you think that's moral?
Yeah, it's not. You don't like beat the living hell out of them. Just spanking. Like your parents never spanked you.
I mean, of course, but like that seems like a. Well, what's a way to? Like that seems like compulsion. That seems like compulsion.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it? You when you're a kid, are you like forced to go to school?
Yeah, you are.
All right, is that better for you or worse?
It's better.
All right. What's better for you, to go to heaven or to go to school?
To get to heaven, of course.
Yeah, there you go.
So you would say this does not constitute as compulsion in religion?
If you think that, you know, if a parent gets upset and like starts spanking their child for not going to school, if that's compulsion to you, then okay. Then that's something that doesn't matter. Like I'm sure not many parents would say, yeah, you should have just let them go and let them not go to school, and you spanking them doesn't, you know, you shouldn't do that because you should just let them do whatever they want. There's a level of, you know, you have to control your children in a way where you give them stuff that's beneficial for them.
So I mean, I don't see, like, that might not be analogous. I'm not going to say it's not, but like the Quran does say that there's no compulsion in religion. So like, is it
Yeah,
because
you don't have to believe. It's just that your parents are they're not forcing you to believe. They're just making sure that at a young age you get into the habit of praying, and you know, there's a lot. Yeah, so you know, even this idea of no compulsion to religion depends what you mean by compulsion. But regardless, you know, if in this way you're not being forced to be Muslim, but you're being treated in a way where it's more beneficial for you to practice Islam. And that way, yeah, like we have that in Islam. Isn't it more beneficial in certain aspects to be Muslim in a Muslim country? Of course. But that's not like you having to be Muslim. It's just better for you to be Muslim.
Mm-hmm. And I had, like, of my list, this is like the last one, but I mean, if you have time, I might even think of some more. But so for the satanic verses, you don't believe that this even happened, right?
Yeah, it's likely it never happened. Yeah.
So for the people that argue that this was believed in the like early community, you don't agree?
Doesn't matter if they are. That doesn't prove it's authentic.
Would you say that this is like a reaction to like the belief of abrogation? Like people try to have an example of abrogation?
I don't know the reason why it would be fabricated, but the most likely thing would be to, well, ironically, I think it's to vindicate the Prophet, to show that no matter what Satan tries to, I don't think the person who fabricated was conniving or had ill intentions. Actually, I believe that this was meant to portray that no matter what Satan does, Allah will protect the Quran, because what happens at the end? At the end, Angel Gabriel rectifies everything.
Yeah, I had written like, is it even a concern if it was eventually changed? Like I don't see it as a concern.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, so if it was true, it doesn't disprove Islam. Yeah, I agree. So the reason why is like, look, so there's two main things they might bring. They might say, one, okay, but if this is the case, then how can we trust the prophet with any verse that he recites? How do we know that some of them were inspired by Satan and weren't abrogated? And the way that you know is that you already have independent reasons to believe in the prophet. Therefore, you would accept that if it were to happen, then it would be rectified as per this example, right? So it's the same thing with like Christians. Even Christians will say the same thing. They would say, if you ask them, "Oh, how do you know that Prophet Aaron he committed shirk according to you? How do you know he didn't lie or he didn't do shirk elsewhere? How do you know he didn't do these things?" Well, I have independent reasons to believe in the Bible, and therefore I accept that if he did do these things, then God would rectify him just like he did with at his time period with Moses. Yeah. So you can always appeal to that and say, look, I have independent reasons to believe in the prophet. Therefore, I believe that if it were to happen, it would be abrogated again. All right. Now,
I understand.
Now that there's nothing inconsistent about that, and even non-Muslim scholars they'll admit that they try to say it's historical because it meets the criteria of embarrassment, but it doesn't meet the criteria of embarrassment because of what you said. Early Muslims didn't mind in accepting it as authentic. So for that reason, yeah, there's no reason to think it's actually authentic.
On your theory of Ezra, son of God, that was Rabbi Eliezer, right?
Yeah.
Or was that Orthodox Muslims? My bad.
Yeah, we both believe the same thing here. Yeah.
So, do we have evidence that he was worshipped, or is it only that one? Like,
so the context of the Quran saying that they were worshipped. If you go to the verse after, it talks about istihlal. You know what istihlal
is it debate?
No, istihlal is when you make something halal haram or haram halal without Allah's decree. Right?
Yeah.
Now, that's the context what he was doing, because in the Talmud it talks about everything that he says is true with regards to what's halal and haram, and that's what Allah says in chapter 9 verse 31. They've taken their rabbis amongst his lords besides Allah. How have they taken their rabbis amongst his lords? They have taken them in lords in the sense of istihlal.
So, like, you wouldn't assume that when it's saying the Christians have taken their rabbis amongst his lords, and like the Jews have taken I forgot the exact thing. They have taken Jesus as the Son of God, and the Jews have taken Ezra as the Son of God. You would not say this is making like an equivalence, or like it's not saying it's in the same sense.
It's in the same sense, and the fact that they're given divine qualities. They're divine sons of God. Yeah.
But not in like it seems as if it's trying to say it in like a Trinitarian sense when it's saying the Son. So you would not say it's in the same sense in the Trinitarian sense.
Look. So if you were to ask the majority of Christians back then, would they say Jesus is co-equal with the Father?
No.
That's my point. So they believe he's a divine Son of God, has divine qualities, but like, who actually holds as layman to the Nicene Creed in the 7th century? You know what I'm saying? So the point would just be divine Son of God. Like, he's a divine Son of God. So how is Jesus divine Son of God? Well, he has this imagery. If you look at my video, this imagery of the hour is near and Jesus will rise the dead in the day of judgment. That's giving divine qualities to Jesus. Christians would have believed that, but would have they necessarily believed he's co-equal with the Father? I don't think the majority would believe that, actually. I think a lot of them don't know the Nicene Creed. Or if they knew it, they would just misunderstand it or whatever. Even today, Christians today, even with all the information, all of the, like, you have the internet and you have these all these sources. Till today, I think the majority of Christians wouldn't say Jesus is co-equal with the Father.
So another concern was that, like, I've seen you use this early church father. He has a letter where he says, like, have you not seen that he's crucified, like right in front of your eyes? You know that?
I've used that? No.
As like a example that early Christians were doubting.
No,
Is
no,
that
no.
not your argument?
No. I never made
like,
that.
I'm watching both y'all and like Orthodox Muslims videos, so I might just be mixing it up. Yeah.
So good. Just save it for someone else, whoever said it.
So, like I've just noticed it's like it might be a Docetist thing where like they're not really questioning
Might
whether
be.
he was actually
I
up
don't
there
know.
or not.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't make the claim, so I don't know.
All right. I mean, I'm out of questions. Thank you.
No problem. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Wa rahmatullah.
The hammer.
Assalamu alaikum, bro. How's it going?
Wa alaikum salam. Are you the hammer that I was using in my analogy?
No, I just came in like 20 minutes ago.
Now I'm trolling you, bro. Yeah, what's up?
So, bro, I have two questions, if that's all right. I'm Muslim, obviously. Is that cool? Yeah. I just because the title of the stream is like for Christians, but I saw the last guy was Muslim. So is that all right?
Got you, bro. I got you.
Awesome. So the first one is, do you know the hadith regarding the coccyx bone? It says it'll never like decay.
Yep.
Is that like literally, or is it?
Yeah, there's another narration that says that on the day of judgment, it's going to be like as small as a mustard seed. There's another version of the narration that says that has that like addition,
really?
right? Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, so that addition and another narration helps inform what that means. So what it means is like it's not gonna decay fully. Everything's gonna decay fully, except for your coccyx, because that's where you're gonna be resurrected from.
Oh, okay, and we can probably just say, I mean, first of all, I don't think there's any studies that study the coccyx one specifically. And even if they did, it might be so small that they never actually measured
Yeah,
it.
it's so small that they won't be able to detect it. Yeah. But it is proven that it decays a lot slower than every other part. So it could be that the other parts have decayed to like its fullest extent, while the coccyx hasn't decayed fully, but it's decayed to the point where it's too small to see.
So what if like someone says like, what if he got the coccyx bone and like he just cremated it, or does that not fulfill the condition? Does it have to be? Is it specific?
Yeah, this is talking about
like,
you can say this about anything, but you can say this about anything. Like, oh, Allah says a statement about this, but what about this exception? Allah makes general statements, or the Prophet makes general statements. So any exceptions, just like you just obviously the Prophet's not gonna say, oh, and besides the fact that if someone tries to cremate, then in that case he's not gonna say that, bro. Like he's gonna say general statement.
Okay. So would it just be like the scholar just be like, these hadiths make it so that like even if he's like decide to cremate it takes like a different ruling. We just have to look at like different hadiths and scholars.
It's a general statement. It's the same thing with like fasting. Like, the Quran says you meant to fast from sunrise to sunset, but in certain regions there's no sunrise and sunset. Well, yeah, like that's the exception. You want Allah to say the exception for everything?
Okay, that's a good point. And my next question is more like just an emotional thing. Like, you know, Dr. Zakir Naik, I watched a video of him saying that like, if a man murders and like rapes, rapes a woman, but if he repents to Allah, then he'll be forgiven, and that's just. I don't remember the exact video, but something like that. I was wondering, like, I thought like, you got like sins against Allah, but sins against creation. Like, you know how you backbite someone, you can take their good deeds unless they ask you for forgiveness.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought something similar would happen on the Day of Judgment, where like even if you got forgiven by Allah, there'll still be something between you and the person.
Yeah, you're right. So I can't speak on what he said, but you're right. I guess you just have to assume the best from him, that he intended that, even with what he said.
But so what happens? So if someone murders someone, they can still repent, but so will nothing happen to him on the Day of Judgment? What would the person who got murdered?
No, it's what you said. If the person wants punishment, there'll be punishment. He'll be
on the Day of Judgment.
Yeah. So if you steal a hat from if you steal a hat from me, there's aspect of you stole, and that's a sin in the eyes of Allah. You can repent, but if you don't pay me back, or if I don't forgive you, then I can get back in the Day of Judgment.
So you will be held accountable, at least by the specific person, even if you repented, unless they forgive you on the Day of Judgment. Okay, that's fine.
And it's recommended to forgive. Yeah.
Okay, that should be fine. I was really kind of like hit my heart. You know what I mean? Like if I got murdered, I'd be like, I want this person to suffer. But cool. That's my main two questions, man. I appreciate you answering that.
No problem, bro. I would just say be careful with taking from not the specific point with Zakir Naik, but there is specific points where he's not well informed. Like, for example, if you're taking from him on particular points in Christianity, I would say just beware. Like, I'm not like, obviously he does good dawah and everything, and he's like multiple people have been guided through him and so on and so forth. But there's gaps of his knowledge of Christianity that I wouldn't recommend. I've seen, right? So I would just say beware of that. I'm not saying this to denigrate the great Da'i. Like he's a great brother and he's a great ustad.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But it's just there's certain basic details of Christianity I've seen him get wrong. So you always need to fact check. It's not just him, even myself or other people. You need to be careful when someone says something. If they don't bring up a reference, or if it's something that of significant detail that's being said, you need to double check it, right? So I'll give you an example. I'm not going to say the name of the Da'i, but one great Da'i, for example, that has a lot of followers, said that the Gospels were canonized in Nicaea. Okay, great Da'i, someone that's respected. People think he knows Christianity really well, but he's saying stuff like that, and that's not good. That's not good, because that's a very basic detail. That's wrong. So with any Da'i that you're taking from, I'm not saying here necessarily he made a mistake with the whole what was it? Thanks to the question you asked with the Day of Judgment and so on. You can assume the best from there. But with any Da'i that you're taking from, you gotta always fact check information like you just did now, and that's good that you did that. But yeah, that's my recommendation.
That's fine. Yeah, I think if something's kind of like if it feels off, I think it's best to question it. If it's really like feeling off, but yeah, that should be fine. I guess like one more thing. It wasn't like a question, but I'm trying to find like a video that you made with someone. Is like you reacting to that Christian guy who was talking about Aisha, and then you were making the argument about how the nutritional fact how like her eating a lot of food could add evidence to her hitting puberty early, and like you made a joke something about him like mispronouncing a scholar's name, and you said like something regarding fettuccine.
Yeah,
I thought it was pretty funny, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, I was trying to find that video, man. Where is that? Like, I can't find it anymore.
I think it's still there. Let me just check.
Yeah, I can't lie. I mean, I was looking for that specific part because actually it's pretty funny the way he mispronounced it and talking about fettuccine and stuff. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he was talking about Ibn Hajar Asqalani.
Yeah, that's funny. If you can find that video, I just want to rewatch it again. You made some pretty good points.
So basically, what you need to do is, bro, you need to search up Deenresponds and just put the Aisha dilemma. That was his video.
Yeah. Okay, that should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
so the title is refuting another fake dilemma. IP refuted.
IP. Well, that's the Christian guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that should be fine.
All right.
I'll take man. Thanks for hosting me on, man. Assalamualaikum, bro.
Oh, good. Walaikum salam. All right, let's get through these quickly. So Metal Theist, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, brother.
What's up?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. I don't know.
Yeah, go on.
You mentioned something in one video I watched like a few months ago, but you never brought it up again. You were reacting to. I said, yeah, you mentioned something in a video a few months ago, but like I never heard you bring it up again. You were reacting to Daniel's debate with I think David Wood on the Islamic dilemma.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the verse is verse 50, Surah Al-Ma'idah.
Okay.
Yeah. Where it says the Quran confirms what they have from the Injil.
Hello?
Yeah, doesn't this prove like a general confirmation, not an absolute confirmation? Since the Injil was already
what were you saying? Start from the beginning.
Yeah, so I just needed to clear that up. Sorry, please.
Yeah, but what did you want to? So I mentioned verse 50, and what about because you cut out for me? What were you asking?
Yeah. The verse says like the Quran comes to confirm what they have, like the Christians have from the Injil. So
like kitab, yeah. So it says Musaddiqan. What was it? Yeah, it says Min al-Kitab, yeah.
Yeah, Min al-Kitab. So like, isn't this an evidence for general confirmation, not absolute confirmation?
Yeah, of course. It says وَأَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ بِالْحَقِّ مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ. Yeah.
Okay, so I can use this to say that not everything from what they have is confirmed, just parts that come from the message of Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Okay. I just need to confirm that. Thank you very much.
All good. All right. Salam.
Walaikum salam.
All right. Shia Muslim. Shia.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How are you?
Good. Alhamdulillah. How you doing?
Good, alhamdulillah. I want to keep this as brief as possible. I came in very quickly. Also on the last, just to carry off where you guys left off. You know that verse where it says radiyallahu anhum min al-muhajirin wal ansar?
Yeah.
So that's also like a general verse as well that maybe you can parallel with the verse you guys were speaking about.
Yeah, there's many examples where min means. Look, this context where min still can mean. It doesn't necessarily mean just a portion of, but there are examples where it does mean a portion of. So,
In that verse, do you think it says that for the companions, the muhajirin and ansar?
No, so there's people that are. There are hypocrites, obviously, in Medina, or even before Medina. There's hypocrites, but it's a general statement, of course.
Well together, like if they
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
argue against
you can
the
use
first one.
you can use that as you can use that as an evidence with other verses, but
Yeah.
I prefer to say just conscious edits, because conscious edits it gets them to realize that the Quran is not like just doing stuff randomly.
That's true, but they're just brain dead. I mean, it's very clear. It's just a stupid argument. I want to keep this as brief as possible. There's like so much you can get into on this topic. So I was born in a Shia family. Now I'm against tawassul, istighatha, mut'a. I think you should just call upon Allah alone.
So you're Sunni then?
Well, I've been looking, searching up.
I used to be Shia as well.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I was born Shia. Where are you from?
South Lebanon.
Me too.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. You Bint Jbel?
We're from a village next to it.
Yeah, I'm from a village next to it as well.
Oh, that's good. Let's go.
Yeah, so look, I was born Shia as well. Became Sunni about 4 or 5 years ago.
There's one. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So I became Sunni 4 or 5 years ago. I used to be like you as well. My family's like this as well. They follow Sayyid Muhammad Hassan Fadlallah. They call him Sayyid Muhammad Hassan Fadlallah, right? And he's very moderate, as you know. You probably follow him. Your family probably follows him, eh?
My dad follows a Sistani.
Sistani, yeah. Sistani's a bit, yeah. So, yeah. So you probably incline more towards not what Sistani says, but I say Sayyid Muhammad Hassan Fadlallah for you guys, because he says this stuff as well. Not with mut'a, I don't know about mut'a, but with like istighatha and tawassul, he says no, you shouldn't be doing it. He doesn't, like, he says you shouldn't be cursing, you shouldn't be takfiring, all these things, right? Now, there's certain, yeah. So it was never the case of with myself when I converted. It was never the case that, look, it was basically this. I couldn't find anything clear from the Quran to justify that it's a fundamental doctrine to be a Muslim to believe in imamah, right? So that's probably where you're at right now.
Not even my main, maybe if I would, say my two main things that I'm kind of still stuck on are khilafah and like the attributes of Allah. Like those two things are, I still feel like the Shia position is a superior position from what I've seen so far.
Right. But there's nothing clear in the Quran. First of all, do you think that it's actually something that is for your fundamental beliefs as a Muslim to believe in imamah?
In the 12-er Shia sense, no, I don't hold that position.
Then you're not a Shi'i, bro. You're not a Shi'i.
There's a sect called the Zaydi Shias. Have you heard of them?
Yeah, but why would you want to be?
because of these two like blocks that I still have.
All right.
Like
Okay. Well,
on
look.
Khilafah and a few other things.
Let's talk about the attributes of Allah first, then we can get to like the whole imam thing, right?
Okay.
So first with the attributes of Allah, what does it make sense there?
And that's hard, just to clarify, not even, so it's more on who was supposed to be the Khalifa after the Prophet, peace be upon him. It's not more so on like the imams and that whole concept. What was the question about the attributes?
The attributes. Let's do that first.
Okay, so without getting into any philosophical terms or just on a like surface level, taking Allah's attributes as metaphorical seems to be the most, more logical, more.
That's not the Shia position. The Shia position is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, his attributes are himself and his attributes are identical to each other. So they believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't speak in time. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't, his love is his mercy is his wrath is his power is his forgiveness is his whatever else, right? So that's the Shia position. This is like Greek philosophical ideas that even like it's divine simplicity basically. That's the Shia classical position. So look, if there's a precedent to take something as metaphorical, we're going to take it metaphorical. That's from the Zahir, right? So for example, there's hadith that talk about, I was hungry, you didn't feed me, I was thirsty, you didn't give me drink, etc. And then it's talking about Allah. No one's going to say Allah was literally like that because the context facilitates for it to mean that was metaphorical. So if the context facilitates for it, then yeah, that's sure, that makes sense. But there are places where clearly it's talking about actual attributes that exist that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala possesses. So for example, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's hands, right? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created Adam with his two hands.
Yeah, let's focus on that one.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, so when I think of it, it's like if Allah's hand is not the whole of Allah, then if you take Allah's hand away, then and then just put it back, it's like it's like a composition. It's like making Allah into parts because his hand is not the whole of Allah.
Like first of all, you can't. Allah's attributes are inseparable from him. So if you mean part in that way, then obviously we don't affirm that. But if you mean in the sense that he has distinct attributes, what's the issue in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala being an eternal being that has multiple attributes? What's the issue?
And all of these attributes are not confined within a certain space.
Not confined, but it's in a space. Everything that exists is in a space.
So Allah's face would be occupying different space than his hand, for example, because they're both not the same thing.
Yeah, so the essence of Allah would be above us. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would have different aspects within that space. Yeah. So look, focus on the parts thing. What's the issue in saying, okay, first of all, put it like this. The way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala presents himself in the Quran, and I didn't get interpretation on his hands, by the way, but we'll leave that for now. I'll come back to it. If you just read the Quran, will you get the interpretation that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has multiple distinct attributes, or that he doesn't have multiple distinct attributes from reading the Quran?
Some verses, when I read them, they seem to be more metaphorical than others. There's one verse
brother, metaphorical doesn't even, you're conflating. Metaphorical doesn't mean therefore not distinct. You can have metaphorical interpretations of verses, even though I may disagree with that. That doesn't mean that you then think of them to not be distinct. You can still say that Allah's yad is his power, even though I disagree with that. That's wrong. Allah's yad could be his power, and yet his power is not Allah, and his power is not his mercy. So what's the justification that Allah doesn't have distinct attributes?
Yeah, it's more so like when I'm thinking about it now, it's more so on just
because think about it this way: when you read the Quran, doesn't it present Allah's mercy as though it's different from his wrath, and his wrath is different from his love, and his love is different from his power, and his power is you know what I'm saying?
I mean, when they say they're the same, like people who hold to divine simplicity, I mean, obviously, love isn't the same as mercy or like all these different things. Like,
They believe that.
But how? Like, if you love someone, it's
They
different. That
say
means
that's the point. The point is they believe that Allah's love is His mercy and His wrath is His mercy and His power is all these things, and those things are all identical to Allah. They believe that, but for just us in this world, it seems like they're different, which is just like a massive ta'wil. Why is God going to present Himself in a way where He seems compositional, but in reality, He doesn't have multiple parts. He doesn't have multiple aspects. That doesn't make any sense, right? That just makes the zahir of the Quran something that misleads people into a different concept of God. Do you understand?
yeah, I get what you're saying there, but it's more on like when you say the hand of Allah, for example. That's what's more hard to
I got you.
to,
Okay.
like
So
understand.
we've established that the Quran on the zahir, it presents Allah as though His attributes are different, and that Allah is one and He has multiple qualities. Okay. Now, regarding the whole metaphorical and not metaphorical, first of all, the context has to facilitate for whether you're going to take something metaphorical or not. Now, when you're talking about Allah's yad, that's clearly not metaphorical. It's clearly in a literal fashion because just look at the context of the verse. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, I created Adam with my two hands. Okay, what does that mean? What would your interpretation be in this metaphorical interpretation you're going to give?
I mean, you could say power and something
Okay,
else.
so think about the rhetorical like value when Allah speaks to Iblis. Iblis, why do you not prostrate to the one that I created with my own two powers? Okay, let's say even own two powers isn't like a good rebuttal. Let's say he really means two hands in the way where he means one power. Okay, we even grant that, even though that sounds off.
No, it could be like power and maybe strength or just something else.
Sure. Look, sure. But I don't think that's a good rebuttal. But even if I grant it, still focus on this. Even if I grant that, and he's talking about his power or his strength and power, didn't Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala create Iblis with his power and his strength as well?
Probably.
You did. So what's the rhetorical force now of, hey Iblis, why do you not prostrate to the one that created you my power and strength? Oh Allah. Imagine that now. Iblis could have refuted Allah. Astaghfirullah. Oh Allah, didn't you not create me with your power and your strength? So that's why it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I see your point there.
So that's just the foundation. And from there, I could go through all the times where it is clearly literally, and then people just wheel it. But the point is that that's just like a foundational thing where you see, look, Allah clearly does depict Himself as having these qualities. Now, what do you make of these qualities now? I'm not giving you this to give you shubahat or whatever, because maybe you're thinking, oh, like he has a hand. What does that mean? Does he look like a man or whatever?
Yeah, because
that's not the case.
then subconsciously I'm thinking of like a composite.
No, I got you. So composite is one thing, right? Composite is one thing, but another thing is the aspect of whether it's metaphor, because we already dealt with the compositional thing. The compositional thing is Allah has distinct qualities that you could quote unquote call parts, but in the sense of they're distinct but not separable. Yeah. Now on that aspect, sure, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we established before, the Quran depicts Him in that way. But now we're establishing that He's even depicted in the way where He has hands, right? So what do you make of that? So what we make of this is two things. One, this actually establishes continuity with the Old Testament, right? The Old Testament clearly depicts God as having hands and all these things, and it goes into the furthest extent where it says more stuff than we would affirm. Yeah. So it's stuff that's not like befitting of Allah. So this one actually shows continuity with the previous scriptures, actually. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is presented as being above even in the previous scriptures, above His throne in the Psalms and so on. So the point being, if we go back to this, there's continuity if we affirm this. So it's actually a proof for Islam. Secondly, Islam has better continuity with previous scriptures than Christians and Jews, because they try to ta'wil it and use Greek philosophy, right? So that's one point. It's actually a good point for Islam on continuity. Second point I would bring up is that when we affirm these things about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala having a hand and so on, there's different ways you can predicate stuff to God, right? So either it's equivocal or it's univocal or it's analogical. Okay. So univocal means you still there, yeah?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So univocal means I say something about myself that's true exactly the same as someone else. So for example, you know, I have knowledge, you have knowledge, we both have human knowledge, same thing, right? Okay. Then we have, so that obviously we don't mean that. If you mean that with Allah, when you say Allah has a hand, then that's clearly like doing tashbih. That's wrong. Yeah. So that's one. Two, there's a different way. So we can't, that's not a viable way to predicate stuff to Allah. So two, there's a second way. The second way you can predicate stuff to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is by saying, you know, there's equivocal ways. There's no shared meaning between the two, right? And here, when there's no shared meaning, it's something like, think about, for example, Jesus is called. Sorry, no, that's not a good example. Think about, for example, a bat, right? I can say that, you know, something's a bat while meaning it to be an animal, while in another case, I can use bat to mean like a baseball bat. These terms don't mean the same thing at all. But now just think about it as in adjectives. So I can describe something with an adjective that doesn't mean anything like the same word in a different context, right? So that's basically saying, like, we don't know what it means. Like, when we have hands and God has hands, we know what it means when we have hands, but we don't know what it means when Allah has a hand. That makes the Quran unintelligible. That's not a viable view. The Quran is meant to be intelligible. It's meant to have meaning for us, because it's a book for us, right? So why would there be words in there that are unintelligible? Okay, so that is also something that isn't viable. So the first view is it's a tashbih view. That's wrong, which is univocal predication. Second view is equivocal predication, which is makes the parts of the Quran like that with his sifat, it makes them unintelligible. Then the third one is analogical predication. That's what we do, which is there's a small level of similarity we can conceptually visualize between when I have a hand and Allah has a hand, where we know what a function of a hand is, for example. So we use hands to grab and so on. Therefore, I understand from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's usage of the term hand there, he means an attribute that he uses that performs the functions of hands that we know of today. Is my hand anything like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's hand? No. All right? And yet you can still use both. Yeah. And yet we can still use both predicates and we can understand both of them. So there's only shared meaning in the aspect of functionality, not in the aspect of modality, which is like the howness, right? So for example, I have knowledge, God has knowledge. Is my knowledge anything like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's knowledge? It's not. His one's greater and he doesn't begin to learn things and so on and so forth. Well, I do. So because the term is used for a necessary, like, eternal being that's, you know, above our imagination, the term is going to be free of any deficiencies when we use it for us, right? So in this way, this is how we use hand. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a quality he calls his hand that performs the functions of a hand that we know of. And in that way, it's intelligible. However, my hand is unlike his hand because he is a greater being than myself, in the same way that my knowledge is unlike his. Do you understand?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the way how did you define space earlier? Like, how's your conception of space?
Yeah. So space and direction, there's two main ways to view it. So either you believe that space is an actual thing that exists, or you believe it's a relational thing, right? So if you believe it's an actual thing that exists, that's the view that, you know, someone critiquing would say. But we don't accept that view. We just say that space is a reality where you just know it relationally. So we only say something has a space or a direction because of the fact that we can direct ourselves towards that direction or space, right? And to exist is to be out of space. To not, like, if you're going to exist, you're going to have a place or a space where I can point to. Otherwise, you don't exist. Anything that exists in reality has a direction. That's our view. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it makes.
And also Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as well. Think about it this way, bro. Does our philosophy inform our understanding of the Quran and we impose it into the Quran, or does the Quran is the foundation of our philosophy? Obviously, it's the Quran will inform what our philosophical views are first. It's the text of the Quran first. We're not going to reinterpret the Zahir of the Quran to suit our Greek philosophical frameworks. The same way that Christian, if I ask a Christian, do you believe God is above his throne, where it says in the Psalms he's above, he's going to say it's a metaphor. If I say, oh, do you believe God has hands, like it says here, he's say, no, it's a metaphor. But in the context, it doesn't indicate that a lot of the time. And talks about God's throne. Oh yeah, God's throne is his power. He doesn't actually, sit on the throne. He doesn't have a little throne. But the Bible doesn't present it that way. So the same way with the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is clearly above. The Quran and Hadith is so clear on it that he's above, that the angels descend down from Allah. Isa alayhi salam rose up towards Allah, that's upwards. It's very clear.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, like this conversation could go on for like many hours. It's it's a deep conversation. It's not like a one conversation kind of. There's a lot to read, and but the way you explained it, I mean, that's like the basics of like what I need to know.
Yeah, so I think, bro, look, you need to just think about the foundational beliefs, what matches with it the most. And I think if you just look, the part of the reason why I became Sunni, bro, is we read the Quran based on the Zahir of the text, and I hate when Christians or even Muslims, when they go ahead and they try to reinterpret passages that are clearly going against what they already believe, just because they want to like force it to mean what they want it to say. So, for example, Christian might view a text of the gospel where he's like, where Jesus denies being God, and he says, no, but really what he means is blah 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 blah. Right? That's like doing reinterpretation of the text, trying to make it say what it's not actually saying. That's how I view anyone that will look at verses where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says he's above. If you're only going to reinterpret that as him not literally being above, because you need that for your theological beliefs that you've already prior to reading those verses are believing that he's not above, he can't be above, therefore I'm not going to read this as him being above. The same thing with the Christians. Preconceived notion Jesus is God, therefore anything I read, I have to read it in that light and not let the text speak for itself,
Yeah, and I haven't seen if these beliefs come from like a reliable chain that go back to the Ahlul Bayt as well. I don't know if there's a chain from the Ahlul Bayt teaching like a reliable.
يا السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
كيف حالك؟
الحمد لله.
How you
That's
doing?
good, bro. Yeah, so you were talking about you don't know if there's a chain for what going back to Ahlul Bayt.
Like this this belief of the Shia, like the way they view the sifat of Allah.
Yeah. So the you have to understand the genesis of ideas, akhi. So basically, the chain doesn't go to Ahlul Bayt; it goes to like Aristotle, bro. Like if you want to think about it like that, the Islam goes
Plato.
to Imam Plato. But anyway, no, listen. So you have these ideas that are floating around, and the people who are proto-Shi'i in Kufa and in Qom, who started off, they want to differentiate themselves from the Sunni mass. So to do that, what they do is they take shad opinions in fiqh, and they take shad opinions in aqidah. And by shad, I mean like not just like unorthodox, but also like completely antithetical to what Islam says. And the reason why they want to do that is because they want to say Shia Islam is the true Islam that goes back to Ahlul Bayt, whereas Sunni Islam is just a bunch of lies made up by the Sahaba. So they want to differentiate themselves, because imagine if Sunnism and Shi'ism, we both had the same aqidah, then how is it we both have the same aqidah and you trust and the companions are all liars? It doesn't make sense. The companions, if they told the truth, then it wouldn't make sense, right? So it needs to be differentiated now, that the Shia Aqidah is different and the Sunni Aqidah is different. So what did they do? They took from Aristotle, they took from Plotinus, they took from these Greek frameworks, and they tried to superimpose it onto the Quran. And this was a trend that was happening already, even amongst the Sunni world. So, for example, I don't know, do you know who Mullah Sadra is?
The name sounds familiar, but I haven't read any of his.
Do you know who Ibn Sab'in is?
No.
Okay, so there are these people who do you know what substance monism is?
No.
Okay, so substance monism And is the view basically that like all of creation is one, like there's only one thing in creation, right? And it's just different degradations, different shades of the one thing. Being wujud is one. That's what they believe. There's Shia who believe this. So if you speak to the mutafalsifa, like Mullah Sadra or these types of people, they'll say all of existence is really one thing. So you and Allah are actually identical in being, but you're just different degradations. Allah is the full light, whereas you're only part of the light. That's what they'll say. And they'll expound on this, and this is like a Shia thing, right? And not all Shias believe this, but it's prominent within some circles. So it depends really what kind of Shia you are, right? So I don't know what kind of Shia you are. Like, what are you, like Suli or Akhbari?
Yeah, I mean, I was born as a 12er, but I've been reading on the Zaydi Shias. They seem to be the closest to the Sunnis.
The Zaydis are like, the differences between us and them is very small. Like you know what I mean? But so you would say you're a 12er, but like, so do you take everything like in al-Kafi as sahih, or do you just pick and choose from al-Kafi, or how does it work?
Yeah, I wouldn't identify.
Or do you do a general confirmation?
Do you do a general confirmation of al-Kafi? That's what I'm asking.
Honestly, I haven't read much of al-Kafi, and like once I started getting into all of this, I immediately realized that I spoke with Dean earlier about this, about like istighatha, tawassul. Like he told me you can't be a 12er if you don't believe in like all these things.
Yeah, no. If you go to like some very famous tafsirs, like Tafsir al-Qummi, for example, they'll just tell you that you have to go and essentially do istighatha to Fatima. So ya mawlaiti ya Fatima aghithini, and you have to put your face down 300 times. Like, this is like in their books, but the thing is that not all Shia believe this. Not all Shia, they'll do this, but it's preached on the maraja. You know what I mean? So there's a differentiation between what like layman Shia do. Like, maybe yourself, you're just born into a Shia family. That doesn't mean you necessarily hold to all these decrees and doctrines. That's what I'm trying to understand. What exactly you believe. You know what I mean, Akhi?
Yeah, so it's I haven't looked much into it, honestly. I was just born into it, and then started.
Let's start the fundamentals. You agree that we shouldn't call out to anyone other than Allah?
Yeah, I spoke with Dean about this earlier, but yeah, 100%. I don't believe in tawassul istighatha.
All right, alhamdulillah. So what's the contention? What's stopping you from becoming Sunni?
There were two things. So the first, we haven't spoken about the first one. There might be other people as well. So
no, it's okay. Take your time. Tell me the first thing. What's the first thing?
Khilafa, and then we were speaking about the attributes of Allah.
Okay, so let's start with Khilafa. So what's the mushkila?
Yeah, so again, I didn't bring my presentation, but just from my memory, there's a few things that I've looked into. It seems like there's a case to be made for
Ali, that he's supposed to be the Khalifa. All right, and what's the evidence? Ghadir Khom, is that the evidence?
Ghadir Khom,
and what
else?
Saqifa, okay.
There's
Hadith al-Kisa as well.
Hadith al-Kisa. There's Thaqalain.
Hadith al-Thaqalain, yeah. Okay.
There's lots of praise. By the Prophet, peace upon him.
We praise Ali, of course. Anyone who hates Ali is not a believer. There's a hadith in our collection. One of the signs of Iman is that you love Ali. You know that. So for us, we love Ali, and we want to follow Ali, right? The issue is, did Ali think himself to be better than Abu Bakr and Umar, and that Ali himself deserved Khilafah? That's the question, and that's a historical question. It's not it has religious significance, but fundamentally, that's a historical question. So look at the evidence. All right, let's look at the evidence. Abu Bakr and Umar. Here, let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me get it up for you. All right, give me 1 second while I find it. Abu Bakr and Umar, essentially, no one disputed their Khilafah, and this is accepted by pretty much everyone in like scholarly circles. So for example, Western scholars who literally don't care about Sunni Shia, they'll understand and they'll accept that, look, Abu Bakr's and Umar's reign was undisputed. Like, it was a golden age, literally. Like, that's part of the reason why during the fitna of Uthman, the Khawarij drew dissent because Uthman had 6 years that were good, 6 years that were not as good. So in those 6 years that were not as good, they said, "Oh, look, but Abu Bakr and Umar, everything was good when they were in charge. They were, conquering Faris and expanding the borders, and everyone was, Umar was very strict. He wasn't letting anything slide. That's his temperance. Whereas Uthman was a bit more relaxed. He's a bit more lets things go. You know what I mean? So because of that contrast, sometimes it tells you like it tells you that people can take advantage of your if you're not as harsh. You know what I mean? So that's part of the one of the factors that people took in, right? Now let me just show you if I can find it, bro. One sec. Let me. I'll send you something on Discord, Dean. If you could share it, give me a sec. Just let me find it, bro. The issue is, I have so many scans that when I want to find what I want, it literally takes me a second. Yeah, give me a second.
That's fine. I got like 20 minutes.
Yeah, maximum. No, it won't take me 20 minutes. I just need to find the thing that I want to show you. 1 second. Yeah, okay, got it. There you go. Hey, Dean, are you here?
Yo, you can't show your screen?
No, just send it on. Oh, actually, yeah, wait, I can. 1 second. Never mind. All right. You can see?
Yeah, it's loading. I can see it now.
Okay, yeah. So this is from a Western scholar. His name is Joseph Van Ness, right? And he's really respected in his field. He wrote like a whole 2-volume work. He's one of the better Orientalists, right? He's not as revisionist as Schacht and Cronin, those guys, and neither is he completely sanguine. He just kind of takes the evidence as it goes, right? And that's what he does. Now, I don't agree with all his methods and all his conclusions, obviously, but I think he is right. So this is a paper that he published, basically where he had a letter from someone called Muhammad ibn Hassan al-Hanafiya. Do you know who this person is? Have you heard of him?
Is that one of the imams of the schools of the?
No. He's not. Well, I mean, I don't know if you call him an imam, but he's from Ahlul Bayt, but he's just not from the line that the Tawbis take from. Okay.
Okay.
So and he's the son of Al Hanafiya, right? He's the son of why? Because Ali, he married multiple people, right? And one of them was Fatima Zahra, the daughter of Rasulullah, and then there was another woman, Al Hanafiya, and the child that he had from her is this person, Muhammad ibn Hassan al-Hanafi. You understand? Yeah.
Yeah.
So he has a letter published to him. So he's someone. How close can you get to Ali? More than within his own family. This guy's literally within his own family, within his own line, within Ahlul Bayt. And what does he say? And this is an authentic letter. No one disputes this letter. He says about them. Let me zoom in if you guys can see. He says, ثم نزل بهذا الأمة blah 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 blah. What does he start talking about? Abu Bakr and Umar. Yeah, he says, yeah, whoever wants to ask us, man arada an yas'alana an amrina. So whoever wants to ask us about our affair, so he says, فَإِنَّ قَوْمَ اللَّهِ رَبَّنَا. Right? So Allah is our Lord. وَالْإِسْلَامُ دِينَنا. And Islam is our religion. وَالْقُرْآنِ إِمَامَنا. And the Quran is our Imam. وَمُحَمَّدْ نَبِينا. And Muhammad is our Prophet. وَإِلَيْهِ نَسْنُدْ وَنَضِيف. Which means our isnad goes back to that, right? Then he says, as for Abu Bakr and Umar, right? Imamana Abu Bakr wa Umar, right? Wa narda an yata'u, right? So that we are pleased that they are obeyed, right? Right? Wa naskhat an ya'sa, and we hate that they are disobeyed, right? This is from him, Muhammad ibn Hassan al-Hanafiya. This is historically attributed to him, and he's telling you that during their reign, no one disputed it, right? He says here, this is before al-Filqra ula, so before the first division, which is the fitna of Uthman, he says, وَنُجَاهِدُ فِي Abu Bakr wa Umar. That means that we strive to follow Abu Bakr and Umar. So this is the people in the family of Ali. They, if the Shia narrative was true, why would they be praising Abu Bakr and Umar? They would be like the later Shias and say, no, Abu Bakr and Umar, worst people on earth, munafiqeen, what's called, we're gonna resurrect them just so we can put them on crucifixes and all this stuff. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go. Can you just end the live for me?
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, barakallah feek.
Yeah. Anyway, so then he said,
appreciate it, Dean.
Right, what's your name? Your name's Adi, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that was just guess from A. So look, yeah, bro, you're basically already Sunni. You just need to let go of some just nitty gritty beliefs. Most of your beliefs are already in line with what you believe already. When I was Shia as well, it was like that as well. You know, like you said before, Muta'al wasn't actually something I believed in. I didn't do istighatha or like any other things. I didn't curse or takfir the Sahaba. I'm guessing you don't do either. And yeah, it's just couple belief stuff to get through, and then yeah, you're there. But you're basically already a Sunni. But yeah, just without the title. But inshallah, your the rest of your questions will be answered and become Sunni, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Appreciate it, bro.
Assalamu alaikum.
No, of course.
Alaikum salam.
Wa rahmatullah. Yeah. So anyway, like I was telling you, akhi.
Yeah,
I'll just continue.
I've never seen this before.
Yeah, I know you've never seen this because they don't tell you about this. That's the point, akhi. But you can go and check it yourself. So anyway, I'll continue. So do you speak Arabic, by the way? Do you read Arabic? Or not really? Can you hear me, bro? I think you're muted. What the? You want me to end the my bad.